Order!
Ikaw ay Lucy.
Mercy nästänätet jaantut isia junnen kontetun lion hainun lag ea kenneson tänä natte hapautnia ea tuja kiutside ke mercy nästänä hat atun sia kennapajaske ko bestu tanson pesita kentene nu kai kentai klanitin de kaitsetini de na koder no ni der ni de ya kenu that on kesin toinene et ino that on in de bet atsinet on to ke nai ton tsine ke non il chu o kesin ana ran hastin on asolte no ran on in de no es ni aslin ana sicha no ran yo ana let abesne kent in de net ana si der mari kenutsna kan net sian bos iron so kunet anante Jesus net chain der ketini lande de guy mari dai bonne no jurli no payaneski kanet ithanitut asin kent in de o nadat anas etini de ko be shoy darnison chu atet on any kanet I hot any de mercy and sincerity ko be shoy darnison sita kent in mercy.
Please be seated.
In Lucy. Koin na meron mayaga. Ortha Catholic. Tuksatit sa kaumat. Minister o kausangit. Minister Elineer talaga ng mut. Okakte nagkabamakkununat siyami. Pilagaya kang na ako awat miutaw yun kamatsiyang ng mut pivaliati siya ng mulo nuna miutaw yun ukayotактами tayo na pilagaya ka malutik maliglugilutan na makanjivali resource management nguna kaktaw yun ang malo nuna tang na mga utikayaw yun kabamakko pilagaya ka katakpo tamakko nga sakit sigak sa awat miutan kawyo sa kataklote ukayutan lama anay ko ka nga tayo na pianilakput 2025 mi nunatsia me abati me utai kauji sakta utiluga agaga mi tagwana adoktumi kami kulakpullo kanok tamakko abati me utai maliglugit tama tukisiga ako tiksakakon na kudluga kanok kauji sakatang na vollo pivalia yun ambaloga makullo kaya katak sa maningi tamakko nga peko yaw yun ambalutaw tako katemayagala nunakakaksa mayot nunatsaga mamakongillo kana tao ka magkungilo kayo katak po taman na kauji sang nakpidyotegilo pilaga ka jaw larangan pilaga ka tigaya katak so te pinaswa ko si mitagvan pilaga ka lao ka ma tamat mamiksano abati may talaga ng mo 2025 may nuratsia may peko ya maliglugi taman na akaw si valak paliayavot nutani isamalugot akalaw ngipot nalurayak sa mayuni unikak tao si mayuni amarutaw tamakko tay sa maniulak to kay maguyawlak tulo pitakalang ipo uluyanak to ni kisyani eman na twitterak sa matsyang na sa katagaya kang matatamakko tuktuit soklo napakto kang itumayo tay amarutaw tukisiga kat kakattaklo tamakko ni nga pivalya ka nga ta pilikaya kay nakatang naklo nunaming atong nang may pangnaw tikang nang may nunatang nang milo ilaw titawag kay nunaming namayo okakte no natsiaga pa magkungit kyo si mabuta magkuning ato la ko yaw la oktonik 2025 awate may utakaw sa saktaw kaya kami nga pidyo tigilugo tako pilaga katiga yaw lote di pa magiyaw yun ang malutaw sa ataw yun sa ko yaw yun nakulugay pang nagsimalote ato la ko yiyo te maligluway Teman na peko ya kang nayak pagod ikayo ko tiyak kang nayak tonik tako ano na tiyaga ba kung pilaga katiga yang ilo to kasi matsiyang naktonik kamatsyak netkot isumaliw kataga kakpo sa puminang mono na meg imang meg o mayunig luno na tiyang me o kakte tako teman na pilaga kaya kakatigo uluga naktamita la kulugay no naliwyod amarutaw no night pilaga katiga lugit no nakakaksimayog ka ba magtiwidaw yo kaya na may kakte O yan na may awat tibayo talaga ng mga minister o kausingit. Iglo lang ng mga minister. Kaya na may okate Oqarti ullumi nikuvittunga pilereaqaramallunga tusartitsigumallunga nunatsiagavamakkuungit kamagiyaqarninginnu tamakkuninga angeqaaqangittunik taimana pivaallerutaqarsimavugu tamakkua pilereariyaujunna qullugit pilereqatigiitsiarluta angeqaaqanginniq tamana piyaqiatuyummariummat tamainnik tunis gijauja malegaliortikkut nu sivullerpautitaaquijaullun ilu taimanna atuinnaqartitsigiaqarpugut akikinnersaujuumigiaqarpullu iglugijauqattartut aaniartuleriautsiarsimalutiklu tamakkua uluqianartumiisimayut uluqianartumiittaali qullugillu nunalinnimiutaujut ammalu inuit aaqiujaujunna qullugit taakkua nunatsiarmi pilerijuuju tamata miksaanut sivulertigijaujut taimanna akautsiartukku tunisivalliagumayut taimanna angeqaaqangittunu angeqaartaarpalliatitsinermu nunatsiami taakkua tukimaartitsigi inunaqaqqaarsimayullu igluleriyikkullu nunatsiarmi pilereqatigiiglutik taakkua parnautaussimayut nalunaajartausimavut taakkua soorlu ikajortauqattarlutik angeqaaqangituinnariaqartut ammaluttaaoq tamakkua pitsaqartautsiarunna qullugit angeqaaqangittu tamarmik taakkua aksorutigijaonerpaanguju parnautaujumi taimanna ikajortuineq ammal pivalliatitsineq tamaani nunatsiarmi tamaini nunalingni taakkua pitsaqauti pivaallitsiaquijaqaluakka tamakkununga uluqianartamiittunun igluleriyikku nunatsiarmi aaniaqarnagittuleriykku inuleriyikkullu Salvation Armykkuni pilereqateqarsuti yalunaipmi ammalu inuvialuit katimajigija yanginnik taimannat igluqartitsiniarput uterpalliajunik uerissimajamingnik mamisartaulauqqaarsutik taakkua atuni imanna iglutaartitauqattarniarput taimanna mamisakkanniqunna angeqaraangamik taimanna uluqianartumiittaala qullugillu taakkua mamisatsiartaujunna qullugit inuusermullu pidjuleqartuni ilinniartitaukkanniqunna qullugit nunalingni nunatsiagavamakkungi ilitarsivut ilangi taimanna aksoruusaqarattarmata taimanna angeqaaqangikkaangamik uirisimayaminna utituinnaqattarmata tupertaarlutiglu namituinna imanna soorlu ilaannikkut taimanna tupermiaqattarmata ikkiernaqaluartillugu taimanna nammineq isimarsormingmatattauq iniksaqaraluarlutik qimaaviuqattartunik iniksaqijauqattartuniklu taimanna kiuqattarsimavut taimanna iniqatsiartitaujunna qullugi tamakkununga angeqaaqangittunut ammaluttauq soorlu angeqaaqangittut nutaamik iniksartaartitau vallianiarput pilereqatigillugi nunatsiarmi igluleriyikut aulatsigiillu nunaqaqqaarsimayuleriyikkullu tamaani yalunaipmi taimanna 24-ani igleqartitauniarpoq taani iglugijauniartoq quviasukviuluortinnagu saqqitauniarluni tamakku iglugijaula pillaqattarniartu atuinnaulitauniarput tuavernartumiittut soorlu igluqangikkaangata maannaujumi taimanganit January 2024 ngulaortumi igluleriyikku nunatsiarmi ikajorsimavut 18-nik taakkuninga inuvingmiutaujunnik taimanna igluqartitaujunna qullugit ikajortaulluta soorlu ikajoruti taakku angeqaaqangittunut 25-26 milu $4.4 million ikajorutaulaorput igluleriyikkunna nunatsiarmi 6 nun angeqaaqangittunut taakkua taigas igluqartitsineq tuavernartukkuussinik tarviqarneq taimannatta ikajorutauqattartuut mikiyullu nunalingni kiinauja atortauqattartu angeqaaqangittunut ila mamisartaussimayunut taakkua kiinauja ataussiirluti ikajorutauniarpu tamakkununga angeqaaqangittunut nunalingni ammaluta iniksaqartitautsiarunna qullugit tamakkua sanajausimangmata nunatsiarmiutaluktaangujut taimanna qanuingittu pilereqateqarluta nunalingni nunaqqaqqaarsimayullu gavamagijaujuni gavamagijaungittut kadutseqatigiinginniklu taimanna nunalingni pilereqatigiitsiartunu ikajortaullutik Taiman na pilirin na kattarea kakattiko taman na angikakangito sa pamiyaw tiyang nanginnon. Pilirikattikangik kaluarlo tatak kuning ano nakakasamayot kavamakkunnik amalo kavamakkuti makutigangitanginnik asinginniklo nunalingni ikayoktio kattaktunik taimana pilirikattigiglo ta sangilak palianiakpugut katujilo ta tamakkua nunaka iglokangitut yun na kullugit kuya na hindi ukakti kuya na minister iglulangan mo minister Minister ukaw singit katamayit ukaw singit frame like may malagalayokte ni waktin nito sa lao ka maaw-yaw laok tumi taman na nun lalakajik kuno kamagiyaw kaya kang matayman na agtak to kalaw ning ano so lo inuyak to kakbiyo yumi tayman na ukaw tiyaw kattaka manun lalakajik kuno kamagiyaw kaya kakto galawani takko akaw kaya kattigo taman na nun na agtakbiyo laok to kami sinaw nun naging mago taiman na nunaliw iluani tillo ko tamane nunaliw jumitan na sila asidsak palianing ano minister mo kamagiyaw kaya kaksunilo kaujilaw kama taima minister pilirya kalilaw po aktaktaw si mayuwining nginnik nunaw asidsak palianing ano minister ko yan na mirtaw kaya kakpo tamada miksanot taman na nunaling not soglo pilirya kayaw lakang imad taman na nunat siya gaba makungin kamagiyaw kaya kaksima yuto kaugaluang man pili kaya katsya kaya kakpo tayo man na aktaktaw kataktunik maang matuin na kamagiyaw katsya kaya kakpulo tamakwa nunat siya may pili kayo yu gaba magiyaw yun tamakwa sila tani miyo tayo pili kaya kayaw ngito nunalakajik ko nun ajiging ito kamagiyaw yun nakaluang mata kikkuno tamakko uimaya katang mata kikkuno pilagaya kaya kang mga tatamakko tagbang maligalayok tikkunit ulugay anak tumito kalaw matay kanit tupirve kaktut soglo kakto arulaw man yaro na itmin kitiano maligalayok ti ukaw sa kalaw man pilagaya kaksonig minista mullo ukaksoni minista ukalaw matagbani soglo nunalipaw yamito tako atupir si mayut maliga kang mata maligang ni nunaliw maliga kutigay janginnik taman na ukaw sa kayaw lauk to soglo makuling ayun ugam makkuno kamagiyaw kaya kakalawaman taiman na sibulakti katsya kaya kakpugo kanatami tamakko ano na siya gama makko pilirangin asingit talo pilirangin nek naroray view sa makattaklo tako ano na liw iluani ito nalipaw yait iman na pilirang kakti tao kattaklo tiktaw kaya na make frame like may maligalayokte katamayi ukaw singit sa tumit maligalayokte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Sati region stands at a critical juncture with the Norman Wells oil field, Canada's longest operational onshore oil field, operating well beyond over 100 years. This legacy is approaching the phase end of life and moving on to remediation and reclamation. Mr. Speaker, in preparation for this huge tsunami, this economic tsunami, the remediation economy in the Northwest Territories, it's valued at $4.8 billion over the next 30 years. With as many as 500 sites requiring remediation. This represents an unprecedented economic opportunity for our territory, and in particularly for the Satu region. However, we are not taking measures adequate in preparatory positions. Mr. Speaker, education is security. The federal government currently holds $180 million in financial security for the oil field. However, the cost for cleanup is expected to be much more. The training plan and preparation must recognize domestic trade's demands. Mr. Speaker, this is why I'm championing Nortran, a design readiness trades training program for remediation and reclamation. Nortran could partner with the Aurora College and other NWT accredited agencies together is collaboration. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure exists in Norman Wells to support this. We have vacant commercial office spaces, student residential units, and the unoccupied Aurora College classroom. The time to act is now, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure that when the Norman Wells oil field closes, Satu residents, youth are not watching from the sidelines, but credentially ready. I will later have questions to the appropriate minister, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Thank you, member from the Satu.
Satu mi malagalerte ko yan mi katamayi ukaw singit bakan sigaw tamo malagalerte. Ko yan mi ukakte udlo mi ukaw sa kaw mayunga. Tuwabang naktuko tamak ko nga tuksaraw taw sa mayuming. Takko ano naliw yun natsya mi. Nunaling ni mi utaw yudlo. Sorlo tuwabang naktuko titaw katang mata. Ako ni uyuk ko taman na kamagiyaw na yaktuk siyang miyok. Talemang may October 17 utilago Fort McPherson Miltain. Tan mo aktilago ubla ko. Tuwa mo tikilago tayo na kamilaw mata nung naliruktangan. Ang marutaw to sama titaw lang isuting NTPC kunod. Nung naling nilon ni kamayiyo gaswara kakto ni to sakti chiyo kalaw ngimar kami sa matilugin o kakti nung naling ni amisonik saw yun ni temen na sa pumiyaw kaya kakalawang matatakwa nung naling ni miutaw yun nanikiyak tema kinakiyak tema kamagiya kaya kakalawak patamak ko ni nga tamak miktaw takwa ilin nervate na mangitong matataw tuwabang naktokalakpat isang miktaw kung nanging mata takwa ilin nervate time nunaling ni tamay ni go time na kam ako ti kaya kakalawang mata ilin nervate kimabyo kataklo ti kamit to karangan taman na kamit to alukta na ulukot atulaw katego time akang ngilo ko ti kakzwa kayang mata tumak pa ulam makialukot unwakot tayman na ikirnak to alew tilago kamit to winiuk pata ulokanak to mila kagayang mata tayman na inna to kay soklo keula kayak sutiglo tayman na kawje matitaw tiya kaya kakata uwagot nunaling nimi taw yugot ulokanak to migi akangi kalwa kata ato nilukta tayman na kamakutiliw ko ti kaya kang mata tuwabang naktuko atok taw yun nakatak to ni tayman na pitakangi ka ngata nunaling nimi taw yut solo akaw ngit to may kayang mata tayman na pitakaya kakalawak po kamit to binalong nakpata unwak ko kaya nami wakakte katamayuyok koy makansidel tamit katamayid ukaw sangit yal na iwan ng anot kaya na may okakte tayo tagpan ni katamat suwak tilo ta solo isa makakoniyak to yakat ta tayo maudlo may ulak to niya ko lang na mo ukaw sa kakamabunga to sa kata iliniyak ti chiyen iliniyak to lagay kunidlo tamag ko nutakat akso nak to may bala lang nangin no eman na so kuweso katang iso renega katang iso teglo kuweso ngilo amod inutulo amodlo tama akago makulaw to ni katamayoyod ukalaw tamag ko ino silagay solo iliniyak wing may ni lilaw mata kinaw yakak titaw nginingit pidyo tegilugit tayman na kaujisat siyak sa magaya kakatigo kano ito ni nutani atok titawalela kalawang mga tata ko iliniyaktit ilang ilo niya ngayok kakayaw yun kauyi mangit siyang mata nutakay tamak ko niya kumigwa ka ngili ako takalang nakpata kano ili ako takang mga talo mamis ako tigalangnik taman na pimariwak nung natsiyang may tayman na sokro niya kulirin takaloakalong isang luman na uyumi tayman na ingmenir na mo isa matuin na kaya kang mata tayman na pitakakto galawak niya kulirin ang mo niya pakakalawak tilugo tayman na pitakang mata nutakano ikayok teksaw kayak tunig tako inulakan ang mo katamadya kalaan atole ko yay takalaok sa mang mata taman na pidyo tigil lugo taakkoa tusang nilaukpo tamakko pang nagsimadjuta kang mata nunaling ni soglo inik sa kakti daw yun nakulugin no takkat akaw ngiliw ko ta kakto ni ako migot. Temaktir tao ang kakangit to no pagtao katakto nito sa lauk po ko piwali ayute ko tagvanita ko ni ako ko akaw ngiliw ko ta kakatakto ning soglo kayo kakatakto ni tagbunga iglo mo tako menir tali manang mo pekot tali magasuksugin pekot tali ila menir tali makot yun nakulugin kikutuin na isimalo alakangata tamakko pijitsaka ko tao yun ang katigay ko tigay yun naktabot taiman na ikayok tao siya wala kakpo nutakat magkogtulo pilok namin kaya na ikswata ukakte katamay yung kausingit ko itlay may malagaliyokte.
Like the member from Yellowknife North just said, I think that everyone can struggle with their mental health, which is just as crucial as their physical health. For me, an excellent way to make sure I'm taking care of myself both mentally and physically is to go outside and touch dirt, and then dig that dirt. I love to garden, and it provides me not only with nourishing food, but a great deal of peace. Mr. Speaker, with both session and surgery, I had several interruptions into my favorite summer hobby this year. But after I took some time to heal, I'm pleased to report that I was able to grow many different vegetables, including potatoes, Mr. Speaker. Back in March, I challenged the Minister of ITI to a friendly competition. She, in turn, challenged her cabinet colleagues. The rules were simple. Everyone gets a box of potatoes from Cam Lake's own bush order provisions, and we see who wins by weight of harvest. With your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, here are the total yields by member. The member for Thabatcha, 7.3 pounds. The member for Yellowknife South, 8.5 pounds. The member for Hay River South, 9.6 pounds. The member for Cam Lake, 10.6 pounds, though it could not be independently verified if that included this container, Mr. Speaker. The member for Great Slave, 16.5 pounds. Honorable mentions go to the member for Yellowknife South's radish harvest and the member for Thabatcha's tomato harvest, Mr. Speaker, which I'm told were both extremely abundant. And I have also been told that the member for Hay River North spent a lot of time shoveling dredge dirt, which wasn't the assignment, but I'm sure benefited his health as well. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. I think cabinet needs to work with the Great Slave member to learn how to grow. Especially for those people south of the lake, which you got all that fertile ground. Member statements. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a father, the health and safety of my kids is my foremost responsibility. So when I learned, along with other members of our community and this House, that high levels of lead were found in Yellowknife schools, I was shocked. It was hard to believe that somehow staff and students at William McDonald and Range Lake North schools were unknowingly consuming potentially dangerous high levels of lead for an unknown period of time. This was relayed to me by many of my constituents and staff and faculty at those schools. During these revelations, a third school, N.J. McPherson, was initially reported to have only minor unresolved issues, which gave parents and staff a sense of reassurance that the school was not at risk. But as we later learned, that confidence was based on flawed assumptions. Months later, when the minister released an independent report on the elevated lead levels, it became clear that concerns about school drinking water that had been first flagged as early as January and that the initial testing had been flawed. As a result, testing at William McDonald and Range Lake North continued well into April, long before parents and staff were informed in May. Concerns about the methodology of the drinking water tests prompted another round of testing this summer, and it was only then that we finally learned about elevated levels of lead at N.J. McPherson. We're indeed above the Health Canada guidelines, directly contradicting early assurances that the high readings were false positives. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, the apparent downplaying of the concerns at N.J. McPherson and delaying of that retesting until the summer postponed the necessary measures to protect students and staff longer than they should have. in the coming, because we had those measures, the mitigation measures, remediation measures, and public health orders at Range Lake North and William McDonald during the same period of time. Parents must be able to trust that their children are safe at school. It's a fundamental principle of the education system. When the minister released a report and accepted responsibility in July, the scale of the mismanagement on such a critical issue, the health of children, needs more reassurance from this government. We know remediation processes have been put in place. Now we need to know how serious this minister is that this never happens again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Member statements. Member from Inuktitut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring attention to an event that's happening here in Yellowknife this week. It's been happening this week. Mr. Speaker, it's the Housing NWT Maintenance Conference. This event, Mr. Speaker, brings together LHO maintenance foremen and the district technical staff for a week to get together to discuss, of course, ongoing maintenance issues and the importance of preventative maintenance, Mr. Speaker. There was about, I think, close to 50 participants here. They're all at the Explorer Hotel where the conference is taking place. And especially, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give a shout out to the Beaufort Delta District Office. Last year, they, Mr. Speaker, completed 100% of their preventative maintenance, which is a huge accomplishment. It's the first time it's ever been done. So, and Mr. Speaker, that Beaufort Delta District Office includes Inuktitut, Aklavik, Sigachik, Palatuk, Ulahaktuk, Sax, Harbour, and Fort McPherson, Mr. Speaker. So again, a big congratulations to our staff up there. I know how hard they work. It's a small community, so obviously we all know each other, and I know how proud they were of that accomplishment, Mr. Speaker. So a big shout out to them. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Inuktitut Lake, or sorry, Inuktitut. Yeah, Boot Lake, yeah. Not Twin Lake. Member statements. Member from Tunadewalade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, the Dene Nation hosted a public safety forum here in Yellowknife to address the growing challenges our small communities face from violent crimes and drug trafficking. Across the north, our communities are hurting. Families are being torn apart as drugs spread deeper into our territory and into our homes of our people. Local leadership knows what's best for their communities, and this forum was an important chance to come together and find real solutions to keep our people safe. Our communities have strong Indigenous leadership on crime, but we also need a government that listens, partners with us, and ensure new strategies are put into action with real right resources in place. In this era of reconciliation, our right to self-determination must guide policies and decisions that affect our future. And one of the biggest threats to our future are drugs and violence and suffering they bring. At the forum, the Dene Nation passed several comprehensive resolutions on crime, mental health, and addictions. From this work, they will engage with their communities to provide feedback on the Indigenous justice system and strategies, study on Dene-led policy programs, and a call on government to consult Dene communities on RCMP contracts. I know that the RCMP are working with Indigenous government and small communities to keep people safe, but it's up to the minister to make the structural changes needed to deepen those ties and ensure local leadership is at the table. The minister must also work with Indigenous leaders to urge the federal government to address chronic understaffing and high turnover in our communities. Later this afternoon, I'll have questions for the Minister of Justice on how we can bring more RCMP to the north and ensure that Indigenous communities have meaningful authority over how the communities are kept safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Tunadewalade. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the encampment again today, but I also want to talk about it from the perspective of the impacts on the community. And what I mean by that is the residents have to live next to them, the businesses, and even in situations such as yesterday, the museum, government, and other types of organizations and private businesses in that case, they have to be silent. You can't have the museum director over here yelling, do something here. No, government can't get away with that. But residents, let's start with that, Mr. Speaker. They have to listen to the noise, they have to deal with the mess, and of course, as I said yesterday, liberated items that seem to go missing from their yard, but mysteriously are found in the encampments. Businesses are saying the same thing. Noise, mess, personal items, even watching extension cords running from their buildings that they're paying the power in all the way across the road into the encampments. Where is the housing minister on responsible policy that takes care of the bigger issue? Oh, we'll just dump it there and accept everyone. You absorb all the problems without support, Mr. Speaker. Imagine this. You're a tour operator in Yellowknife, and this has been called upon me many times, Mr. Speaker. Tour operators are complaining. They pull up to show the jewel of the NWT, our Northern Arts Centre, and sure enough, the encampment's right where it says bus parking, Mr. Speaker. Shame on this situation. They have to show our guests. We roll out the red carpet. They spend thousands and thousands of dollars to come here, and they see this. And they feel the pinch and strain, Mr. Speaker, about the disappointment. We're all feeling this, Mr. Speaker. Now, yesterday, the minister said when I called her to seize action on writing a policy over the weekend and do something, she said, hey, I've only got 2 people in the policy shop. I listened. Now, but that said, I verified. I went to the NWT housing webpage, and under the policy and planning shop, there's actually not 2, not 3, not 4, all the way to 12 people working that particular shop. Not 2, but 12, Mr. Speaker. So there is talent there, and I believe in them. Mr. Speaker, as I work towards a close, as I'm running out of time, someone even sent me a picture today that we have permanent structures that are being built behind the Chateau Nova Hotel. There's one structure, Mr. Speaker, it looks like a treehouse, a watchtower. So when building materials are going missing from the yards, how are they showing up at these non-permanent, but turns out to be absolutely permanent encampments, Mr. Speaker? We need the housing minister not only to have compassion for those who need help, we need the housing minister through the homelessness to have compassion for the residents who have to absorb the garbage and the mess. Here, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife.
Kadamaye Yellowknife kadana malagalakte kadamaye uqausangit kadamaye uqausangit ikpaksak tak sewrakteo iltaqajutege kamagayon nalaw ila pelarea katigayon nalaw kakket forcement sammeutai tak iltaqajawluting taiman aksogote kakattammata aqago kasangni tamakko noqqaatataw qattaqlutegilu sikaukut agjaktuqtauge aqaqtuugaluar kamagiyaqaqattaqtuulluteklu ukiukku 230 tamakko agjaktuaqattammata taakkununga saatumiutaujinu tamanna pilerearijangat soorlu kamagiyautseariaqarmat nalunayatsiartausamaqattaqlunilu nunakkut agjaktuineq tamakkuninga sunatuinnarnik Tamana pilereqattaqatsiaqaaqarluteklu tamakkuninga soorlu contractenik nunaqaqqaarsamayu kammakkunginniglu uqsualungmik tamana agjartuaqattaqtuni asanginniglu taakkua qauyimayauyu nunaqaqqaarsamayu maliglugin tamana pilereqatigigiyauyu tamana aqutikku pilereaqarsamavut tamana pilerearijangin tamakku uqsualungnik kamagiyaqaqattaqullugit nunalingnut taimanna atengin takkua atengin qaujisartauquivakka takvani katamajutivinerileartartinni titaqartausamaniarmata atengin Kristen qaujimainnarsimagakku taana sivulertiutsiarluni pilereqateqqaqattarlunilu nunaqaqqaarsamayuni aaniaqarnangittuleqajikkunnik kamagijautsiariaqarninginniklu sivulertigijauluni deecho allaqqutigijanginnik taimana ikajuqattarma ileqqusitoqani asanginniklu taana Kristen sivulertinga soorlu iliniarsimatsiarsuna piitsiaqatsiaqattarlunilu iliniaqaaniksamallunilu inulerinermut ama inuleriullarinnermut University of Victoria ma iliniarsamalluni taimana iliniarsamalluni lukkanna asanginnik taimana sanginaqatsiarlunilu tamakkuninga qaujimatsiarsuni ileqqusitoqani taima taakkua uqauseqajakka ilijaukanniqujakka takvani katimajutigivalliajattinnut katamajit uqausangit pequjibungaat Range Lake mimmalagaliuqti qoyannamioqarti taima taakkua kikkutuinna sapumijautsiariaqarmata malagialiupi iluane ania kaktaile mallutek ammaruttao taana silaw asadjaq palliani nga tamakkoa ikuallaqattaqtut asangillu 2023 milo qimaagiaqalauqsimalluta nunatsiarmin ammaruttao qimaagiaqalauqsimagillutiktawa asangi nunaliuyut uluqianaqtami simallutiglu kappiasuqsimallutiglu June 13, 2024 ngulauqtumi nunatsiagapamakkuin contract titsilauqsimangmata tamakkuninga qimiquq yauyunna qullugi 2023 mi ikuallagjualauqtu qanuiliru qiyaulauqsimangmangata kisani uvatsiaqukkani tamanna kamagiyaulit tainnalauqsimangman qauyimatsiaqtunullu kamagiyaulluting ammaruttau taaksiiyaayaqutinning atoqlutik kiinauyanik $330,000 nik ammalu tamakkua qimiquyausimayut piliqeeqiyauqattaqluti saqqititaulauqsutiklu unikkaaqtausimayut 2025 mi 35 niklu atuliquyivungaaquteqarlutik taakkua piliqiyauqattaqtu tuavernartuliqanermut ammaruttau taakkua pequyausimayut pequyuungaaqtausimayuq sangileqpaallequtauqattarmata nunatsiarmi tamakkununga soorlu ilagiyauqattartunu ammalu 2022 mi ulurjuartoqalauqtillugu nunatsiarmi tuavernartuliqiyikku qalauqsunilu tamatu miksaanu October 22 ngutillugu 2025 mi nunatsiagapamakkungi taamana kiujutaqalaumata qanuiliuqutaulauqsimayunut tamakkua qipilugutaullutik atuliqayauyuugaluat ammalu taimaimmat nunatsiagapamakkungi qaujisatsialaungimmata tamakkuninga nalunayaqtautsiarsimagiaqartunik inuqutigiyauyunik atuliquyauyunnaqullugi taakkua pequyaulauqtut pigiartitsivungaaktukliqtaulunga katamayi qitianu maligaliuqtimut taakkua angiqutiqariaqarmata qimiquyausimayunik tuavernartuliqanermut kiinauiaqartitautsiarlutik nunatsiarmi tuavernartuliqanermut piliqiaqatsiartitaulutik kamagiyautsiarlunilu nunalinnimiut tamakkua piliqiaqartut tuavernartuliqaniumiksaanut ammalu nunatsiagapamakkungi saqqititsigiaqarpu atuliquyausimayunik atausermik piliqiaqarlutik atausermik tuttarviqarlutik takvani taqqit huav anigulaunginningini ammalu nunatsiagapamakkungi saqqititsigiaqarpu atuagarnik atuliqtaujunnaqullugit pequyivungaaqtausimayut May 2026 atulaunginniani ammalukkanniq taimanna angirlutik taakkuninga pequyivungaaqutauyunik isumaksarsiuqiaqarput nunatsiagapamakkungit maanna atuqtauyut kavamakkunnut taimanna atuqtaulitsiaqunnaqullugit nutaaniklu atuliqullugit tamakkua kamagiyaugiaqarninginnut tuavernartuliqiyikkut aaqqiqsilutit piliqiyuugajaqtutik taakkuninga atuliquyausimayunik ammalu tamakkua nutaqqat innatuqait nutaqqallu ikajurtautsiaqunnaqqullugit uluqianaqtamiittailiqullugit ammalukkanna nunatsiagapamakkungi tama 120 ulluit anigulaunginninginni tamana piliqeeqiyunnaqullugu qoyannimik frame lake mi malagaliuqti pequyivungaamut range lake mu malagaliuqti oqaqti qauyimayauluktaarmat malagaliuqtinun tamanna ammalunaasaqtauqattaqtunin kanatami taakkua gavamakkut angiqattangimmata angilaungimmata pequyauyunik soorlu ministau yuugaluat 35 ngummata taakkua atauseq taana pequyausimajoq angiqtausimangimmat imanna tuavernartukku kamagiyaujutiqariaqaruarmata tamakkua takvani katemaviu iluani angiqattangikkaluartilluta katemayulluta tamattalukta kamatsiaqasugiaqaruarmata taakkua gavamakkut unikkaaqtausimayunik kiinauini qaujisartersuallu atoquyanginnik malitsiariaqaqaluarmata taimailiuqattaqatta Taakkoa kitaqaanimiu tauju tautuqqattartuksaarmata pigngikkaangata taimanna ikuallaktualuulaortillugu pimmariugiaqarma tamanna ulureanartamiittaaliqullugi kikkulimaatsiat isumaalugutigillarikakku imanna ukpiriauqattautingi ukpiriqattautingiluarningit ukpiriqattautiniq tamanna soorlu atortaungiluarman imanna yagaituinnariaqaqatta qanuilioruluuyariaqarpugu taakkua gavamakkut piliritsiariaqarmata uppirigiaqaqattigulu taakkua atulequjauju pimmariuniqpaa tamana tuavernartukku kamagiyaugiaqallariktoq atulequjisimangman taakkua uqauseriausimayut unikkaani tamanna pimmariullattaarninga tautuktaugaluarman qaujimayaugaluarman igmikkuulingajimi iksaqqittoqartuviniukpa uqalaorsimangmat taimanna piliriiksaugajartunik tuavernartukku timiuyuut soorlu saqqititaugiaqarput soorlu tuavernartuleriyilleriuyunik pitaqallarikkiaqarmat parnaksimatsiarlutik tamaani nunatsiarmi timiuyullu taimanna kamatsiarlutik parnaksimatsiarlutiklu kamagijautsiarlunilu tamanna tuavernartulerineq ammalutta oqakkaniarsimalluni taakkua timiuyut kamagiyaqaqattartu tamakkuninga pileriqatigiitsiarnermut nunatsiagavamakkungin kanataugamakkungi kikkutuinnaillu imanna atausermi isimaqatsiarluni pileriqatigiitsiariaqarmata pitsiaqasuarlutik tuavernartulerinermik taimanna ulureanartueq suamiittaalijunnaqullugik kikkutuinnait nunatsiaarmi parnaksimatsiarlutik tamarmik naalatsiaqattarlutiglu pileriqatigiitsiarlutiglu ilinniattitsaqattarlutiglu tamakkualuktaa tuavernartulerijjutigijaujut soorlu maligutiqattautininginnut pileriariqattarlugit ikajortuilutiglu tamakkuninga nunalingnik ulureanartoqartillugu sivulertaqatsiarluti ammalu uqarti taimanna tusartitauluoratta ministamin taimaittu timiuyut aujakku kisiani pileriaqaqattarmata ukiuluktaa suleringillutik taakkua uqauseriqqaugakkik taakkua qaujimajauqujal qullarik takka piluartumi soorlu aujakku ila ukiukkuuleraanga taakku unikkaartausimayut uqauseriqqaujakka soorlu kamagijautsiaraaqarmata ammalu makippaalliqpallianingi taakku ulureanartuviittuvini kamagijautsiaqattariaqarillutik tau makippaalliqtitautsiarunnaqullugi teitsuamiuta uqalaumman aujaulaortumi taimanna qimaatitaugiaqalaormata nunamiutagiyangit ai taakku uqauseriinnaqattaqakkit pivalliajutigullu qaujimayaullutik soorlu kamagijautsiartuujaangimma kamagijautsiariaqaqaluartillugu taimanat qimaasimajoqaleraangat kamagijautsiariaqaqattigu taakkua nunalinnamiutaujut tusartitsiaqattarlugillu qaptiqtauningi tamakkua nunaligijangit nunaliqartutuinnaungittut asingillu taakkua nunaliuju qanigijangit kamagijautsiaqataulutik pigiaqaqaluarmata taakkua atulequjausimayut nalunajatsiarsimayut timiittaqariaqarmat airbortamili taimaittoqarmata New Brunswick miglu taimaittoqtaqarilluni Saskatchewan milu taakkua gavamakkun tamarmiluktaanginnak pileritsiariaqaqaluarmata isumallungalu qaujimatsiartuni pileriaqaqaluaqatta tamakkuninga kamagijaqarunnartunik aaqqiumatsiariaqarmata ulureanartumiittaaliqullugi taqqaanimiuta kikkutuinnait ammalu akillertugaungillutik pilerivaktun amisammarialuusuungummata taakku ikajortigiqataujunnerlutik imanna qaujimallariktuni pitaqangiluarmat Ukabilog to kakattak so nilupit siyang inningin no. Takko ikayuktilo. Pitsia kattangillo te 165 makpigay soklo titaraktaw sa mang mata. Tuwang naktulay na mo pidyo te kaktut. Takko akisok taw gasulit taw galoak. Kaya ni upiriya kaya kang matatakani mo tayo yun. Kaba magkuding. Taman na Tana sibulak pau titaw lagay kakasamayo galoak. Tana tamayin nurukta sibulak pau titaw tsara kakpok. Tayo na kami kulog kanok taban na awla siya akong nakayak mga tako pero yung mga maligon na pawod. O kalatuin ng ilo ta. Lamin na pilaribigi jamingnik tayo man na kamat pilaritit si Charlotte. Pigay kakaluang mata. Kimiuyok na mangipat. Makatamang mipilagay yung nakayakat teo. Asing ilo pitakakilo tito. Atok taon naktutak ko. Tako pitakakaya kakaluang mat. Tuwang naktulay yun. Kimi yun. Pilagay tako sila asisak palianing piluak tami atokat talak telo teo. Tamak ko ulo ka naktabi paliatuin ng niyakatan na runang itok. Sila asisak palianing maliglugo. Pimakeolak paliatuin ng niyamat piluak tamiglo. Tamak ko ano naliuyot sa ulo. Ulo ka naktami akatakto. Tayo may liok tayo may tuwin na kanikon ng mata. Pang nagsimat siyang ipata. Iman na asiw siya ulo yatuin na kaya kang mati iglor jo aming nik. Tako pang nagutaw si mayut sa ulo sa pumikaso ang mata. Tamak ko nga iglo giyaw yun nunaligi yaw yun iglo. Ulo ka naktabi tala kulugi kikuntuin na Tako kati sa magate ko tako kamag ila sa ulo kamagun naktod. Pizza ka kung naktulo. Kaya Ami sumagay yung mata kati si mayak po tamak ko tuwang naktod ko pilagay kakaluak pa po. Takani mo tayo. Kakto ilalagit ko no. Malikalagit ko nulo. So tako tunigot tuniw tigi yung naktakpot. Makakamat siyang sawon ng naktok siyang mata. Tako ukakaw masibunego. Ukaw sa kakawayak ka. Taman na tako agaba makongit kiwaya kang mata. Iman na ito kang ito ko latuin ng ilo. Tigaba makutay may liyok si mang mata. Sang ilaktirit naksaw kaya kakaluak suti. Pitakang ito ko latuin ng ilo. Taman na pidyo tigilo. Taman na atula ko yaw yung taman na yung asok kaluang man. Kau di maruktak tugot. Igbilo kau di mabuti o kakte. Isumalo giyam laking mataman na nunaling ni may tao yun. Pilari kang ilo ang mata. Akilik tugaw ng itunig, pilari kakatang matalo. Tamak ko, pilari latak tut, akilik tuktaw ng isutik. Nunat siyang mitako, akilik tugaw ng isutik, pilari yung katak tu, akimat siyang matatamani, yalong naip mi, tana namang iluwang man. Amit sunak sa kang mata, nunaling ni. Ukiok takto may talagay ulutiglo, ilangi, nunalit, tuwang nakto kalagali, lekpat. Ikayul lagi kang mata. Akilik tugang ito, tamak ko, ilin niya tataw katangak, tuyang mata, gaba makod, pititaw ngiluak sutik, tana uktutik ito yung naktaka, pilakilaki yung naktod, ukaw sa kayak ka, amisuk ka ni ulutiglo, amisuk makay, tagbani unik ka ni, ukaw sa kayaw si manlutik. Kuwak sang na makitulo ni, tako atula ko yaw si mayut, sakit daw kaya kalang ikaluang mat, kanok to utik sa kaluang mata, kanok tako, atula ko yaw yung narak daw kaya kakpo, gama makunod, ang ikot kako masamangin mata, tako ni nga, maka ukaw sa kangitan ni, pitakaktuk sa yung medyo takani, awlat siya ako nakulugit, tuwang naktulakan niya. Manaukto ka suwakat talaw ta ka, ito yung nakatangil ka. Tana, pero yung mga tayo itong man, ukaw diyong man. Na isumaksaksiw ka nila kang mata, isumaliw ko tiga jaming ni, kama makod. Na soglo, kinaw yan ni atok lutik, sakitit sila ulit. Tamak ko ni nga, kinaw yan ni atong inaksaw diyo may yun naktuksaw kaluang mata, tayo man na, pero yung mga minarak pata. Aga tuin nangillutik, pigon nangittuguula tuin nangillutik. Kaiman na ukiukkut, pilirag sa kangilirangamig, pilirayun naktugaluat, iman na pigiak kangitabuulangi tuin narlutik. Ataw si tuin naungit tumitimi uyumik, ataw sa piliripi tuin naungit tumik, gaba malukta, taiman na sakayartit siga kang mata, tuwavang naktuliriyo gayak tunik. Kaiman no natsiyami, awlarangat ano natsiyami, takwa kikutuin na Taiman na tuwavang naktunik, sakit to kakane ko yung ikaruak pugod. Ang ako takaktugal gab makod, ilangin nig, peko jibaga ako tiyo yun ilangin nig, ang ako takaksamang isutiglo. Tao to kaya pitakakaya kakman, gaba makunik, ikayo kaswak tunik. O kalurek sa katigi yun naktabot. Tako sakaya akong luwit. Tako isumaksaksyo ko takatsiyarlutik, isumangit sangot itaw yun naktut. Pilirildataarlutik. Uwat tinod, ukpiriyaw tsiyakon naknayang mata. Nung natsiyang taman na awla akong nangitula tuwin nangillutik. Uwagod, ukpiri yakakon nalikuluta. Ima pilarikan na kaya kaktugo, gaba mauluta, gaba makupik kan na kaya kang mata. Ato na ko yawyok, peko jibo nga kami, ukaw juyok, tamak ko nalagtaw kaya kakpot. Ukalok sa katigilugit, nakuaktik ka, tama na nunaling nilo na nituin na kawyik kaktaw. Katak suda. Ikayok tuya kurwak katak ko, managalyok tuya katik katamat mamiksanon. Taiman na uluganak timi kong inate ko, ino ko tigayabo, niko ak tigajakpon. Kinawi at tuluwa jangil ngimman, tamak ko, piko jakpon. Tau tugo, taku gumalyo talo, tako, tamak miluk tatsa, piko jibo nga ako tau yun, nalikitak sa mayon, atot siyaklo nagit. Sibunik sao na aktami, ikayok tau si batya kulugay, takane mew, inuruktat. Amalutaw, ni ko bakataklutan, ni ko ako din ako, gabatsyak ka na. When it's like may malagalayok tape, ako yung mga amot. Hey, may malagalayok tape.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the motion brought forward and the continued focus on strengthening emergency management in the Northwest Territories. Although it might be strange to have a minister who is trained and has the background in emergency services for over the past 30 years. But the Government of Northwest Territories remains committed to improving our emergency preparedness and response system. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by clarifying the structure and responsibilities of emergency management organizations, or EMO, as it currently operates in the NWT. The EMO is a fully staffed office that operates year-round within the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. It is responsible for coordinating territorial emergency planning, preparedness, response, and recovery. This includes leading the territorial emergency response plan, supporting local authorities in their emergency response planning, and coordinating multi-agency response through the Territorial Emergency Operations Center. Mr. Speaker, the current EMO structure is consistent on how emergency management organizations in other jurisdictions across Canada operate. For example, the Yukon EMO is also located within the Department of Community Services. Like the NWT, the Yukon EMO provides coordination training and supports communities. Communities lead emergency response first, and then the territorial supports scaled in as needed. The Alberta Emergency Management Agency functions under the Ministry of Public Safety. While Alberta uses the term agency, it is not a standalone body, but part of a larger ministry. It performs coordination, planning, capacity building for municipalities who are responsible for leading emergency response with provincial support coordination as needed. Emergency Management BC is located within the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness. It operates through regional offices and coordinates with local governments like NWT, BC, and emphasized local response with provincial supports as needed. PEI in Newfoundland also embedded their EMOs within the Department of Justice and Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, these examples show how emergency management does not require a standalone agency to be effective. Coordination, scalability, intergovernmental collaboration are the key success factors. Mr. Speaker, the GNWT's position is that the core responsibilities recommended in the After Action Review are already being carried out in the current EMO structure. During emergencies, the EMO coordinates the territorial response, supports communities that have activated their emergency plan, facilitates communications along with local and territorial partners, and activates the territorial EOC when large-scale or complex events occur. Outside of high-risk season, the EMO delivers training and exercises, helps community development, and validate emergency plans. We maintain templates and guidance material and advanced planning and risk assessment activities to strengthen preparedness. We recognize that the improvements were and are still needed, particularly on how we communicate, coordinate, and integrate with Indigenous governments and the local communities. And we are acting on those priorities. The EMO operates under the Incident Command System, or ICS, which provides a clear, nationally recognized structure for managing emergency response. This system allows operational decisions to be made by trained experts based on real-time conditions, while keeping elected officials informed and engaged in appropriate ways. MACA offers executive training to help leadership understand their roles in this structure, supporting effective governance and avoiding well-intentioned political actions that could disrupt the response and operations. Mr. Speaker, the After Action Review looked at the events from 2 years ago. It is looking backwards while we are looking forward and moving forward. Following the 2023 wildfire season, MACA undertook the following actions to improve our EMO operations. The NWT emergency plan was updated to clarify roles and responsibilities. Communication protocols and aids for communities were put into place. Surge capacity was increased and more training. New regional emergency coordinator positions in all regions were staffed, and a trainer to support communities in updating their emergency plans were hired. MACA also hired an additional communications officer to provide better support to communities during emergencies. All GNWT departments have developed business continuity plans that have been used to ensure core programs and services are delivered in the times of emergencies. We have seen real improvements in emergency response, coordination, and communication, and this was especially evident during the 2025 wildfire season. The coordination between community governments, Indigenous governments, to stand up local EMOs and coordinate with a regional EMO reflects on the strength of our improved collaboration on the ground. While the circumstances were extremely challenging, there were also clear successes, and we will continue to learn from each event, strengthening our system and improve with every response. Mr. Speaker, rather than restructure, our focus is on strengthening what already exists. Debriefing recent emergencies, enhancing local training and tabletop exercises, improving interdepartmental and intergovernmental coordination and response readiness. These are tangible, immediate actions that can build resilience. In closing, Mr. Speaker, we share the members' goal of improving emergency management. We believe the current structure, when supported with clear authority, community engagement, and interagency coordination, can meet the needs of the people of the Northwest Territories. For this reason, the GNWT does not support creating a standalone EMO agency. That said, Mr. Speaker, as this motion makes a recommendation to the government, Cabinet will be abstaining from the vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Hay River South. To the motion, member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where do I begin my disagreement? There's so many spots. But I have to pick one. I'll start with the last one. Shame on the government saying that they're going to vote, take this recommendation, abstain from it. At least be on the record that you're voting it down. It's a shame. Politicians are meant to make decisions, and often I see when people abstain, such as the Cabinet, the citizens see it as a very sincere disappointment. At least stand somewhere on the issue. Mr. Speaker, the decision made by, or I should rather coin it as the recommendation made by TSI, I think was a very clear argument of saying this is why I'm doing, or they're making this recommendation based on, it's not just sounds good, it's a reality. We need a coordinated approach. We need a territorial emergency management agency, and this is why. If you listen to the minister, it was clearly a justification why we're not doing something. And back to justification in on itself. To my questions earlier in the session, Mr. Speaker, I was actually quite shocked, not necessarily shocked and appalled, but quite shocked that they had not analyzed the cost of this position out, or this directorate concept out. I often think that they get this idea that we're going to create a new finance department, MACA department, whatever. It's not necessary to create something, a new megalith within the government to achieve the goals that the report is pointing out. TSI is just not some willy-nilly group on the street. They said, hey, can you give us a snapshot over a coffee and a week-long weekend and tell us what happened here? They are the gold standard of their industry. They're called upon many governments and agencies to ask what to do. And they offer fantastic advice. So the government will stand here and say, well, we accepted 34 out of 35 decisions. Mr. Speaker, the one they ignored or shot down probably, in some ways, was probably the most important one. I view it this way, Mr. Speaker. That decision is almost akin to, say, for example, a conductor in an orchestra. They pull all the beautiful music together. EMOs, LMOs, yada, yada, communities, Indigenous governments, they are getting them all together, singing and coordinating them. That's why that position of an orchestra is so important, a conductor, and that's exactly why this position would be so important in this situation, Mr. Speaker. So to justify and say, well, we did 34 out of 35, let's call it a weekend, is not asking, what are you doing right? I think in some ways it's abrogating the responsibility of what's so key to ensure that we're safe. Mr. Speaker, let's just follow that note for a second. Well, duplication. Well, not busy enough. I think the answer, their justification in their response is, well, small population, limited fiscal and human resources. Well, I look forward to the government saying, and I don't agree with the statement, just to be clear, well, we don't need a CEO of elections. I mean, they don't do anything for 3.5 years, right? I think we're all in agreement there's an election typically once every 4 years. So, I mean, a couple weeks, couple months before the lead up, couple months after that. What do we? Well, wait a minute, Mr. Speaker. There's oodles of policy, process, and planning, and organization, and coordination, and technology changes. They're busy all the time. I would never stand for that. But you would turn around and say, well, just because others are doing it is a reason for us not to do it? Wake up. I mean, the trends are there, and the trends aren't just because they're fancy. The trends are there based on a necessity. I mean, I've heard this government repeatedly, and I'm sure I could spend a lot of time, come up with hundreds of examples where we constantly talk about the changes and impacts of climate change in the Northwest Territories. All the time we hear the phrase about how it impacts us here. Our weather is changing, our forests are changing, they're drier, there's more, the floods are coming in different ways. Sometimes there's no floods of water coming down the gate of Alberta through BC to us to make sure we can get our freight up the Mackenzie. So the world is changing before us. And this type of position is exactly what is intended to be, to help coordinate communities, help support assets, to be there for policy, to help test those community emergency plans, to organize them, make sure they're published publicly so people know in the communities and the territory at large that they not only exist, we know what they are, and we know what they're planned, and they will be executed, if need be, to the best of their ability. All of those things would come from this, Mr. Speaker. This is not a trend again, of fancy shoes. This is a trend of people have realized the bell of emergencies has been ringing, and it's time to jump on board before that clangor bell falls off. Mr. Speaker, it's ringing loud and clear. So the government to provide, in my opinion, a contradiction about saying, well, this is what we're doing, I think, yes, it's true that they're doing things, and I think that that's fair. And I think it's fair. And I think it's also true that we have talented individuals that will come together and work their best, and I believe that wholeheartedly. But what the keystone of all of this stuff is this type of management agency within the government. And, when I hear, well, fiscal is a problem, I say, boy, we sure seem to have all these, assistant deputy ministers and envoys popping up at all these dollar amounts. But this position, think about it, it helps us save millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars we put at risk every year. I mean, when have we had a cheap fire? I mean, every year this government goes into the tens and tens of millions of dollars to cover for the, through the appropriations to pay for the fire season and other types of things. How many times have we talked about enterprise and the impacts of that fire and how difficult it is for them to move ahead? Recently, we heard about Fort Providence. We're well aware of the WAT, and it's every year, Mr. Speaker. And whether it's, professionals in the system have told me that the current system even just, doesn't facilitate the need. And so it facilitates the need where they're pointing out is, yeah, they're there Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. But these systems need to run 24 hours a day and make sure that they're available. There are no weekends off when it's summer emergencies, Mr. Speaker, emergency season. Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned about when the government feels that this is a bad idea, but they haven't costed it, they haven't even imagined it, what it could look like, they haven't even tried. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to finish by saying that good policy would ask ourselves the question of, are we doing the best we can? And by rejecting this motion, rejecting this recommendation would be a demonstration of they're not. And that's key. And I think, as my colleague from Range Lake had pointed, these questions will keep coming as long as they keep coming from the community to us, wondering why the government is doing what they do. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be supporting this motion. I'm pleased to second it, and I certainly hope that our collective will cause the government to revisit this issue, because it is a critical one to be the foundation and the base of every system, every year when we're confronted with these situations, because by the time an emergency happens, it's already too late. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. To the
Kaya may okakte time pemmareong man uwagut amarutak ko ano nalagayikot emna to kasi siyang naksawi akaluang mata peko jibunga kay jaw yeme to kasi siyang lutek kema ko siyang lutek lo kanong lo kamagiyun na kayang mga teo dako peko jibunga mitun Iman na to sa gamay man na tako na nga no nalagayikot net tusang nakakaluang mata kamat siya katak tugulak tuyang mata akaw naksakulo pila katak sutik tako akisi si mawagyak tugo tamak ko ni ngalak tuyang mata pita kang itildugo tamak ko kiyo tigijang suwala pa may solo ukper nangin maring malonit mamaya nang 2023 ngulaw tumid outlet siyang nakailang mata amalok tao tungilian itako tao tulugaw nikaliok tao sa mayo ato ko yaw sa mayo lo gawa makod akik sa mangin mata tamang milukta akik tao sa magayakak tunay kema ko yaw sa mayo pitak ukak sa mang mata nang minak teman na katimay kakayakang mata tako awla ko tigay yaw yun so sa tao yung sawi akang mata kamayo katak to tamak ko nga tuwang nang tulir ng mig Eman naging bakat takso teglo isa maleong nang mot teman na isa malugay akang ito si akik si magatigulak to yang mata amarutta okak to yang mata tamak ko ilay na kulungin ni pila kaya kakatang mata amaro ang ijok diyan magarong mig akik ima beklo kayo kakatangin man tayo maliok to yang mata Pilariya kang iso talo tamak ko nga pilariya kaktunay ang katigiya kaluwag ka Kisan taiman na amiswaru ni pigia kangi karuakatta. Taan na tuwa, peko jibunga tuin naung imma, taan na tuwa kalaung imman. Amiswak takso tagama makuukakattang mata. Ilanginnik ang ikutakaktugut, ilanginnik ang ikutakangi karuaksota. Unik kakattakso tegdo kano iliong mga angmik. Ang may peko yaw yun adjiging imagit takwa, peko yaw yun. Pilakayattinnik. Takwa gaba makut soklot. Tukisiyo matsyaga kakpon. Tuaman na ataw sang may tuwabang naktuliriya ka katta. Tuwabang naktuliriya bagay kakatta tagpa. Piga kangito. Inawid bug lang mo malagalayokte. Kaya na may okakte. Taan na peka yung nga ukaw sa kaya magkakutaw. Iman na uy mayakaw gama. Tamak ko aurat siyo yun. So, pigo mayuyang mata. Iman na kabilukaw tikilo tiping mata. Peko yaw yuming. Kanok kiw niya mga amalan nalulim makik kama. Takwa pilagaya kasi magatigo. Malagaliyok ti uluta. Kemego yaw si mayunik. Kano iliyong niakpan. Iman nalutaw kigakto isi malut. Kigakto isi magatalo. Tamak ko nga adjiging ito na amisoning. Taiman na uy mayam ila soklo. Ukpe ko sungip makik kamalunid. Kapilong ningi gaba mako tamato mamiksanot. Iman na tu kasi lugilo kanwilo kasong mga ata. Pilakaya kang itugulak to yang mata. Taiman na lo range like me. Tamaligalok di ukakti. Tayo magkanek. Kau yi malatiglo. Ujjari lutiglo. Gaba makun. Taiman na katamayu kau yi maruktak sutik. Tamak ko maliktaw kaya kakaluang mata. Peko jibunga kattalo. Isumaksaksyo ko tigidaw kaya kaktuming. Gawa makun no. Ukak ni jangit ta katamak ko ukaw sa bagyak tao kaw yun. Katamayo katika ukaw sa bagyak si mang magit. Ikayok tong nayakat ko. Tana peko jibunga ako tao yok. Ato na ko yaw yok. Kaya magutsakan naglugo. Kano, si mayon na kayang mga tigo. Kaya na may katamayo yok inawid bootleg mo. Peko yung mga amon. Sa tumit, malagalayok te. Kaya na may okakte. Kaya man atok si mayabot. Ako ni kalawlak to. Atok si mayabot maliglawin. Man na tayo sa manitak ko nga kamarok sa makatalaw sa magatta ipika ako tinig. Asidyak sa malak sa tiglo tamani kanwe ko tao katlak to. So ulo kaya anak to along ni napak to ikaw lakatalaw sa mangikarwak ang mata tayo sa mani. Tama kailan may kulukod ikayok tong nang nangaklog ukaw sa katuin naktaka aulat siyo. Yung kaklo ni kamayo yun kamayo kaklo tiglo. Kaya mako sa malutaro tako ano naliw yun enterprise mo tayo. Tayo man nakaw yung mayawang mata ikwal laktualo lang mata iglulukta ka sa tamang milukta ka sa ikwal na makiksuting. Tayo man na napakto ikwal laktualo tilawin. Kubyasok po nga tayo man na peko yung mga ako takakatakwalo. Nunalin asingin na pilagaya yung tao tuksugin. Taiman na ito galo kasi ani awlat siya ako nakuluta. Katirin ng make. Taiman na kamagiyakat siya kaya kakalwa kata. Uwago katamay yuyugod. O kakasuk kaluak tugod. Iman na isumaksaksi ko takat siya kaya kakata. Ilin niya simasimalakat. Tamak ko nang atok simayat tinik. Tako atok simayabot maliglugit. Pilirek sa kakakata, akaw lakod. Kanok to ko tik sa katsarlo, kalunan nangan ni Mew taong kalunan nangan ni Mew. Tan ningaw ka, ukaw sa kayon nang niyakta ka, kimagi akalaumat, kimakataw kaya akalaumat. Ukakatalaumat, doon naliw yun o, for good hope me. Iman na solo kaptira katara kakatta amalo imakatsarlo ta pang nagsimatsarlo ta imakaw ta katsarlo ta tana puy gulaw si mangin nako taman na piyim marayo lang maukaw sa kaya nga ningaw ma. Tayo matautok sugay tamak ko kayong nakalaking matay man na pigumayak po. Tukakalaking mata, awlat siya akong nakulutan nung natsiyami, ikualat to kaktabiniyo lang ng mikpan. Ato na ko yaw yulo tamak ko, tukakatsya suting. Tak ko alo, pero di mo nga kasi mayo tayo ko, ukaw sa katsya mata, tamak ko ni nga atok tao kaya ka kuyaw yu galuaning. Tayo tak ko tuwin na utilugaw galo, pilakita kaya kakata. Kaya ko yu kaya kaktunik, ang ako tigilugilo, iman na pilakat siya ako na tiyaktot, ato na ko jabo maliglugin. Tayo pianing niya lo nga ikayok tong naktak naman na pero yung ako tao yok. Kaya namig sa ato may malagalayok te, pero yung kamot, tunay de wala de malagalayok te. Kaya namin yung kakte. Yung kakte. Tayo kate mabiyo iluano kata pilakatigit siya kaswakto dalawa akay sa wayak to na akaw ngiliw ko tigayat tinik. Tako agaba magkusolo aw latit siyo gumayo yangin mata peko galuak ta tinik. Tayo na ikualat to kalulak tilugukan ng aw yaw lauk to me. Luni isa magiyaw siya to yangin mata na peko yung aliw lauk sa mga migat tataw. Kikutuin na kate makuyaw lugit. Kate makulugit. Kau isang naglutalo, kanok to utik sa tinik. Tayo gaba makod. Niwak tao bigayat tinni. Isamalugot ilaga kang mat, isamalugot kalaking mata. Ulumi mo tikilugo. Tako ay ngili, tao tuktuyang mata uvat tinnik. Kailang mitun. Solo, tukuyo kakatangin man na ikualat to alo katakalo akilugo. Tayo ang katigit siya sa mga kaktugot. Piligat siya luta, apirigat tayo man na pikuyubungani. Tagbangan, ukaw sa kakto kalaupok. Nang minak, kausisang niaktugulak sa mga matagaba makon. Pikuyubungali o kata. Tilisiyu galuanin kadwili ako yung mga kaba magkuning. Tayo ulumi ulak po tagba ukaw sa kalak pa pero di mo nga akot. Uwan no taman na awlak gasuk kalawak tabon. Tamakwa ino ko tigidak po ni pakaktitaw siya akong nakulugit. Tayo nakatimatit siya kong nakuta amison ni takani mo yung tao ni ilulimaning. Tayo na pero yung nga sa magata, tako ay sa magildugit, tamak ko ay inulatad, ulo kaya naktami katang mata. Tagba ni unik ka kangman, tagba ni niwaktik ka iman na ukakatang mata. Tayo matok, kada mayakala kakto kalawle, iman na kay sumalugot tigidaw unit. Nalat siya akong nakulugit. For resolution mi utaw law kama yaronay mi. Kay magi akaktilugit ako. Bitsa ko mi utaw yun. Ikaw lag mi utilugit. Hey River, Fort Smith Law. For resolution mi utaw yun lo. Kay magi akaktuya law kilutig law. Tako sa bulak ti agatuin na lang mata. O kaksutig law. Ila suli. Kuya nang ito mi mata. Akang ngiliw ko tigilaw tangit suli, tigo mayang magit. Ay tango galwa, tako, isa magiyaw yun niyak to yat siya aming mata, atok tao laok to, tayo mailingan niyak po tayo mak, iman nailingan tuwin nak to yak mata, gaba makod. Iman na ukpira kataw tigit siya, ukpira kataw tit siya kaya kakata, ukpira yaw lutalo, niruak titinol, ukakasok to nga, tayo ay kuvi anak po, anak to kalawang imal, ikualat to kalawang imal lo, inungning. Tamag ko, nipingi, nung naling ni mi utaw yun, tusak tayo kaya kakalawang mata. Man na, kausisang mata ilulikulungin ni kisiani gaba magkut pilira katak si mayangin ni inong ni isimanating unika ko yuyang mata sungmat pero yung aliw katak pitatamani takwa gaba magkut pigomang ituin na katak tiluwi sungmatag panipong akyak tana pero yung pilira kajaulak panewa utawlak pat takwa gaba magkut ni kuwing agya kataw galawang mata. Tayo mailiw daw ng mata. Taman na ukakti, tagba. Ang ikatinod, ikualak tok, ulo kaya anak tok, isamaruguti gijaw yulo, kapya sugutaw sama yulo, suli pitakang mata. Tahan na pa ko yung mga nguyok. Sakit itaw yung ulo mi. Pigi ako tigiyaw kung nakaluang man, ukakti, tahan na ikayok to ko tiginayak taka pa ko yung mga. Tunde wala malagalakte katamayi taman na ekaitit siguma yung tamak ko nga malagalakte ulaw tunde pero yung mga otigi sa mayangin neglo ka sa kangilo ta na pero yung mga twin na ukaw sa dogo quits like mo malagalakte kaya na may ukakte taman na ukaw sa resa magakita makko gaba makulo ikualag to kanik kang kadwili ang mga ata gaba magkunamak to ni pila kaya kaktuyang mata tan nalaga na mo ministaw yok takwa ikayok tong niyak takataman na pero yung mga nguyo takwa pita katsya kulluga pila yiksaw ko yak tunig atwaga katsya lo teglo kanwili kanok to ko katsya lo teglo kikulimatsya sa pumiyaw yun na kulugit kaya naktumin. Pang nagsimalaw ng mata, taman na for Providence may mirta kimagaya kaktilawit. Tana minister o kakao man ekanayak tingigo nunalagayag ko pilagayangin na pilagaya kaknayak po tako nga sabulak pa utitaw lagaya kaktilaw taman na. Tamak ko tuwang naktok ko kamagiyaw, jutigiyaw katakto, pitakakaya kang mata, ang kago tamatsak. At sige ito may isamayuksang mata, tayo na minister, isamagiyak kaktok sa wilo nito, asingin ni. Tayo na unik ka, pero katakaya kakata, tuwang naktok kalarangan, Blue Jays Inuktitut, solo, upigiyaw yung sa ikalwak tugod, kisya ni, karadya katigit siya kaya kakata. Kaya na may grace lay malagalokte katama yok frame like mut. Kaya na may kakte.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that there's a desire among certain members to respond swiftly to things like a report like this, and certainly there can be merit in doing that. But I also want to note that it's important to me to take the time to understand an issue fully, give appropriate weight to a decision as impactful as departmental restructuring or establishment of a new agency altogether. We have limited resources, and we need to take the time necessary to be responsible stewards of those resources. For these reasons, I have advocated for, and I'm looking forward to a hearing with the department where we can dig further into this, develop a better understanding of the department's rationale for rejecting this recommendation, and ensure that the response which is put in place is an appropriate and effective response to the findings of the after-action review. I want to be clear that at this time, similar to a few of my colleagues who have spoken, I don't think the government's response to this recommendation is comprehensive enough or gives me confidence that the government have fully accepted the gravity of the report's findings in this area. That said, similar to a few of the colleagues that have spoken already, I'm not necessarily convinced that the best course of action at this time is necessarily to establish a standalone organization. I'm not going to pretend to know more about structuring an emergency management organization than our departmental experts. But that is exactly why we commissioned an outside entity to conduct an after-action review. So when the government rejects recommendations such as this, it certainly gives me pause. And so I can understand the sentiment behind this motion coming forward. Mr. Speaker, the motion is not binding. If it were, I think I'd have to speak a bit differently on it. But I am going to lend my support insofar as it provides weight behind the point that I'd like to see the government fully acknowledge the various issues raised in the after-action review which led to the recommendation to establish a standalone agency. I want to read a bit from the after-action review itself to highlight some of the concerns that were raised. The review noted that our current emergency response structures often lead to confusion, blurred lines of authority, and fragmented communication. The lack of a cohesive and coordinated system appeared to hamper the effectiveness of the emergency management during the 2023 wildfires. Structural weaknesses within the governance framework became apparent as wildfire events began compounding. The local EMO, regional EMO, and territorial EMO system, while designed to provide accountability and oversight, proved ineffective during a large-scale disaster. Competing layers of authority created delays in decision-making and confusion about jurisdictional boundaries and roles throughout the 2023 wildfire season. There was confusion from communities and GNWT staff in understanding how the territorial EMO operates internally and its interoperability with local EMOs. This fragmentation highlighted the need for a more unified command structure and an emergency governance model that prioritizes speed, clarity, and collaboration during crises. A lack of cohesion and preparedness planning left smaller, remote communities particularly vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, these findings of the after-action review accurately capture the issues with our current structures. And I am not confident right now that if we end up in a situation as serious as 2023 again, the outcome will be significantly different. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the improvements MACA has already made. And the City of Yellowknife did their own after-action review, which they're implementing, so we have made some progress towards necessary change, and I applaud that. But when I think of all the different pieces that were in play during the evacuation, all the various departments, agencies, NGOs, and governments involved, I think we still have a long way to go in getting ourselves to a position of being fully prepared. That's a real problem, and we have to address it in a timely manner. To that point, I also note that the government has noted in response to a number of other recommendations in the report, a timeline of 5 years to get legislative changes in place. And I think we need to take another look at that and see if we can respond within the time frame recommended in the report, which I think was reasonable. Mr. Speaker, like my colleagues, I'm looking forward to discussing this further in the briefing and at the hearing that we've organized. Mr. Speaker, I want to note that if the model that we land on, as the Minister is advocating for, is to draw on resources from other organizations versus the suggested recommendation of the after-action review of having excess capacity waiting in the wings, and the coordination between organizations and understanding the triggers and who does what are the areas that we can improve on most from a practical response and a structural legislative policy standpoint. This needs to include details like what staff are essential, what role they shift to in an emergency, and an agreement that their responsibilities go on hold during an emergency. Some of this exists, but I think everyone needs to have a better shared understanding of how it all works and recognize that government capacity is limited. So, Mr. Speaker, those are all the comments I had written down. I think that I've captured my thoughts well here. I really do want to emphasize I'm looking forward to the briefing that we have scheduled with the Minister. What's important to me is that we take the time to fully unpack this, to understand why the rejection of the recommendation, but most importantly, understand that whatever solution is put in place, it responds to all the issues raised in the after-action review appropriately. So regardless of whether we have a standalone agency, whether we have functions within the department act like a standalone agency, we just need to ensure that everybody understands fully exactly what happens when an emergency strikes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. To the motion, member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are living in a totally different world with uncertainty today. Low water levels, forest fires, erosions, permafrost melting that's impacting our buildings, roads, and highways. This bill will benefit all the communities throughout the NWT. They need to contact somebody during the day or during the night. They'll have a number and an answer for their inquiries. The government is dismissing yet another motion that will give the residents of the NWT some much-needed assurance. With so much emergencies going on throughout the NWT, the general public will be assured that there is someone looking out for them. So it's sad to see that this government is dismissing yet another motion for security of the residents of the Northwest Territories. For this reason, I will be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Mackenzie Delta. To the motion. To the motion. Question has been called.
Niko ako malang mata. Pigaktit siya kauyok tayo na ukag ka na kumaba. Range like may malagalayok tayo ko yan may ukakte ukakte ako yan na may makik tako ikayok tukso tako ako yan na may pagkakatamayo katika ukaw siya kayo madlugulo kanak tana pakoyak sak ngimat mamianak pakosibungangummat pakoyak sa ngimat tako pigak sa mang mata tagbani ka tamapiw iluani ukaw sa kakatakat tamakon nga adjiging itunig iman na pidyo takaktuk sa mata sak kilaw sa mangmat peko yami ngaktut tako sak kititaw liya ka sa mangmata peko yung anguyok to sak titaw do taro tamakko ay sumaluguti ka jaw yun katamayo unit ukakte tako ni kakanijangit taka katamayo kateno tako ukaw sa yaw bagyang mata isamaluguti kanak taka tagbani kalakatigis ka tamakko unik kaya sungman taima solo pitaka ila ekanayak takayang nakpo tamakko ni nga ekanayang ito ni ukiukod asangin nilo takini tako pilagaya kauluyak at lang nakaksyon ni gilo ukakaw maministaw yok kana inuwid boat lang may katamayoyo ukaw sa kakaw mat iman na asadyak tao sa mga imat taman na sakya ko yakpot iman na akisok tao sa mga nanilu tako timiyo yun tako ukaw sa kaya ukaw mata taman na asadyak ko di sa magata ukaw siya kaya gatigo tako asadyak tao kaya kakton na ukaw kasong ito iman na tana pilagaya na taga yakpot atula ko yibong ako tiga yakpot ako asaw ni giyawang mata iman na ilangin ukaw sa kayon nakakalawak po pang nagsimatsaya kaya kakata ukakte tayo magamamakon kanatami iman na pilagaya katsaya kasong matali ulo kaya naktali magutiksan takane mo no kay kulimanon kaya matsayin na pilagaya kakuman na walawak po tamag ko malit siya lugit ugtutigis sa mayangit atok sa mayangit asita iman na aulat siya kaklo ni tayo na kamadyo kayak tuning tuwawang naktulagan mo tayo na ukiyok taktabiyo ato kaya kakaluang mata suklo ikwala aktualo katak laktilo ta ukakte tana ataw sikan ukaw sa kigumaya ka ulit kami ukaw sa kata tayo nagaba manuktakot ulo kaya naktay limagutinig pili kaya kalakit latta kaya kakaluang mata ilin niyatit siya kataklutik ato kataklutik ukaw sa kakataklutik lo tamag ko rin nga nunalakan ng mo pidyo de kakto ni gamalukta ukaw sa kangingaklugit pili kaya kaktaminig ukaw sa kaya kang kaluang mata ulo kaya naktay may yumiga kang inuay kikutuin night tayo manapik ko yung nga bu kakasuk kaluang mat asingin ni pili kaya kakasong itugod kaluak kasi ane nunat siya gabang makongit tiliga suk kaluak at tigo pitakakulugit tuwabak na tuloy kayo kayak tunig ate kayo sikan ni kaya kalakat tamat mamiksaanot tao tako gumangin na Pilakaya jangit tabul ullumi taimeliortuni tusaqamangikkaluarama. Taakwa ilangit neruarniartuksaungittu. Taima kiututeqarniangippata tukisinnatsiartunik. Taanna pequjivungaarut suvalikeangummat. Suvalikeangugayarmat. Neruangippa ila akirartorniarput. Qoyannamik katamayuyurjalornaif Range Lake mut. Katamayuyur taimana nikkuveqattarlun neruaqujigmat. Ate angertuluktaa nikuvillit. Range Lake mumalagaliorti. Inuktitut Lake. Frame Lake mumalagaliorti. Grace Lake mumalagaliorti. Katamayuyur Mackenzie Delta. Yalornaif waananganut. Tornado Demut. Saatungmut. Yalornaif katianut malagaliorti. Taakwa akirartortut nikuvillit. Taakwa neruangittut nikuvillit. Tabacha, Yellowknife South, Hay River North, Hay River South, Katamayuyok Twin Lake, Inuktitut Baligaliortingat.
Thank you, Glenn. Colleagues, 9.
Katamayit 9 ikayoktungittu pitakangittu 6 neruangittut kayusiwok peqoyivugaat katamay kiujuti uqausikku apequtaulaortunut ilitarsiне pulaariarsimayunik saatumi malagaliorti qoyannamik uqarti tungasoquyaqa Miss Christina Kadat Christina taanna peqanneriisamagattigu iagittuutugut saatumi qoyannamik ilitarsineq pulaariarsimayunik yalunai qatianumalagaliorti qoyannami uqarti taimanna ilitarsigumayaqa taanna tusaayo qatauju peqanneriaqalu taana Sarah Clary pileriummarialu qattarma uvattani angummatilluni tuavilualeraangatta aksuruursaqattarma qoyannamiiqpaqalu Sarah tagpaniimmat uqausamani uqaqattarluni saatumi utaulunilu yalunaifmi utaulluni neruartigillugulu qoyannamik yalunaif qatianumalagaliorti ilitarsinne pulaariarsimayunik katamayuyuq Inuktitut qoyannami uqarti ilitaqigumayaqa maquuk taakkua piitsiqatti Inuktitut Nita Lucas ammaluttau asinga taakkua taikani ilitniaqumi saaksaapamiingaartoq liita taana ilitaqigumayaqa imanna nannulaarma maquungnik saaksaapamit taimanna sangiyutsiangulluni arnaungmat qoyannami taana katamayuyut taimanna nannulaortangin 11 ukioqatuinnarluni pulaariartunu ilitarsineq Hay River North malagaliorti qoyannami uqarti ilitaqigumayaqa taakkua Hay River miutaqpali Alliance taimanna katamayuniinginnaqattarma qoyannami uqarti katamayuyuq Hay River North mi taimanna ilitarsinearmangaarpi aperigumaqqaugak katamannau tillugu ilitarsini pulaariarsimayunik Hay River nigianut qoyannami uqarti ilitaqigumayakkattaoq taakkua Christine Gadat iqqanayaqtitsiavaqmat qoyannamik Hay River nigianut malagaliorti ilitarsini pulaariarsimayunik kingu ila uqangiikkuttaaq tungasoquvavut taakkua malagaliortinut naitigijav yutakko malikaliokti kiggartuimmatanunnatsiarmiutau yunik taamannatusatsiarniarpussikatamakutaavallia yunik pulaaqaarsamini ilitarsiniq tusagaksait taamakatamayiuyut taamanna siqanguyartautuglugu akunialu katimavagiqsimaleqatta taamanna noqqangalaupillakta tusaayitaqaersernaarpata qoyannamik
From the Satu.
Sa ato may malagalayokte. Kuya na may okakte. Tuksaka ako magaruwa ka ma. Number 6 mo, ilitak sana pula ka sa mayunin. Kuya na may kada may yoyok sa ato may uti ko magaruwa ko mat. Ang yakta ko malo ni number 6, ilitak sana pula ka sa mayunin. Agak taongin na wit. Sa ato may tak ati. Kun may mukakte, kun na may kita may yokate kata ko makuk to puy ko kaya kangin naktigo pi tsakate alad Alex Abigana Kobe Lake Mutak Amalo Navia Jackson Fort Good Hope Mutak tunga suka cita buka
Recognition of visitors in the gallery.
ilitax na pula sa mayunik kata may yok to ne de wala demot kun na may okakte tamaruto ilita kayo mayak kata ko Makiyanka, kaya may pulaga sa may iniitak sinek. Ang marito ilaw niyak may gamataw. Ito na day wala day mo ilitak. Mateo ang kami. Fort sa miyo daw katalaw sa mga mat. Taiman na adji nga taiman na nagsiwit niyak ta paniga. Pulaga ilitak sinek. Pulaga sa may ilitak sinek. Apakutid o kausikut kata mayuyok tunay wala day kunot. Kuyan na may okakte takwa no nalika tayo man pagkatalakat ka na kaya kang mata 47 mata pagkatali no natsiyami amarapit okakatigila ako sa magkita magkuha kanataw magkungit man nasango lang ako kami 1,000 ipali pagkataligtang na ang mata ko maligala ka ng mo ministaw yung katam apikaya ka tayo magkamatukag ko ni pilaga katakakpisya no natsiya mo pukat taling ni soklo kakoy yung nakuluti tama nga pilaga iksaw na yakta na no natsiya mo maligala ng mo minister kaya na may okakte tayo nakatamay yung okakaong mat Inuktitut kakto pukat talit ay tango kaluak po sibulta pango kata 22.9% man na Inuktitut si mang matapokyak talikut. Taman na akso ko sa katang matataw ilanik ko tako pokyak talikut tigayak po nunat siya manunaling ni taman na kamagiyaw siya ko kaluak at tigo pokyak talik takak ni kulugo. 18 niksoglo ilangik tigayaw kayak to na pokyak taling ni pisa makaluak tugon. Ikayo kung nakatangyak to na nunalig ni Miutaw Yunik, taman na ko yan na may kutigil lugulo. Ang marutaw, tayo man na piliriyik sa kanya katigo. Tayo man na piliriyik katakakata na yung matapukyak talingnig. Pisa kakatak tilugi, $200,000 niglo. Soklo, kinain ni pisa matapukyak taling no atok tayo sanig. Maligala na mga ministro ko yan na may tunde wala day mo maligayakte. Kaya na may kakte. Tako ano naligayak put solo. Akaw lang ang mata. Uka katakso de. Tuksa katakso de. Pukyak taling ni ministro pala katakakon nakpaga na daw ka magkukinig lo. Tamag ko pukyak tali contract lang iningin ni kamani pila ka na de. Nung nagsama. Maligala na mo ministro. Kaya na may kakte. May kakte. Man G division ko nakakataw yun no na siyang may aurat siya kaya bulo pagkatali tayo man no nakakasama yun ng pilirita kasuakat takata tayo mailagay yaw doon nilo tagpan yung kalakata kakata suta imanay ukaw dyan tao katak suta law no nakakasama yun tayo may kutigayang inik no na siyang may utaw yun tayo man na tikwak sa katakulugit no nakakaksima yun pagkat taligtik. Kaya na may ukakte. Malaga na mga ministro ko yan na may tunide wala day mo malagalayokte. Kaya na may ukakte. Tako GRC ng nakakataw yung pagkat tali o katamata no naling ni Tana Minister ukakunak pa tako ano na siya gaba magkung epiyon nang nakaktisiba tako pagkataling ni no nakakarsama yung pukertali sooglu uluganartumit toqaleraanga kamayyuqattaqun naqullugit malikalaqnang mo minister qoyannami oqaqti tamanna apeqqutigiyain pijjuteqaarmat nalnuayartaussimaluarmat pilerikkannеруннақуллуги иманапарнаксимаюнга уллуми катамаюйуму уқаруннартунга асингиннут пилериюна министауйну уқаллақатеқалаурлунга тааманнаилиоруннарниартунга туксераутигиянга малиглугит киуниарлугулу уватсиарукканна қойнами уқарти апеққутиит уқаусаккут макансилиартами малагалиорти қойнами уқарти таана апеққутигияра Tuqaaqtoq nunalerikkunu ministaujummut minister uqarunnarpa katemayiinu qatsiummangaata ilinniarvi nunatsiarmi imanna ukkaaliuqutaqakkanermangaata nautsiumajutiksani qayannami uqartai qayannamik taana apeqqutigiyaara ilinniartulerikkunnu ileqqusitoqalerikkunnu tuqaarniaqquungmat ilinniarvinni pijjuteqarmat minister ilinniartulernermut qainami uqarti qaujigiaqqaalaurlunga nalliangi taakkua nunalingni ilinniarvi taimanna nautsiumajjutini ukkaaliuqutiqaqattarmangaata ikumaliksuaqarmangaataluunni atortaagunnaqattaqajartuni tuavernartoqartillugu makansidiartami malagaliarti qoyannami uqarti taima minister qimiguyunnarpa taakkuninga ilinniarpiuyu taakkua nautsiumajutini ukkaaliuqutiqangippata qamittoqartualuunnerpa tuavernartukku qimaaviuqattarmata McPherson taimanna qamittualuulauqatta tamarmiluktaarlu ilinniarvi qamiqataulluti pilaummata taima ilinniarunnalaungilluteglu taima ukkaaliuqutiqanginnermu ikumaligjuaqanginnermu taimana ministerqai taimana ilinniarvingni nunatsiami taimanna nautsiumajutini ukkaaliuqutiqarmangaata qoyanamik minister ilinniartulernermut qoyanami uqarti qimiguyunnarniartaka taakkua akatuyuutinu atortuksait qangalu ilinniarvi sanayaulorsimangmangaata nunalingniittu tuavernartulernermu pijjuteqartuning saqqilitsigunnaqajarniaqama ikumaliuyunik ukkaaliuqutiqsauqajartuni qimaayuviniunnerpata nunalignimiu qamittoqartualuunnerpat katimayuyumu qoyannimiuqarti minister ilinniartulernermu kingulerpaaq makansiliartamu malagaliorti qoyannimiuqarti ammaluttau minister qoyannamiiqpaqa taimaittuni pitaqalerma tamakkuninga serluangoqattartuni saveqajarni angijuutining taana minister qimiguyunnarpa uqallaqateqarluni maquuni nunalequtigiyaaraning qimiguluni qanuittuni ukkaaliuqutiqsauajartuni ikumalingni pitaartitaugunnaqajarmangaata qamittualuujuqarnerpa nunalingni katimayuujuq qoyannamik makansidiartamu ilinniartulernermu minister qoyannami uqarti kamakkua kiinauyani atortaujuksaqaqiaqarmat taimannaittunut qaujigiarniarpunga qatsitoqajarmangaata tamakkua katamayuujuq qaujikkatsiarlugulu katamayuujumullu unikkaakkannerlunga qanuiliorsimallermangaata qoyannamik uqausiku apeqqutig yalunai uannanganut qoyannami uqarti taima sivullerpa taanna pijjuteqartu ilinniartulernermu ministermut taimangani taaku aanniaqarniluttuleqanermut katamayigiyaya viirtaulaummata ilinniartulerajikku taimanna ilinniartulerajikkunni niaquleqanermut pijjutigillugu kisiani angajoqaaqijauju qaujimmangimpata qanuilioqattarmangaata taakkua niaquleriyi nutaqqanginni kamagijaqartillugit taimanna minister imanna tusartitsisimayuuguluaq qanamakkua niaquleriyaugiaqaqattarninginnut ilinniartit tusartitsigunnarpa titeqarsimaluni qanuittunik pitaqalermangaata niaquleriyoqattartuni ilinniarvingni ilinniartukulungnu ilinniartulernermu minister qoyannami uqarti taimakkanneq uqarti taana sulitsiartoq Aaniaqang nangittulerijikku pijitsia qattarmata tamakkoninga ilinniaqving meeniaqqulerijiksaugajaqtunik kiinaujaqartitsillutillu taamannattao angiqatigijaqa katamayiuyuq taakkua tusartitaujitigijaw qattariaqarmata angajuqqaarijaujunut taamanna katamayigijauju ilinniarvingni taamanna saataujiksaoqattarmata katamayiuyut aqaagutamaat аммалу сусартитсеқаттарлутик атуагайт асатсераангата кинауяиллу асатсераангата аммалутта оқааруннартун катамаюйуму таманна оқаусериюннарниартара тукисиумагутиксайт ангажуққаанут тусартитаужутаujunнақуллугит таматума миксаана пиджутақартуниақулеринармо қояннамик ялунай уагнанганут қояннами оқарти аммалу qoyannamiiqpaqa taanna iliniartulerinarmu minister taamanna uqatsiaarma uannut taako iliniartulerijikkuut tuksera ila pileriaqarsimavat pileriaqariaqarpaat ilautitaugiaqarninginnut ilautitsigiaqarpaa pijitserautinik niaqulerigiugajaqtunik ikajoqqattaqajaqtunik qanutuinna qoyannamiiksivota niaqulerinimiksaa pijitaqartunik iliniartulerinarmu minister qoyannami oqarti taima atuagaqtaqaarma tamatuma miksaanu qanuiliuqiaqarninginnillu taakua iliniartulerijikkuut niaqulerinarmut soorlu pitaqariaqarmata tamainnut tamainni iliniarvingni pimmariuvuq taimanna uqariaqaraama tamakkua taamanna nalunaiarsisimagatta ikajuqtaugiaqarmata tamakkua ilinniartikuluit soorlu ikajuqattartut amalu sapujjigajaqtut niaqulerinarmut sapujjijiugajaqtut pittaalimaqullugi imanna ulurianartunik ammalu asanginnik tamakkua ilinniartitsiyi taamanna tukisiumagiaqarmata ilinniarti qanuittunik ikajuqutitaariaqarmangaata oqallugiissaqateqaqattarmata taimanna tamakkua ilinniartukulungnik ilinniartitsigi taimanna qoyannamik ilinniartulerinarmu minister ilagiaru jalunai uannangano qoyannami oqarti taima kullerpaakkut minister tamanna qaujissaqqattarmangaat qaujigumannaugalua niaquleriaugiaqartuni qoyannami jalunai iliniartulerinarmu minister qoyannami oqarti katamaqatigiqattaqi maquitarlunga aqqaagumi taakkua ilinniartitsigiit upinngaakkut amalutta ukiaksaakkut novembermi tamanna atoqtauniarmingma atorniarmigakku uqallugiссaqatigiyutlarniartaka tamakkua ilinniarvingmiutait nalliangi ilinniartukului ikajoqtaugiaqarmangaata niaquleriaunermut tamanna pimmariungmat ilinniartukulungnut niaquleriautsiaqattariaqarmata isumaaluluartitauttailimayunnaqulluгит ilinniarninginni papannittinnilu papatsinitninniklu taakkualu qitiani ilinniaaliqtut taimanna aulaatsiarunnaqulluгит ulurianeqtamiittaaliqullugillu taanna uqallaqaugitsaqatigilauqakku katamayiuyu qaimanna piitserautigiunnaqa niartavut uvatsiarukkana apeqqutiit uqausikkut jalunai qitianumalagaliorti qoyannami oqarti taima aperigumayaqa taanna minister soorlu sila asajjeqallianinganu ministaujuq kamisinaunu naqutingit soorlu atuqattarmata tupersimaqattartu angiqqaqangittum taima qaujimallungalu taimanna pullauyanik pitaqaruluujarlutik pitaqarmata iglursua saniani amalu ikuallatlitsaqattarlutik niqiliuqasuarlutik tamaaniqqituinna ikuallatlitsaqattarlutik taakkua qaujisartingit qanuiliuqpat tamakkua taimaaliuqattarninginnut qoyannamiik jalunaiqilianumaligaliuqti minister sila asijjeqalianinganut Kuyan namig okakte tako ekanayak wut abate me talagayikut ila abate ila nun sila asijak palian ng pilagayo yun kamakatak si mang mata tuksakaw tao yun nakituin na takane me yun kausak tao yun makatakulog kano ililagalwang mga tatakwa tupak si mayud ang ikakangit to tamaan nunalipaw yaw iliwan ito amal tao gaba makungit to tema kutingil do pilagayo ikanayak tewuldo taman na kausak tao kataklote tapat tuminga me katamayo kama yalo na kitiano kaya na kakte taman na engwam trail to kakzok to viniyokpan ukto tigilo soglo iglulio katang mata pukto yung makaro yuming yunig kayong niglo ato katak sotek tako sila asadyak palyaning ministaw yu kakatakon na kattakalwak to yang mata kami sinaw no napaktakatuin na katang mata ulo kaya naktamakayo yunig kaya na may kakte yalo na kate maligayokte sila asadyak palyaning minister kaya na may kakte okakte tamak ko na may atoktot tamak ko isamalu ko tigigati ko kami sinaw no ako tingin nito tako natsyak meu taman na sadatuin na kaya kang ikaro ang mata tamak ko na ni kami sinaw no ako tigigagin ni maligang ni malitsya kaya kakalo ang mata napaktiratuin nakatakto iglaw juak sanig taman na iglaw jualeo kaya kang ikaro ang mata iglaw jualeo katakto atok tuagin lute no namin kauyi mangin nata taman na kauyi makatangin nata lo kikun no sanayaw si mga tamak ko kasi gumagaluak tilo ta kikung mga tatak ko sana katakton yakatoy yun ukaw sa katakaluak tabo ilan ni ko katamayo yung yalo na katianot okakte taman na ukaw sa kan nakapimmakayong mata taman na pudlaw yan soglo ukok sautin pitakakulo yakatang mat na matuin na gasalilo soglo matusimang ito pitakakulo yakatakaluting katsiyak taksutik tamak ko kauji saktaw katakpan amalo kanwe simabat kanwe liok simabat tamatuamiksano katamayo yung yalo na katianot ACC ko na malagalok minister kaya na may okakte tamak ko tukisiga ako kipi sa mga kaulumi kasi utang niya po nga ikanayak vino kanwiliok sa mga titakak sa mayo kutakang mga talo kasi sa kutiga yun na ayak tatinig katimayo yung utang niya po nga do kanwiliok sa mga abek kutiro kausikut katimayo yung range like me kaya may okakte
Sad. The drinking water situation at Yellowknife schools was just starting to break. The priority then was getting information out to the public about the safety of children and staff. And then we saw the entire situation play out over the summer. Mr. Speaker, why did it take until August for drinking water measures to be taken at NJ McPherson when measures were taken at 2 other schools in Maine? And that's a question for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Thank you.
Member from Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as we know, there was 42 out of 44 schools that were tested originally. The original test that came back for NJ McPherson School was right on the cusp, and so the GNWT retested that school, and it was found to be significantly lower than required MAC levels. And then, out of an abundance of caution, following the testing protocol that was established, it was identified that the GNWT would retest NJ McPherson School based on the original test result that was received. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a relief then that the new protocol does seem to be working and it's being done properly. Are there any other schools that were initially tested that were now need to be retested based on the new protocol? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Range Lake. Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, from the original test numbers, it was isolated to those 3 schools that had the high numbers. Thank you.
Education, Culture, and Employment. Final supplementary. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister commissions independent study to look into why this happened. What actions has she directed the department to take to ensure there's accountability over decisions that are being made? We've had health protocols in place. This government's been through COVID. So are we going to ensure that the chief public health officer is consulted going forward anytime there's a situation like this again, so we can ensure the safety of our kids? Thank you.
From Range Lake. Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member as well as the public that I take this very seriously. As a government and as a cabinet, there's been changes that have been made government-wide from this lessons learned, but also specifically for water testing of our schools. Specific for water testing of our schools, we've worked with the Office of the Chief Public Health Officer to establish a testing protocol territory-wide for all schools in the Northwest Territories. In addition to how we move forward as a government, we have also implemented project charters so that we understand as a government how projects are going to unfold and how we're going to work together as we do that. Thank you.
Education, Culture, and Employment. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from the Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following up on my statement my questions are directed to the Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment. Thinking and looking outside the box there, my first question to the Minister would be, is the Minister willing to support and have discussions on forming a delegation to have a strategy session in Norman Wells? She may have ideas. We may have ideas on the list of delegation. Would the Minister support that delegation selection?
Member from the Satu. Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make an assumption that we're talking about Nortran based on the member statement for today. I'm certainly very happy to sit down with the member and discuss Nortran specifically, for sure. The Education, Culture, and Employment definitely has different workforce development programs and labor market programs that individuals, employers, and organizations and communities can apply for. And would also be happy to specifically also work with Education, Culture, and Employment along with the member to be able to have a conversation about what Nortran ultimately is, what programs could be applied for in order to fund parts of it, and go from there. Thank you.
Employment. Member from the Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that reply. Yes, my questions are a follow-up to Nortran. I see a lot of value in divesting into Nortran. Would the Minister look at funding commitments to offset the travel cost of this delegation? That could be minimized by utilizing the winter road season. Mussy.
Member from the Satu. Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to sit down with the member. I'm very happy to meet over Teams, but traveling with a large contingent of people is not something that Education, Culture, and Employment has funds for. We try to do as much as we can virtually so that we can ensure that funding for programs go into communities, go into schools, and go to the residents of the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment. Final supplementary. Member from the Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister here. My last question is, ultimately our goal is to seek O&M to support Nortran. Would the Minister assist in coordinating the development of this action plan to seek federal engagements for redirecting some of the royalties back into the O&M of Nortran. Thank you.
Member from the Satu, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the royalties I believe the member is referring to are held by the federal government. I believe he's referring to those specific ones. Certainly, I'm always happy to do what I can within my role as Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Also happy to work with the department to review the initiative and point out different ideas of how we can all work together. I'm also happy to connect the member with private institutions here in the Northwest Territories who have gone through the accreditation process of some of their programming, and certainly happy to also connect the member with the chair of Aurora College's Board of Governors, who certainly has an interest in the trades and trade development across the Northwest Territories. So happy to work together with the member to make some good partnership connections. And also connections to both workforce development programs that can be applied for and even seed programs that have been used for business plan development as well. Thank you.
Oral questions. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of ECC. Mr. Speaker, what is the status of the initiative to bulk transfer commissioners' land within the municipal boundary of the City of Yellowknife at this time? Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Frame Lake, Minister of ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this certainly has been a conversation that's been going on for a while, and I'm happy to report to this House that in June of this year, the City of Yellowknife and the Department of Environment and Climate Change signed a memorandum of collaboration that provides a commitment to work together and to prioritize the city's land transfer initiatives upon application, as well as information exchange, coordination, problem solving, and planning to support timely and effective land transfers for the city. So that's the latest update. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister at ECC, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that certainly is good news. Mr. Speaker, are there any outstanding applications currently before the Department of ECC at this time from the city?
Member from Frame Lake, Mr. ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's not data that I currently have in front of me, but happy to collect that and get it back to the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of ECC. Final supplementary. Member from Frame Lake.
No thanks.
Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it recently came up on my Facebook, of all places, that it talked about the closure of the diamond mine, and there's one scheduled, public discussion scheduled in a few weeks here about the impacts of the community. And Mr. Speaker, it kind of makes you wonder about how many jobs are going to be lost in this process, because we have, as potentially scheduled, Ikadi at 2027, Divek at 2026, and I think Gatchakwe is in early 2030. So, Mr. Speaker, my question for the Minister of ITI is, how many potential jobs will be lost through this process that are actually NWT resident jobs? Is she aware of this? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have approximately 1,400 NWT residents that are directly employed by our diamond mines in the Northwest Territories. In addition to that, we also have staff who work for private contractors that are subcontractors up on site. Thank you.
To Minister of ITI. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So approximately 1,400. I like round numbers. So whether it's 1,280 or 1,440, 1,400 is a nice number. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a clear number. Sorry, not a nice number. Is the minister? Can the minister give some details on how many businesses in northern businesses, to be specific, will be impacted by the closure of these three mines? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the number certainly fluctuates year to year, and as different diamond mines get closer, for example, to closure, the types of businesses they're bringing up onto site and the amount of them does tend to decline. So that is a number that is certainly in flux on year after year. Thank you.
ITI. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm comfortable with that answer. I mean, it is in flux, and I'll be fair to that point. It's tough to nail it down exactly. But, Mr. Speaker, Indigenous organizations and their economic wings aren't a number in flux, and they're very easy to define. Has there been any, is there any details on how many Indigenous organizations, including their corporations, will be impacted by this? In essence, the numbers that will be affecting them in their smaller communities ultimately is what I'm trying to get at. And that does affect Yellowknife, but it also affects the regional Indigenous communities as well. Thank you.
Centre, Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member is absolutely right. Our Indigenous development corporations do work very closely with diamond mines and do hold some of the primary contracts of our diamond mines, including Clecho Investment Corporation, Deton Cho, North Slave Métis Alliance, as well as Little K's Development Corporation as well. And I do sit down and speak regularly with the heads of these development corporations about what work they're currently doing on site, what work they're projected to do on site, and also what other branches of economic development they are splintering off into as well. This is a very live conversation between myself and the Indigenous development corporations, and we continue to work very closely together. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of ITI. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the fiscal update this House received last week, the minister said that she is modifying the fiscal strategy of the government, being responsive by investing in the stability and resilience of the territory, and this is after a loss to the operational surplus of $154 million. So can the minister just confirm that restoring balance, the fiscal strategy of the House, is no longer the strategy of this government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a big part of restoring balance was premised on the idea that we would try to be repaying our debt down, which required significant operating surpluses. And it certainly does appear that, given the circumstances in the broader world economy, that is not should not be the area that we're prioritizing right now. So we're not looking anymore. We're looking to see what we can do, frankly, to bring some stability to the economy and to residents here, and not focus on paying down debt, which was a core part of the restoring balance approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member from Range Lake.
Well, thank you for that clarity, Mr. Speaker. At first, that kind of just slipped by because the fiscal strategy, I think, should be something that we're consulted on. Will the minister bring a new revised fiscal strategy to the attention of the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight so we can review the fiscal strategy for the next 2 years and make sure it meets the needs of our constituencies? Thank you.
Members matter.
For Range Lake, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of appearing in front of Standing Committee prior to the start of the capital planning session, at which time we did discuss the direction of the current fiscal situation that we're in and changes to the fiscal strategy, namely that there would not be that there'd be some changes. I'm happy to appear back again before committee and to certainly commit to doing so. That's certainly, as I said, happy to appear back again whenever it works out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance. Final supplementary. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Saying we're going to change the strategy and actually presenting a new strategy are discrete concepts. So we had a nice document called Restoring Balance at a press conference. We could hold it, we could read it. Can the minister commit to a new version of that, updated for the changing circumstances that has nothing to do with the government's management of the economy? And we can see it for ourselves what they intend to do with our taxpayers' dollars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Range Lake, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, more than happy to come back again. Every year before and as part of the budget process, there's a fairly lengthy set of papers that get produced. Also this term, there would have been the fiscal update that was provided to give the public a sense of where we're at in terms of a government and our fiscal situation and the fiscal responsibility policy and a lot of the indicators that go with it. So I'm pleased that people want to hold those documents. I also want to hold those documents. They are available. They generally are made available on the website. I will make sure that that's again happening and certainly can commit to making sure that we're, again, putting fiscal papers out both online and if people want them printed, well, that costs money, Mr. Speaker, but they're online. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Oral questions, oral.
Apekuri okausikut Yellowknife North Malagalete. Kainami okakte aperigo mayagata na minister inulagan mo akaniakar nang itulagan ng mollo. Ammarone ako nakayo yakto miksana pichuta kaktonek. Tama to kasi magamata ko anakar nang itulagan ko inulagan kullo. Kaya ko yaw niyang mata niya ko nang mo ikayok tawag yakang mga ta Amalokano iliok paliavan manaw yok pilagaya kaksemalakpan. Amalo sibunik sa unek na makano ilong niyapan.
For Health and Social Services.
Yalo na iwan na nga malagay ko ilmig. Ana ka nang ito lang mo ministro ino lang ng mulo. Time utira kang niyaktong ana kakto lang ng mo ino lang kunulo. Kano ilio uti kaksemalak mga ta kauji gayak nugit. Kanong lukeme ko si mga ta na pijutigil lugo tayo kayo sa katak tugo tamak ko nga niya ako lang na umiksano pila kata kaksunalo tamak ko pila kati yak tinik tamak ko soklo ilin niya lisakto kuluid asing ilo kutsing sa mga ilin niya tut kaya ko yagon nakatakayang mga ta kayo saktagon nakatakayang mga ta Pia ka tujuk ko niya ko may god niya kang ikaro ang mga ta ili maru ta kang ikaro ang mga talon ni yun na iwan ng ano kaya na may okaw sa kakawyak katamayod lo nga atula ko yilaw sa magata katamaya kalangod lo ta kaya ko yakaksuta ko nga niya ko lang na umiksano malaga pidyo tigil logit pitakaluangin ng ano tamak ko niya ko lang ilin niya pero iluan ministro ka kunak pa kanok taman na pilagay ka na kunak kayang mga tigo kaya na may okakte yun na iwan ng ano ana ka na nga ito lang ng mga minister kaya na may okakte manaw yak tamak ko nga niya ko lang ng mo tayo man na makukto taman nunat siya may manaw yok tayo man na pitakangin man nutakano niya ko leriyo katakto nek man na kamagiyagon nakto tayo ka na ane apang mitagban ng Yellowknife may kayok tawag kakto kakpat pizza kaktaw yun nakto nunat siya sila tani kamagiyaw siya akong nakudlugit amalo ato katang mata Tako makuktut solo ane pilak tawa nga akaw ng liyo ko ta kaksote isumamigot kamagiyaw kataktut kami ko gatigo man taman kanok to ko tigid niyang mga tigo atula ko yaw sa may maligluy ane ka nang ito lang ng mga ministro ko yan may yalo na iwan ng ano ko yan may kakte tayo matakwa tamak ko na siya sila tano niya ko lang yaw yakto katakto pidyo tigil luwit nutakat taman na inulagay ko no tao katakaya sung mata pilagay ko yaw nga ilangin inulagay ko soglo aksa sung mata soko sinig kaya kung tayo makatang matalo ang ito kakayaw yun aksa tao manating kano iliyok paliago tigilya ba taman na anak tulagay ko nun anak tulagay ko ministangat kaya na may okakte amaro ko okakte sibula pa may okaw mayo nga tako ilagay tulagay ko ikayo ka suwakatang matakik ko to inang nutak ka niglo ilagay niglo iman na iliyo ka suwaktugod asidye ka suwaktugod iman na kami ko yaw katang napod iman na isabagay yaw katang napod tayo man na ikayok kakaswa katalaw kakilugin akso ko sa lakanga miglo pila ka katak sa teglo tamak ko nga niya ko lagay ko ikayok sa tao magpata so ko singit iman na aksa tao katangit dun aksa tao yung kaktawi na yung nakpan ukaw tiyaw na yakpo nga ukaw tiyaw katang na yakpo nga iman na ikayok to kaya kakaluang mata aksa katangit lutik contract ko tamak ko kamatiyaw katang mata qaujisartau qattarmatta ituarsartautsiaqunnaqullugit piitseqartautsiaqunnaqullugit taimanna malikassaqarmata imanna imminik soorlu upakutikpata arsaartautsiaangittut taakkuanunaqaqqaarsimayullu pillugit piitseqartillu kanattau kammakkunginnun taakkuanun ilagiyaujut uqarunnartut ikajortaugumagutti tamatuma miksaanu eqqanajorpittinnun aniaqarnagitulornermu minister qinnamik apeqqutiluqausikkut katimayuuyoq yalunaeqqitianut qinnamiuqarti mannasaangulaortumi tautuqqauakki taakkua aullaqattartut nunatsiarmi qallunaanunangannu aaniarpiliartauniarlutik taimanna nequartaga uqalaorma neqijjutingiit $18 tuinnarni pititauqattarmata neqijjutiksanik migdaanumuarneruma taakkua $18 soorlu atukautigajaqakku Big Mac mi neqiniarlunga qanga taima taakkua ullutamaarsiutia neqikutiksa qimequyaulaorpan kaqqanga qimequyaukkannilaorpa inuleqinarmu minister qoyannami oqarti qoyannamiirutikivakalu tamanna kavamakku kingullerpaangulaortu tamanna qimequlaormagu taakkua $18 ullutamaarsiuniqikutiksa uqattaqajartu tamakkua aullartitauyut qallunaanunangannut tamakkua akiligiaqartullu luuttaartaunerminut taakkua atuagaya maliksugi maliqattaqattigu naamatsiaqunnaqulugit taamana qimequsimalluttiguru tamakkua akiliutigiqattartavut tamakkua aullartitauju qallunaanunangannut soorlu ilangillu tuyurmivingmiititauqattarmatta neqititauqattarluli ullutamaat taikaniigumangiippata taimanna $18 atoqtaugiaqasuungummata ullutamaarsiutiuniarluting tuyurmivingmiigumangippata qallunaanunanganni tuyurmivioqattartuni taimanna kiinauyaning taimippoq qoyanamik aaniaqarnagittuleqinarmu minister yalunayoqqitianumalagaliorti qoyanamik tamakkua kiukutaaqqaormat qanga tamanna qimequyaulaorpa imanna taakkua $18 ullutamaarsiut neqigutiksaugayartu ullulimaamut qanga aaqiktauyorsimava aaniaqarnagittuleqinarmu minister qoyanamioqarti ullunga tukisigiaqutiksanga ullunga qanu aaqiktauloorsimarmunga qanga qaujimangita qaujituaruma oqautiniarpaa aniaqartangittuleqinarmu minister kingullerpaaq yalunayoqqitianut qoyanamioqarti imanna ila iglautigiyagunnartuugalua kisiani qaujigiartau kanniqunaqajarpaa tamanna aaniarviliartut atausituinnarmi neqiyunnaqattarmata $18 tuinnarmi ullutamaarsiutiqartitaulluting akittertummarialuutillugillu neqiit tamakkua kamagijautsiareeqqaluarmata nunatsiamiun aaniarviliaqattartut neqititautsiaqattarluti aaniaqarnagittuleqinarmu minister qoyanamioqarti taakkua aullartitauqattartut taima tuyurmiviqaqattarmata taakkua nalunaimuartut inuvingmiutaillu admitammilu laagaqarluni tuyurmivingmik tamakkua amissut taimanna soorlu nalliukumaaqangittu tamakkua innatuqauppatalu imanna kinaviliutsiaangikkuvillu ajoqsaquvillu taimanna tuyurmivingmi qattarunnartu neqititauqattarmata taikkua ullutamaa pingassuertartaullutik qoyanami inuleqinarmu minister Range Lake pumalagaliorti qoyanamioqarti taakkua katamayuuyut taimanna iniksaliuqattarmatagu qaritauyakkut tamanna uqausseriauqattarmat tamakkua yalunaipmi qaritautakku iniksaliuqattarmata tukisiyo magama tamakko ane akanang itulaga ng mod titirak semayo eman na lutali aksote kakataw yakkoin nak inik salio katang mata tayo may pasuli koin may okakte pijaka ito naksaw yung nalo nang ito galawang kano yung ito galawang kisya ni tukisiyo majutik ko kaya kakata eman na inik salio katang mata EMR nguna kaktaw yung may atok shooting kaya magoyo man na asya go pila kaya yun na kullugo tako EMR nguna kaktaw yung ilang kaktaw na aktaw galo kakataw yung kuin na inik salio katang ni lutali ako manakdo ni tayo man na nalong na siya si maniyang mataman na ukaw sa kaya nga maligak ko ngit karwang man. Hey, kau juga man na. Tayo mautang bigi ka nang niyakta ka na nayak tao. Kau juga siya kaklo ko pigay kang niyakat ko. Range like may maligaliok te. Kau may kakte okadla katigi sa magkakutamak ko. Ito kasi gayak o te kakte si mayon. Tana kate mayo yok. Tusakti siya nakpa minista. Kaya ko yun nakpa piliriyang ilo, ikayok tigilo nigit, nalunayat siya kullugo, tamak ko, maligaktakan niya kaya kaktuk sa wata. Ili ko sige yaw katang nayak tumiinig sa liyok niyarno ni luta liya niyarno ni. Kaya na may kakte, iman na liyong nayak po nga, tako ikanayak tika, ukadla katigi nayak taka, tuki sige ako tik sa liraya konot, amalo utir bigin nayak para, kidyo tigi nayak tanot. Kaya na may kakte, apag ko tayo, ukaw sekko kate may yuyok yalo na yung katianot kaya na may ukakte ape kinayak taka iglo na kanang mo tamak ko iglo kayaw raw pilakat takto ang kakangit tunod kano ito na ministaw yok to kasi umaba tamak ko inik saliw kat ila iglo kakti taw raw pilakat takto kano to kakalakit kalawak pa kikko ba tamak ko iglo kakti taw raw pilakat takto iglo na rin ko na minister tamak ko iglo kakti tawlaw pila kataktot tamak ko iglo kakti tawlaw kataktot taman na tamani mi taong itot nuna siya mi taw galuat utak kiti taw katang mata ilagi tamani nuna siya mo kataktot utak kayo taman na iglo taw maglutik takani mi taw yun atok tuwak taw yun iglo taw kaswa kumakataktot iglo kaktit sila pilang nek tamak ko ukaw sa kayawod iglo kaktit tawlaw pila katang ningi tamak ko tamani mi taong ito tayo kau yi malakpo kano ito ni ukaw sa kang mga ata ministro kau yi ba katsir taksutik tayo man na amiso katak pa tamak ko iglo giyaw raw pila tuno katak tut iglo takti taw lang katakaro pa minister o kakunak pa ani ka nang ito lang ng mo minister mami anak iglo lang ng mo minister kaya nyo kakte tamak ko iglo kalaw pila katakto taman na ukaw sa kakatalitain naktabod petsa ko mo law kama temen na ukala katikilaw ako ilaban na ukiyo no tana iglo kalaw pila katakto iglo kalaw pila sa malangman ilagay ako kayong lapak laro na katianot kaya na may kakte iglo kakte tao law pila katakto ulumi iman na ito yun ikayok tao kaya katakulog tamak ko akit tao si maba, ikayok tao law pila tuwin nakatang mga ata. Kana minister, kau yung magama, tayo man na iglo ka law pila titaw yun, tayo kaningin nakatang mata, iglo gijaw law pila katak to ni. Iglo lang ng mga minister. Akinami kakte itaman na pimmariyumat tukisimayumat siya kakatego no natsiyami iman inik sa kakti taulaw pillakatak matatako iglo kakti taulaw pillakatak tu inik sa kakon na kullugit taiman na do soglo uirid jutigi jamining angayang naktunig mamisak taulaw tutig utikangata soglo iglo giyaulaw pillakatak tunuk tau katang mata utak kaislutig iglutang niyang nangun iman na iglutang nangun nang minek kakon nakpalya yun nak ila soglo iglo kakti tau juminek sa yun nakuluin kamakwa makong mata iglo kakti tau lau pillatut taiman na iman na pangnaw takakti guman na tamakko takani mo yun atok tataw yun iglo mitun isa mahalo ko tigi jang matamani nung natsyak matamain ni nung naling ni piluak tuming taiman na soglo iglo tsukok tau katang mata adje ila asyanik ato kaswak tugod soglo iglo kakti tau nginaw yalirun na kullugi tamakko iglo kakti tau lau pilakatak range like may maligalirte kaya may ukakti tahan na ukaw sakit ka na kumayaka apek kotik ikan na kumayaka apati mo talaga na mo minister ukakaw mat nunay nuktik tau katang mata tayo maanga katigay ko te katak sa tiglo sidi nunalipaw yakod ukalaw mata anga katigay ko ti tako akit tau sa magaluwak pan nun awas sa paliay ka na minister kuyan na may ukakti man kati makatiginayak teka may yung iyaw yung October 3rd ulakpat ukala katigay niyak to guta suminga ang katigay guta si maniyak to may tamagkualuktat igluliw katak to nanituin nak takani mi tao tamani tuin nak taman kamagiyaw yun nakulo range like mumaligliw ukakti tako okay no holido kamagi yun naktabu piligari yun naktakpod tana minister nuktira tuin na kung nakpa yalo na imno na rin pa uyak kong inon pero yung mga ano tako aki kung nakaruakat tigo kayo si titaw rin lutag ba ni ulumi ismaliw kung nakpa nuktira luni tamak ko ni nga nunaning inik sa kaya kung nakayak to ni minister sila kasi sa palyaning ano kuya nami ukakti tana kati mayoyo solo ayaw nang itukuluning ano taman na ukaw sa kaktuya kaluwang mat kisyani tamakko as kalukuluyak kamagiyaw kaya kasungum man ukalukik sa katigilawilo October 30 may kati makatiginayakat ko kaujigayak biginayak taka taman na kati makatigilo ko kaniliw ko na kaya mga tama tumamiksano Sikagulak pa, range like maligaliyokte, kain may ukakte. Nung natang na mo, ang ako tao yung takangin suli, nung natsagap mo kawin na, nung na iti kumayak ng mata. Minister, ukakong nakpa, taman na pilirari yaw yung matayaw yung nakulugo. Takwa, yalo na nung nalilugtalo, nung natsag may tamakwa, nung nalipita ila soglo, igluliyok may kakong nakulugin. Taman na, ulokan ng makingman. Kau yaw kaya kabaw, jika yaw kaya kang man. Sila kasi jak pala ng ano minister. Kaya na may ukakte, tema ukakaw ka magkatema biyo, ilon ukakatak long alo. Taman na kayo si Balde ako yaka, tamag ko, pilagay si mayakpot. Nunaling ni adjiging ito na pilagay katakakaya kakatakata. Tamak ko, maliga ko luyay, amalun nunay, pang nagtaw ningi, tamak ko, adjigay ito ko luyang niya, kasiga kakakatakata. Tamak ko, piliga katigin ng niyak pagka, tamak ko, akitagutik sa niyak, tamat mga akaw ngalaw ko tayo mo. Apak ko tayo kaw sekut, yalo na huwag ng ano.
So I wanted to ask questions of the Minister of Housing. I appreciated today's update on the homelessness strategy and the news that they expect to be opening up the transitional housing complex out near the airport, near the Folk on the Rock site outside Yellowknife before Christmas. I wonder if the minister has any updates she can give the House in terms of any of the regulatory approvals or logistics that they've been trying to get sorted out to get this project underway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the transitional housing complex at the Folk on the Rock site near the airport is had to go through a number of regulatory approvals, and including Transport Canada, working with the infrastructure team at Government Northwest Territories, but also with NAV Canada because it's near the airport. And normally that process could take up to 6 months for approvals, and that approval through NAV Canada was approved today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing NWT. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that is excellent news. Can the minister explain how quickly they expect to be able to staff up, get the site ready, but particularly in terms of staffing, because I know that's one of our biggest challenges, including training of staff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Mr. Speaker, yes, it's a big challenge to staff up and to operate a facility, especially a transitional housing facility. And we do have the request for proposal out. It's out for public procurement, and we hope to select an operator very soon. I'll check on the date and follow up with the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Responsible for Housing NWT. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that one of the big challenges around staffing these kinds of operations is being able to pay staff an equivalent wage to, say, government-run operations such as the Day Shelter and Sobering Center. Has housing considered or put in the budget for the RFP considerations of having the wages come close to or match some of the other opportunities in town for similar work to ensure that we can really attract the right people and get it staffed up as soon as possible? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time I don't have the information of how much will staff be paid through the operations of the transitional housing facility. I do know that shelters across the north, some are government run and some are run by NGOs. So some that are run by NGOs, like in Hay River, for example, the wage could be a lot lower than the Government Northwest Territories run facilities in Inuvik. We have 2 facilities in Inuvik. We have the warming shelter, and then we have the homeless shelter. So the homeless shelter and the warming shelter have been run by government since 2020, just right after COVID or right during COVID. And those facilities are costing government a lot of money. And as you could see in the main estimates, the Hay River facility is run by an NGO through the Hay River Métis Local. So we're lucky that the Hay River Métis Local is able to provide that facility at a lower cost than government would normally provide. In Yellowknife, we have the Salvation Army, and we're so lucky again to have people like the Salvation Army that provides the support at the local level, and they're a wonderful partner with the YK Partnerships Committee. We have the Yellowknife Women's Society, another NGO that's providing shelter supports, and we have the YWCA, another society that's providing shelter supports. So finding that balance between government-run facilities and NGOs is it's a critical balance, and we're trying to meet those needs. In Fort Simpson, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, with the Degas Society, we are offering the shelter there, and again, it's run by the NGO. So finding that balance for supports is critical. The wages is something we have to analyze, but I'd have to look at the operational budget to see what kind of salary is included in the overall budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Response of Housing, NWT. Oral questions. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The health minister is pointing at the housing minister. Mr. Speaker, I feel it's time to bring up the Pharmacy Act again. I haven't spoken about it in a little while, so that will be going to the health minister, not the housing minister, despite her pointing the finger. Mr. Speaker, I'd like an update as to where this particular work is, given the fact that I've raised several times that this is an opportunity for us to save money, as well as an opportunity to do business better. And lastly, everyone else in Canada outside of the 2 territories, not 3, 2 territories are doing this because it's become modern business for pharmacists to be able to dispense certain particular drugs. Would the minister give this House an update as how close or how soon will we see this? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the regulations are, I'd have to get, they're within the next year that with the Health and Social Services Professions Act, when we bring that to the floor, then there's all the regulations that are being done underneath that. I know that we just did what you heard, so that is the component as to how they're drafting the regs right now. So I will get back to the member on the timeline. I do have it, but not at my fingertips. Thank you.
Social Services. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Pharmacy Act update, including the regulations, is very important to me and many of the constituents that I talked to about this, and they would like to be able to see the system move faster and more responsive. Can the minister tell me that is the regulation update the only thing holding this from being implemented? Or sorry, I should say, Mr. Speaker, holding it back from being implemented. Thank you.
Member from Yonge Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the scope of the pharmacists, they are as a working group working with the pharmacists that has helped to get to this point. And right now, with the What We Heard report, that is where we are to do that. As I can say, all I can say is this is an important piece for the Northwest Territories. It is an important piece for us to free up, some of our clinic space that we continuously hear about, so that pharmacists can do their expanded scope as they do in many other jurisdictions. And as I mentioned in my first comment, I will get back to the member on the timeline for this. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. No more questions. Colleagues, before I call thank you. Before I read oral questions for the last time, I'm going to say this. I said it in my House planning. Preambles, short. Start out doing that. Ministers, answers within a minute. I've asked you guys in meetings. I'm now telling you publicly, I will turn the mic off if it continues to happen. Thank you very much. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Member from Yonge North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a written question for the Minister of Health and Social Services regarding changes to child and youth counselling services. So it's been just over 2 years since Health and Social Services child and youth counselors were shifted out of schools and the number of Health and Social Services counselors reduced. So my questions are to the Minister of Health and Social Services. Number one, can the minister provide the number of children and youth broken down by community or region who have been accessing child and youth counselling services over each of the past 2 years? And two, recognizing that the scope of the program has changed since 2023, it would still be helpful if the minister could provide the number of children and youth, again broken down by community or region, who previously accessed child and youth counselling services over each of the prior 2 years before the changes were made in October or in 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North. Written questions, written questions. Returns to written questions, returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address, replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions, petitions. Reports of committee on the review of bills, reports on committee on the review of bills, reports on standing and special committees. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on the statutory review of the Legal Aid Act and commends this report to the House. The Legal Aid Act requires the Legislative Assembly or one of its standing or special committees to commence a review of the Act and its operations by December 28, 2014, and every 10 years thereafter. The review shall examine how the Act is administered and implemented, assess the effectiveness of its provisions, and may include recommendations for legislative changes. The Northwest Territories Legal Aid Act was passed on November 6, 2012 and came into force on December 28, 2014. The Act repealed and replaced the Legal Service Act and substituted a Legal Aid Commission for the previous Standing Legal Service Board. The Act provides a framework for the delivery of legal aid services for residents of the NWT, including the governance and operational structure of the NWT Legal Aid Commission, which uses its integrated staff, lawyer, private practitioner model. The Act aims to increase access to justice for eligible residents by offering legal aid services, promoting public knowledge of the law, and operating in an independent but accountable framework. The Standing Committee on Social Development has conducted the review process for the Act's first statutory review and presents this report with 13 recommendations to the House. Between February 2025 and July 2025, committee engaged with the public. On April 4th, 2025, committee received public briefings from the Minister of Justice and the NWT Legal Aid Commission. Committee also received a briefing from criminal law lawyer on recommended amendments to the Legal Aid Act and the Legal Aid Program in the NWT. Committee received one written submission from YWCA NWT. The presentations and written submissions are included in Appendix A of this report. Committee wishes to thank those who offered their feedback and perspectives at public meetings and in written submissions. This input helped shape committee's understanding of the Act and the recommendations for change. Committee categorized public comments received into 4 themes: 1, administration; 2, provisions of legal aid services; 3, legal aid lawyers; and 4, governance. On April 4, 2025, committee received a presentation from John Hale, a criminal law lawyer practicing in the NWT. Committee was provided with context on the legal aid program in the NWT and was presented with recommendations to improve the Legal Aid Act and its regulations. Section 6 of the Act currently requires that the executive director of the commission be a lawyer. It was noted that committee that whether or not the candidate for executive director is a lawyer is one factor to be considered, along with other experiences and qualifications. Therefore, the recommendation brought forward was Section 6 of the Act to be amended to remove the requirement that the executive director of the Legal Aid Commission be a lawyer. Committee agrees with this suggestion and presents the following recommendations. Recommendation 1, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories review and amend Section 6 of the Northwest Territories Legal Aid Act to remove the requirements that the Executive Director of the Northwest Territories Legal Aid Commission be a lawyer. 2. Provisions of the Legal Aid Services Section 9 and 10 of the Act relate to the eligibility for legal aid services and whether eligible persons should be authorized or approved to receive legal aid. In his presentation to committee, Hale recommended changes to these sections, suggesting that the individuals who have an active legal aid approval in place or who have been approved in the past 12 months be deemed to be eligible for legal aid services upon advising the Commission that their financial situation has not materially changed. Committee agrees that with this feedback and believes this suggestion will be significantly streamline the admission of legal aid and potentially reduce administration burden. The following recommendation is presented. Recommendation number 2. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories review and amend Section 9 and 10 of the Northwest Territories Legal Aid Act to deem individuals automatically eligible for legal aid if they already have an active legal aid application approved in place, or B, have been approved in the last 12 months so long as they confirm with the Northwest Territories Legal Aid Commission that their financial situation has not materially changed. Committee had discussion during April 4th public ministerial briefing about the expansion of legal aid services available in the NWT in the Northwest Territories. During the briefing, the Department of Justice noted that current legal aid services, including services for criminal offenses, child protection matters, family law matters, NWT legislative offenses such as Motor Vehicles Acts and Liquor Act offenses, and for youth in youth court. They also noted that the Act does not allow legal aid services for defamation actions, business or real property transactions, labor matters, or election dispute matters. During their briefing with the Minister and through committee's own research, committee noted legal services that are needed in communities across the NWT, such as legal assistance with land entitlement, with the drafting of wills and estates, with access to justice for evictions and housing-related matters, as well as legal assistance for those held under mental health legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that my committee colleague, the member from Range Lake, read the next section of the report.
Member from Range Lake.
Range Lake Mumadagaleokte, Koyanamiokakte, Koyanamiakpakatautan, Katamayu Makatidialtami, Taman the Katamaya Kalana, Unika, Tilaway, Heltana, Kiula, Puktamak Kuninga. Maligatiwe kayo tao katak tukino katyang ito tamakwa ino katiminig maligatigo kamangiyakaktot eman kamagiyaw katakuluwit unika ako tikiyaw lao po tamakwa perayang maligay pichutigidawit amaruta pizza katakuluwit eman kinaw yanig atok tao kayaktunig maligalagayimi ikayok titang naluni Katimaya kala chorlo ikayokte o tamak kuning o kausa kayaw laok tuning taman na kapagiyaw siya ako nakulo taman na maligalagan na taman na ikaktok tao nikot kamagiyaw yuksaw kayak tiluit tamak ko pimakayong mata kay kutuin na kauji magayak ang mata tamatum meksanot tamak ko alo yulo ikanayak tingilo Asingin no, kamagiyaw kataon na kulugi nunat siyami ekaktoy bikot. Katimaya kalakot tamakko ukaw sa kakpot. Tamakko akaw yung magyakang mata upigiya kaklutiklo. Tamakko nga loyo ni nunaliala na piluak tabi nunat siyang may amarutaw. Ilin niya kitaw kaya kaklutik. Ilin nunalakalak may utaw yun. Tamakko nunat siyami. akauneqsauqayang taimanna unikkaaqutsiaqattaqpata maligatigu qaniqayurtaugunnarnarmun kingullerpaakkut tamakkua qaujisarsuti katamajaqala qaujilaorpu tamakkua yukaanmi maligatigu ikayurtauni miksaana pitsuteqartut akilertortaulutti kavammakkunnu piluartami ilagiyanga 16:1 brackets 1 maligangat unikkaarsimammat qanuiliuqiaqaarninginnut maligatigu ikayurtaugunnaqajarningikavammakkunnut nagligiarsimalugu tamakkua maligatigu ikayurtaugunnaqattartut kasutiqatigiikkunnu maligatigu ikayurtauni miksaanu kavammakkunu ikayurtaulutin akaungiliuqutiqarpata ningaumaqattautikpatalu ilagiit upuluunniit pileqaqatigiit uluqianartumiippatalu neqaqattangipata annoqaaqaqattagippata iniksaqaqattangipataluunniit taima katamajaqala tunniutaqar pingasuning atulequyailaaorpuut tamakkua maligatigu ikayurtaugutit imanna angigligiartau simaningi tamaani nunatsiarmiutaujunut ammaluttau tamakkua maligat kamagijautiaqunna atortautsiaqannaaqqullugillu sivullerpautsiaqullugit atulequyaq 3 katamajaqala inulaqaramu katamajaqalaakkunu atuleqajipunu gavammakkunginnu qimiqugiaqarninginnu aaqiksigiaqarninginnullu ilanganiittumik 8 miittut maliglugit 16 brackets 1 taakkua yukaanmiulli taimaliorsimangmata kamakku ikayurtaugunnartu gavammakkunnu maligatigu ikayurtitaarniarlutit tamakkua pivaliatuinnarninginnu ikayurtitaaqasuarni nunatsiami ammalu pequjaujoq 4 atulequyilaorpugu katamajaqalaarpun nunatsiami kinaujaqtaqakkaneriaqarninganu tamanna pitsutigillugu nunatsiami ammalu kinaujaqakkannerunna tamakkua loojugijauju taimana qaujisaqattaqunnaqullugit nunatsia gavammakkungitta eila nunatsiami iqqartuijinun iqqatortaujuqaniartillugu inuleqanamu katamajaqala atuleqajivu nunatsia gavammakkungit soorlu ilinniartitsaqattaqullugi iqqanaajartini amala looyuni nunatsiami tukijiumatsiaqaluarmangaata nunatsiami ikpiknanlariqtuning ilequsaginnut inuusanginnullu nunalialaani nunaqartut qoyanamiuqarti taima taan katamajiuqatiga saatuumiutaq uqalamaaqullugu tamakkua kingullerpaangi saatuumi maligaliorti qoyannamiiqpaqataanna katamajiuqatiga katamajaqala taimana isamaalugut qainarpu taakkua nunatsiaarmiu naammaktami iqqartuivikku kamagijauqattariaqarmata soorlu annititaugaangami iglugiyaminnu piluartami maligatigut ikayurtaunni kavammakkunni taimanna tamakkua pitsutiqartunik soorlu igluqartitauni miksaanu maligarnik piitserautiniklu katamajaqalaani unikkaaliulaormata igluleqanermut piyunnautigijautsiaarma kikkulimaatsianut saqqiyartitsigiaqarmatalu tamakkuninga igluqartitaullarigiaqarninginnu tamakkua annititauqattaangillutin ilaannikku annititaujut piyaqaatuluaqaalungikkaluarma maligatigu kamagijauluni takuksau yoqatsiaqattarma takuksaungittukkullu sangineqaqattarmata tamakkua atortuartitsiyur atortuartullu igluning maligatigu ikayurtaugiaqarlutiglu taimana annititaugaangata kanatamiitait taarmi aksuruutiqaqattarlutiglu atortuartut imanna annititaugasuartut qaujisarluti igluleqanermu piyunnautinginniillu kikkulimaa katamajaqala ililau qaujilaorpu taakkua kanatau kammakkungitta titeqarsimayangit taimanna pitaqarmat maligarnik atortuartut piyunnautiqarninginnut kanatami tamakkua akaunaartukku kamagijaugiaqarmata uqautijautsiaqattarlutillu piluartumik tamakkua sapummijaugiaqarningit piyunnarneriyangi kikkulimaat katamajaqalaat atule ko yilaukput angin ligaya kullugi tamakko malikatiguwi kajoktagunartu gavmakkono kajoktagun nakattakullugi ilautitsilutiglu unikkaangi tamakko iglu qangnamut piyunnautigijaumma kikkulimatsiano malikatigun. Pekojunga number 6 katemayakalat enulaganamo atule ko yilaukput dunatsa gavmakkongi akigiasigia qangninginu tamakkoninga gavamakkoni ikayuti taangni malikatigun tamakko sooglu iglumingni anititaukpata taakko maliglugit sooglu anititaujut ilangit igluqaqtitauninginnu maligaqmi malingituinnariaqarmata kavamakkununatsiaarmi atureaqarput nutaani katatau kammakkunginna atoqsittausimayunik atortuarniumik saanut piyunnautaqartunik tusartitseqattarlutik qanga maligatigu kavamakkunik kajortaagunnaqajarmangaata anititaugaangami ammalu sangineqartitauqatautsiariaqartut taimanna maligatigu ikajortaagunnarlinginunatsia kavamakkunginnik kinaujartaqariaqarlunilu ikajortauqattarunnaqullugiluayunun igluqarnarmut pidjutiqaraangata ilanga 3 oqarsimammat katemayaqala pititaulorpu atulaquyaujunna aaqigiartaugiaqarninginnu 15 brackets 2 maligaup ilautitatsilute tamakko isimagijautsiariaqarningina maannaujoq soorluluoyugijaujut ammaluluoyoqartul qanu pileqatigiaqattarmangaata oqarsamallunilu tukimuaktitsiji luoyukut soorlu tikkuartaugiaqarmata taimanna unikkaarviutilluta oqalaormata maan sangineqartitaummat tukimuaktitsiji soorlu luoyutaareaqarninginnu ilanganittoq 15 brackets 2 maligau imanna oqarsimallaringmiyortauq taakko piyunnarnaqatsiarmata tamakko atortuaqattartu igluning soorlu ulugaanartamiittaalirunnaqullugiillu ilagiinningit taimanna pidjutiqaleraangata taanna ikajortaugumayoq isumaksarsiutsiaga qattariaqarmat qanuittunik ilagituinnariaqarmata luoyulu ammalu taana ikajortaugumayoq taimannalu luoyuqatsiartitau qattariaqarpu ilagingitamini katamajaqala atulaqayivuttau taana aqagiartau qullugu ilaganiittoq 15 brackets 2 taanna luoyulu ammalu ikajortaugasuartu malikatigut iqqartuiviku kamagijautsiaqattarunnaqullugi atulaqayaujor number 7 katamajaqalaat inulaganarmut atulaqayivut gavamakkununatsiaarmi aaqissigiaqarput ilanganiittoq 15 brackets 2 nunatsiaami maligait ikajortitaarnamu luoyunik isumaksarsiu ilagiartaujunnaqulugit taakkua qanuq ilagingikkaruamagaata pidjutiqartuni maligani taima tuksaqarpungattau taana katamajaqalaat katamayoqatiga tunniniarpaqa uqalimaaqullugu Yellowknife-Northmiutaq katimayuujoqsaatuermit tuksaqarmat Yellowknife-Northmi uqalimaaqulluauluni qoyanamioqartigit tamakkua uqaussiqartu luoyutaarnamut uqaussiqijaukkanilaarmingmattau ilanganiittoq 22 maligaarni piyunnarnaqarma commissioner atulequyiluni minister pequyaliurunnaqullugu maliglugi tamakkua kinauyaaliortaurunnaqullugi luoyugijaujut akaliqtaugaangamik taimanna qanuiliuqattarunnaqajarmangaata asinginniklu he uqalaorpu tamakkunin katimajaqalaani malagaleqaneermu pequyait tamakkualu aaqigiartausin simaqullugi ikarratamaarsiutiinu kinauyaaliurunnaqullugi December 2014 mi Aqigiaqtau simangit pidjutigilligu uqarsimagaluarmata tamakku akiliqtau giaqaqattaqullugu unuqsigiarluti tuaninapusammi tamakkualu qatsiliornanginnu kiinauyanik taamanna taakkua katamaji uqallaqatigilaorlutigigu eqqanayartangillu taimaatsaaina aksoruutiqaqataarmata taamanna kansamiyuttatitu asingittitutau atuleqajivugut number 8 katamajaqala enulaqanamu atuleqajivununatsiagamakkugi qimequgiaqarpu aaqigiarsilutiglu tamakkua piqiyanginnik looyutaarnamu gavamakkuningaartuni ikarraangit soorlu pileqanarmu ullutamaarsiutingillu tuaninaippussa akittoriartaujunnaqullugi tamakku akittoriartu sunatuinnaa arraagumut malitsiarlugit aakiliqtautsiaqullugit katamajaqalaat qaujikkaartaulaorpu tamakkua luuyugijauju akiliqtortauningi piluartumi tamakkua luuyugijaujut ulluit tuuli anigutuarpada akiliqtauqattaqullugit tamakku aaqigiartauqullugu pinasoorusi maqu aniguraangat tamakkua pileqilaorluti akiliqtortauqattaqunnaqulugit taimannalu tingmisukkuuqutiksangit ammalu ilanganittu 15 brackets 1 maliglugu emana atuleqajibut number 9 katamajaqala enulaqanamuk atulequjilaapunnunatsiagamakkungi qimequgiaqqarpu aaqigiarsilutigluguamakkunnit ikajortauqattartu piqujait looyutaarniarnermu 14 ulluit maliktaugiaqarput soorlu tamakkua tegmisukkuuqutiksangit ammalu akiliqtortauгutiksangit tamakkua maligatigu ikajortauqattartu qaujikkailаарpu tamakkua piqujait aaqigiartauqujaulaorput tamakkuninga taakkua A and B taakkua piqajautauju pidjutikillugu aaqigiartauqujaulaorpu qunujorniarnamullu pidjutaqalaortut tamakkua type C-nguneqartaujunik soorlu piqajautiqartun tamakkua A malikpata B taakkua pileqiaqartut soorlu tallimana ukiunu anulleqsertaunia pat taakkualu peqajautausimayut 553 peqajillarinnarmu maliglugit amalu type C tukiqarluni taakkua anulleqsertaugiaqartut tallima ukiut ilautitaulluni taakkua 348 peqajangnarmu maligal amalu ilangani 5 tamakkua aangajaarnartuning supportugerlugalangnik peqajautiqaraangata katamajaqala angeqatkiigutaqalaorpu tamakkuninga atulequjillutit number 10 katamajaqala enulaqanamuk atulequjilaorpu nunatsiagavmakkungi qimequgiaqarpu aaqiksigiarlutiglu gavmakkunni ikajortauneq luuyutaarnarmut maligaleqijitaarnarmu A and B ning piqajattu qanuiliortaugiaqarmangaata taanna katamajuuyo makansidiartamiuta uqalimaaqullugu kingullerpaanginne qayanamiuqarti makansidiartarmu maligaleorti
Yeah, just start.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, there were two suggested amendments to Table 2, maximum time allowed to matters under regulations to double the maximum allocated hours to matters and permit additional hours for preparation during an ongoing trial. Committee believes that adjusting time allocated to matters will help with proper representation of legal aid clients and therefore presents the following recommendation. Recommendation 11, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories review and amend Table 2 maximum time allocated to matters under the legal aid regulations by doubling the maximum allocated hours and by permitting additional hours for preparation during an ongoing trial for governance. During the Minister of Justice briefing to committee posed questions regarding the governance structure of the Commission and particularly how the Minister reviews and decides upon the recommendations from the Commission. Committee noted that under Section 3 of the Act, the Minister shall consider recommendations made by the Commission. In line with the section of the Act, Committee has concerns regarding the decision to eliminate the Office of the Children's Lawyer and subsequently transferring its functions into the Legal Aid Program. Committee's concerns include the following: the lack of adequate support, guidance, and advice to staff and panel lawyers serving children. Serving this vulnerable population may require specific training and resources. The absence of a dedicated office that may address gaps and suggest improvements to the child's access to justice in the NWT, and the lack of clear processes and protocols for how children can acquire a lawyer or access to justice. Committee emphasizes the need for accountability in decision-making, especially regarding access to justice and effective operation of the Commission, and provide essential legal programs for children. Committee therefore presents the following recommendations in an effort to support justification for decision-making. Recommendation 12, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories review and amend Section 3 of the Legal Aid Act to require that the Minister of Justice provide written reasoning and justification to the Northwest Territories Legal Aid Commission when they accept or reject a recommendation. Conclusion. This concludes the Standing Committee on Social Development's statutory review of the Legal Aid Act. Recommendation 13, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this report within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mackenzie Delta. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake that Committee Report 26-20 Standing Committee on Social Development report on the statutory review of the Legal Aid Act be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Delta, can I get a seconder, be not Range Lake, but from Yellowknife North, please? Member from Mackenzie Delta. Yeah, he's just going to get him to.
Pardon me?
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member of Yellowknife North, that pursuant to Rule 9.4 (5) the Government of the Northwest Territories table a comprehensive response to this report, including all recommendations within 120 days or at the earliest opportunities subsequent to the passage of 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mackenzie Delta. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please raise your hand. You can't vote. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion has been carried. Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife North, that Committee Report 26-20(1) Standing Committee on Social Development Report on the statutory review of the Legal Aid Act be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. To the motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hands. All those abstaining, please raise your hands. Motion is carried. Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its joint report on the review of Bill 23, an act to amend the Children's Law Act, and Bill 24, an act to amend the Family Law Act, and commends this report to the House. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Committee Report 27-20(1) Standing Committee on Social Development Joint Report on review of Bill 23, an act to amend the Children's Law Act, and of Bill 24, an act to amend the Family Law Act, be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mackenzie Delta. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. All those abstaining, please raise your hand. Motion is carried. Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife North, that Committee Report 27-20(1) Standing Committee on Social Development Joint Report on review of Bill 23, an act to amend the Children's Law Act, and Bill 24, an act to amend the Family Law Act, be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mackenzie Delta. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please. All those opposed. Abstentions. Motion is carried. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Satu, that pursuant to Rule 9.4(5)(a), the Government of the Northwest Territories table a comprehensive response to this report, including all recommendations within 120 days or at its earliest opportunity subsequent to the passage of 128 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mackenzie Delta. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion has been carried. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Kaya na mo kakti katamaya kala sa inulakan ng mo nga katamaya kala ko biya sa po tamang ko ulit ka nga kami ko lang sa maningit pikoyak sa 27 maligak tak ko ilagay anak takataw tiningin na maligak ang malo katamayo yun unik kaktaw sa maninga maliksugo. Taman na nun at siya may taman na maligak. Taman nga 2005 may taman ko maligaw sa malak mata. Taman ko kikutuin na ilagay to solo anak taktaw katang ng mo ilagay na pedyo takakpod at when now yun ila ta na maligaw ukak simang man. Taman ko taman na anak taktaw din ilagay to no sa pumilaw kaya kakatang matatamag ko sa pudyaw kaya kaktot. Kau yaw ka nga ta anak takatang ninga makataw takatang ningid do. Kaya tao yun nang niyakpok taman na tuwang naktikop sa pumilaw kaya kang ninginig tako anak taktaw yun. Tako kaya tao yun. Kekot so, sa pumidaw kaya kang mga tato kitak tataw sa mga matatagman ni maligang ni tamakko kekkutuinna illu taana peqoyaksarlu saqqatitsiuq tamakkua tukitaarningi tamakkua malikataktaoqattaan malikatakpaktun soorlu aannerterenermuut pidjutigiyaoqataunninginnuut maligatigut taakkua pukertaliit soorlu peqayaktau unik soorlu nalunaersaqattarluting tamakkua tukisigia riu ila tukisisittaqattaqunna qullugillu maligatigut kamagiyaugiaqarninginnu tamakkua malikatakpaktu peqayagasuarluting ilamini peqayaksartuanissama taanna nunatsiami maligaliorpingmi tungiliani uqalimaaqtaulaarma May 27 May 2025 ngutillugu katamayiqalaanullu uvattinnuuq tunniutaulaorsimamman qaujisaqutigilaoqattigu pequyaksartaanna tallimaniglu apeqqutiqalaorsuti aaqigiartausimayunnaqullugu taakkua katamayiqalaat 15 pequyaliulaormat ila atuliquyivungaalaormata pequya atausiartaanna inuleqanamu katamayiqala atuliquyivu taakkua nunatsiagaavamakkuungin saqqatitsigiaqarput nalunayartausimayunik kiinauyaqariaqarninginnu atortaugajartuni inuleqinermut akituyuutinullu atortuksauniartunik tamakkua ilagiin aannerteqatta tautaqattartu pidjutikillugu atulequyaujut number 2 taakkua nunatsiagaavamakkuungin aaqiksigiaqarput kiinauyanik saqqatitsilutik parnautiksaaugajartunik taakkununga taima ajungitsiaqatta tamattaluktaaq nunalingni kamagiyaqarunnaqattalu ilagi taakku aannerteqattaunnittaningi pidjutigillugu atulequyaujor number 3 katamayiqala inuleqinermu atuleqiyivut nunatsiagaavamakkungi saqqatitsigiaqarput kiinauyanik taimanna aannerteqattauttiinermu atortaugajartuni ilagiinun tamakkua kiinauya atortaullaqigiaqarmata tamakkua ikajortaugutik saqatsiaqullugit sapummijautiarunnaqqullugillu atulequyikkannerpugu taakkua kiinauya ilautitaugiaqarninginnut 2026-2027 milu kiinauyartaaquttauqattarniartummin taakkua katamayiqala atulequyivu nunatsiagaavamakkuungin aaqissikkaneriaqarpu tamakkuninga illukiyaulao pillagunnaqajartuni qimaaviugajartuni illu ikajortaugunnaqullugi angutin tamakkua tuavernartukku taimanna kamagiyautsiarunnaqullugi pitsiartaungikkaangata nunalialaani piluartumi taimanna fuikkohum pileqeeriaulaortumaliglugi atulequyaujor number 5 katamayiqalaat taimanna inuusileqnermuut atulequyivu nunatsiagaavamakkuungin aaniaqarnagittuleqiyikku ileqqusitoqaleqiyikkullu iliniartuleqiyikkullu malagaleqiyikkullu iliniartitsigiaqarpu makkuktuni angajoqaariyauyuniglu tamakkua ilagi aannerteqattarni pidjutigillugu qilamiujukkut ikajortauqattariaqarninginnu tuavernartukku sapummijaujunnaqullugit taimanna iliniartitautsiaqullugillu sorusiukpata nutaqakkuluukpataluunniit makkuktuukpataluunniit taimanna iliniartitaulutik soorlu nunaling soorlu iliniartitautsiaqattarlutik taimaiaqattariaqanginninginnut taimiittoqariaqaqattanaangimman atulequyaujor number 6 katamayiqalaa inuleqinermun atulequyivu nunatsiagaavamakkuungi nutaani kiinauyani pitaqartitsigiaqarput ikajortiksauniartunni nunatsiarmi aaqissisamayunnaqullugit iliniartitsaqattaqullugillu nunaliujuni atortaugiaqarninginu tamakkua tuavernartuku sapummigutauju tilisigutauju eqqartuivignu akuniujukku taimanna ilagi sapummijautiaqullugi number 7 katamayiqalaa atule ko jevo tako anuna tsiaga bumakong ipigayakakpo kemekulutik tamirukta tuavernartako sapomminamutili sigutao unik aturlukit tako ilanganito 16.1 tako sapudjawgayakang ningindun anakteresud. Atule ko yaw number 8 katimayakala inundangan atule ko jibot nun tsiaga bumakongin kiugayakakpo ato ni peko nga ako tao unik 2020 mi tako kaujis ako tao si mayut YWCA mi tamak ko ato tao siya katagaro ang mga tuwabang nakto ko sa pumijitit tilisiguti nung natsiya may ukwa ilaw luting tamak ko solo tuwabang nakto ko iliniyati tao kataglo te kano ilaw kaya kang mga nung natsiya may tamakko tuavernartuku sapammijaugayaqartut taakkualu lawyerit ammalu pokertalerit ammalu taeqqartuijaqala ilagijaulutik taimanna qaujisartauqattarlutik lu soorlu perajaqattartut ulurianartut pillugit sapammijaut sianginna qattaqullugi nunalialaarmiu taa pokertaling taqariaqainna qajarninginnut tuavernartu tamakko maliglugit malingikaangata qanuiliortauqattariaqaang mangata sangiliqtillugit tamakko kamagijaugayaqartu ulurianartumi ittaalanarmut ammaluttau aannertartaujuvini soorlu isimaalugutigijautiaqunna pukertalinnut looyunullu kamagijautiaqattarlutti eqqartuijaqalaanullu piluartami nunnalialaanguyuni pukertaleqangittuni taimanna akausivaalleriaqarma tamanna qaujisarlutik uqaujuaqattarlutik leumaliganni kikartuijiujunik inuleqanammu katama taakkuannunatiagamakungin imanna pitaqartitsigiaqarput kinoyaqartitsilutiklu tamakkuninga sapummijaugayaqartunik pequyuvunga 9 katamayaqala atuleqayivu nunatsiagamakkungi taimanna qakutikkujuubiuju ilinniartitsaqattarluti tuavernartuku sapummijaugayaqarnamu tilisugutaujunik tamakku ilagit aannertartau tailamanarmu maliglugu taimana ilinniartitauqattarlutik tamakku aannertausimayut kamagijautiaqattarlutik ammalu ikajortautiaqattarlutik eqqartuijaqalaanu pukertalignillu YWCA kunnullu nunatsiarmi asanginnullu number 3 taimanna maligaqartitautsiarlutik qanoq eqqartuivimmi tilisiguti uqausirijausimangmangata saqqititauqattarlutik tamakkua ammalu tamakkua soorlu annaumatitaujun ikajortautsiaqattarunnaqullugi aannertartausima yuviniujun nunalialaani ilanganiittoq tat atuleqayivugu taakkua nunatsiagavamakkugin qaujisariaqarput tamakkua tuavernartuku sapummijaugayaqartut tilisugutaujut ilagit aannertaqattarninga pidjutikillugit nunatsiagavamakkugin ajungittuni ikajortaqaattariaqarningi ajungittuluk taangugatta nunalingni taimana kamagiaqaraangatta soorlu passapummijaugayaqarninginu aaqigiartaulutik taakkua pequyait maligait qanutuinna maligatigut aaqigiartaulutiklu inuleqikku katamayaqngin ammaluttau taimanna atulequjikkannerput saqqititsigiaqarningi tuavernartukkut aannertartauvaktu iniksaqartitaujunna qullugit taimanna asingit maliglugit soorlumaanatuupami nunavumilu atoqtauqattartu idjuarlugit atulequjivut katamayaqalaarput taakkua nunatsiami gavamakkungin imanna tunni ila aaqiссigunnaqattarniarput tuavernartukku tamakkua maligaya kang ningin nun. Nunaling ni anak tao katak pijutigidlo tamakwa asid sa tao tamakwa akaw si balang na saw yun na kulo tilisi ko tao yok tamakko no nga sa pumiyaw kaw tigagaya kaktono katamaya kalat inulagan yang mo atula ko yikan na puno na tiyaga mamakungin kay mako tiyaga kakpo tamakko inay anak tao katak ningi siyak tao katangin ningi pijutigidlo kin takwa maligatigon akik silutiglo na magtuni maligaksaning kamagiyaw yun na kulugi tamakko ukaw sa kayaw si mangitut akik tao siya si magiyakang ninginot tamakko soglo inna to kay sa pumiyaw gayakang ningino inna to taiman kamagiyaw siya katalo tiglo atula kayayok 13 katibanya kala inula ka na mo katimayuyut soglo nuna siya gabang makungin kami ko kaya kang ningin no tamak ko ning kikli kaktunik soglo malikatak tao katak tuning eman na kano ako ni utigiyok taiman na liyo ko kaya daiman na liyo kaya kang ningin akigya siluting maligak ning katamanya kala katamanya atula ko yibutak ko nunat siya gaba makungin maligalaga yikot tuwabang naktuko sa puminimo tilisiguti kami ko yaw tiyarlutik maligale ok tao tiyarlutik lo ulo pingasot atong ningin niya kami ko tiyarlutik amalo katimayakala atula ko yigibot tao akisok tao tiyakon na kulugi tamak ko akik tao si mangitut tuwabang naktuko kami yaw tiyakon na kulugi kingawang iluting uwat tinullo unika kanirlutik tako akaw saklutik tamakko nga maligang nik kamagiyakaklutik lo akik tagutik sawayak tuning atula ko yaw yok 15 katimayakala atula ko yewot nuna siya gaba makungin kiyugayakakput 120 uloy anigulaw nginingin itamatamiksan unika ako tigiyak tinik Okakte pigakti chibunga tuglek taulunga katamayu yumot yalona wanang ano tako katamayi kala unikangin agak tao kulugi 20 brackets 1 inunagana mo katamayi kala unikangin sa pumiyaw yun na kulugit anak tao baktok si ukalimak tao lutiglo katamajutik sa tinulo tikakak tao baliat siya kulugit pero yung mga namagpok, nakukumalang mata, namagsaktulugtat, namagsangitop, kayo sibok. Makan si diak tamin maligayok te. Okay, te pigati sibok ang tuglak taulong kate mayu yung mode, range leg mode, tan 28, 20 brackets 1 katamaya kala kono inulaga mo katamaya kala no unikang ningita 27 mi maligak samik sa pamiyaw yun na kulugit tamakko ilagay to ni anak takataw takatang pitya kataw takatangin ng loping kayo ngamot na magsaktulugtat na magsangitot na kuangitot kayo sibok kati mayu yok magat si tialtamot kayon mayo kakte pigakti sibong ituklik taulong sa tumit maligaleok te takwa 9.4 brackets 1 brackets A nunat siya gaba makungi sakarit siya kakpo kiujutik sa kaniyak tamingnik atulok yung mga 120 uloy anigulaw ngin kiugaya kang nanginut taan na kayo sila oktilugit unikabo kaya naman kakte bakan si dial kami malagayok te na magpok nakukumalang mata na magsaktulugtat na magsangitot nakuangitot kayo sibok Unikangi katamiyakala ukain naktullo, sakatitaw ng ititakait.
Table in the documents.
Ititaw ng ititakait, balikalaga ng mo minister. Ukakti sakatit sigumaya nga ukunin nga makongnik. 36 takwa 2024, 2025, amaruta kamagiyaw si maningin unat siya. Tukisiga ako teka ako nakulugay sa pagyaw kulugay lita magkuwakang unaktut 2024, 2025. Kaya labi o kakte, tako sakit itaw nangit. Iglulang na mo minister, o kakte sakit sigumayo kani ukunin nga. Iglulang na not nunat siya may unikangi 2024, 2025, kaya nabi o kakte. Iglulang na mo minister sakit itaw nangit titakay sila siya padyan ng ano ilniyak lang na mo minister. Makotak ko akaw tamak siyute o kausil itakayaw si maninginu 2025, 2026, kaya nabi o kakte. Ilniyak lang na mo minister sakit itaw nangit nunalaga na mo minister. O kakti sakit siya kumayong o kanete kanino at siya may 911 so lokala biyo katawan nakto yung nakto kalakangan akago tamak siya tiganit nunalaga ng mo minister sakit itaw ng ititakay kawit kanek pako jiba nga unak tunik siwala pa may kalimak taw ng ina pako yaksay minister pako tilaga ng mot o kakti sakit siya nga pingat siya ulak pa October 29, 2025 sakit siya po nga pako yaksak taw di 3 tako kaya ako tiksay siwala pa may kalimak taw kulugit pako tiw siwala pa may kalimak taw ng pako yaksay siwala pa may kalimak taw ng pako yaksay siwala pa may kalimak taw ng pako yaksay tungilian o kalimak taw ng pako yaksay kada matuwid na kaya lang nak pikoyak sa ni asang iniglo ukaw sa kang naglo ni pikoyak sa 23, 24 sakit itaw sa may 385 20 brackets 1 amarut daw sakit itaw sa may titakay 386 20 brackets 1 sakit itaw sa may titakay 387 20 brackets 1 388 20 brackets 1 low tana katamayo yok to ni de wala de iksibota kayaw ni Kaya may tema katemagalak ta. Katematuin ng nalak pagut. Kano hindi ako mabise Inuktitut na may malakalokte. Kaya may sa batak. Pikajak sakto ni Twita na maligak. Nutakat miksano. Ta na ilagay nudlo. Ta ko akigak tao. Gaya kakajak ningin. Pikajalimat. 385 20 brackets 1 low. Amaro 2026. 2027 akituyutik site. Abate may utay no minister tan taon na ninirlo ni adlaka jamot ang ekpisi kaya namig tayo no kagalaw pidlakta kaya namig
Committee, we have agreed to
Katamaji taima pekoyak sa may 23 pilagaya kang niagatta. Tako ilagay to miksano sa pamiyaw yun na kulukit. Minister, kaya na may eksota. Ulumi ukaw sa kang niagama 20 pekoyak sa 23 tako niutakka miksano maligak pichutikildugo. Tamako ilagay miksano pilagaya kakto. Kamu to kakon uwatin nulu kamagijaw katammat pekoyak sa 23 pichutakak po akiyak tao kaya kaktonik nutakkan miksano pichutikildugit. Asinjak tao yun na kulugildu tamakko ave katakto nuleari pichutikildugit taiman na ito kakangan aksok naktumiso ang mata nutakkat pilok tumin pekoyak sa 23 taiman na ito ning katitaw sa mangit to niglo pilagaya kang niyamayutaw Inuktitut soglo avisimayutito pekoyak sa 23 nutane akikaktaw sa mayukang napunutaka sa pumiyaw tiyana sa yun na kulugit tamagkwalo ikakto yit soglo kawyi matitaw yun na kulugit sa pumiyaw kang ningin nutakat tamagkwano tao kausiktait avin na mutakwa maligak na itut kikut pilagaya kang mga ata, kikullo papatsigaya kang ng mga ata, nuta kaming nik, pedyo takaktot, nuta niglupit akakso ni ilagid, anak tataw katang ningit, tamagkwa, pero yung nimuto kangit to niyo kalwak, tayo man na tamagkwa, ikakto yes, magsaksyo ko takatsa kataga kang ningin, ikakto ibiko katasungong mata, tamagkwa, abig kangamig, pekoyak sak 23 may akikaya ko tigiyaw na akpot avikataktot ay pare pidyo tigilugit isa magsasyo ko tigit siya lugilo tamak ko kano ilyo ko tikataw takatang ningit avi si mayu nulea revinit nutakat emalo namunuk tikatagayang ningin nutamak ko avi si malarangamik tukitak titaw si matsiak sutik maligami Amalo ko sa kang na po tamak ko maligati ta sa ila akik taw sa mangitut akigak taw charlotek katiak soine amalo tamak ko ninga to kisiga ko tek sa wayak to ning sa pamiyaw yun na kulugay no takkat kinaw yatigot amalo taw tamak ko maligalagik ko kanu akik suya katta kayang mga atapa ko tigalang ni aggo katta kayang ningin not Tako pero yung ako takang nasa tiglo pingasunik tanda 38.1 pero yami tako tuksa ako na kulugay kaujik kaya ngilo ni tuwang naktukalakangat ay pakinal liya tuwin na marokano na tulagayaw niya ang mga ano takangit pero yaksak 42.1 tao tayo man natikwa sa kataon na kulugay Inuktitut nik kamagiyaw tiyarlutik tamakko ano takat amalo ilagay nga ni 3 mi tayo man na mako tako pero yung ako 14 amalo 43 pitak ukaw sa kakpot tukita ako tao ningin tukita titaw katang ningin namunok tak palyan ang mga tamakko abis malakto nuliagay tagbata ko ukaw siksak ka kanutuin nak apakayaw gumaki o katakaso ako ng nakunga. Kaya na may ekswata. Kaya na may apakana apakata na malakalang ng mga ministro sa katit sa kulugutat ko nga maligangnik. Minister time kakuyibi tako nga pinakayang ni ekswata. Kaya na may angat kasi katamay kalat. Yaksok kita ko isok tilaw may kik.
Minister
kinang mga na pinakayo yung ukaw sa kalako kuya na may eksibawtak na pinakayo ka tungila ka kuya na may kakte eksibawtak kuya na may tema magperluta Inulangan mo katamayo yut kimagula okto ta koninga pekoyak saktoni tui pijutigillugo. Koin miksi bauta pekoyak saktoni tui taana akiyak tauge akamninga nutakka miksaano malega akiyak taune amninga malega leokte kunnut March 13, 2025 kamagi yaulauman Katimayakalano inulakana mo tunniutauloksunilo October 28, 2025 mitaiman na katimatitsilaw katakitakaani miutaw yunik maligalagayitaan na ilagiyaw dun kimiko katawlaumat Kaya na may pagutamakkuwa ilagiyaw yurukta ngulauktu katimayaw yutaw tayo man ukaw sa kang natuk sa utama-tama miksano Kaya na may makansidal tayo malagaleokte Kikutuin na yun, kasi kakamawa, tamatamunga. Yellowknife, one ng ano, malagaleoki. Kaya na mix wata. Time, kaya na may kumayak katako, katamayak alani, katamayak kataw yun, kanayak tingin lang ministalo. Ikayo kataw laok to, tamak ko nga, ukaw siya katalaok to lo, kanuiliw kaya kang mga ata. Asije kolo yalaw katta pekoyak samon pekoyanon kage ako takang national nilutan na minister tamak ko ilagay anak takataw tining pitya kataw tingin ng pijutigituge maligaw jumi tan pekoyak sak Ilan nang kamagayak ako nang at ilalugtang itamak ko kamagayak kaktakalwak po takolo ni kaujisak uluyak tao si mangmad ang inaksak ko kamakuyaw tiyakan ni kaya kang nagano kaujilaw kata udyo ko sulaw kata piluak tabi tamak ko at wapang naktuk ko sa pumidyaw kaya kang nanginutakan naliat win nakluan naktaktaw katakto ay pakiktilugit Kuya na lang ipot ilaga pekoyak saum iman ukaw sa kalwa-kalo lang iman ukaw sa kayaw si magayakakto na akayayak tao gayakakto niglo tana pekoyak saksaban kaba magkutuk sa kapigilaw katigo kaya makutsi ako lugi tamak ko ningalukta pekoyak sa pekoyanig Atuin na utitsitsya kaya kang matagaba makkun akagaya ko tao si manayakto ni akagaya ko tao si kuyaw yuning Mamianak Sumuluak si manakama Kaya namig ukaw sa pekoyak sak 23, ukaw sa 28, pekoyak sak 23 mig. Pitakangimat, angyak pisi taiman na ukaw sa kaon niyak pa kayo sa unak pita dali kita ang lo pekoyak sak. Katamay angyak pan, kaya mig 48 ng matatakwa, takwa ilagi yangin ni 10 mo. Angyak pisi 10 mo tikillugo kaya namig taima takwa taigo siya nga uwat siya ako kan ukaw sa kanayak pagpianig ko tigo takwa nalala kita aktaw yung angyak pisi 10 mo tikillugo 11 mid 20 mo angyak pisi kaya namig 21 mid 30 mo angyak pisi ila 40 mo tikillugo kaya namig 48 mo tikillugo pekoyak sak 23 taon na ilagay miksano pekoyak pillugo angyak pisi kaya namig taon na pekoyak tamay tigut angyak pisi kaya namig taon na pel 23 ilagay miksano pejuta kakto pengayon na kalamak taon naksiba angyak pisi kaya namig at itama angyak pugutan na pianing pilagay si manak po pekoyak sak 23 may angyak pisi kaya namig minister ang marutaw takwa taan nalutao pilakayi nga kuyan na may kataulo kuyan na may kataulo ni kuyan na may
Committee, we have agreed to
Katimayita ko pikoyak saktoni fo ilagay miksana anak takattaw baliga nga ilagay miksana piti takakto maliga pilaga kanalak pawut kuya na may iksawata tagbani ulumi pikoyak saktoni fo akigayak taw kullugo tamak ko ilagay miksano kanatami taman na ilagay no maliga piti tigiligo kada tao ka makungin na uwat din kamagiyang mapilagayang akigayak tao na yung malulo nunat siyami yaman na akigayak tao kuya sa majulo ka matukakun ni maliksak suta akigayak sa simaningin no pakuyak sak 23 mo 23 mi malingmat ta ko akigayak tao sa majulo pakuyak sa may 23 mi tako maligay tako awika nga ta ay pake nutakkat kamagiyaw siya kung nakulugay katitaw si mangi karo ako tiglaw ni nutakkat kamagiyaw siya kaya kang mata pakuyak tak 24 akigayak si simadlo nilo nutakkat pimmakaw titaw lutik kanna tilisid taw yun tamang milukta ang ayok kakajaw yun maligay akakso tiglaw Taiman na amalukta ko yan na may kumayag kakatamayagala kawisat siya lang matatama tuminga ang katigigutilo kulo katamayagala ano pa ko yung nga ako tao yun brackets 1 pieces piti tao si may nang niyangmat piyaw si may nang niyangmat kaya man na abit to kakaangan ay parinig tamak ko notak kakisyan sa pumiyaw kaya kang nangin no pidyo takakan na kaldo ni apekutik sa ikatimayu yun ni pekoyak sak 24 kaya katakon nang nakpak ka kaya namik ang katigi kata pekoyak sak 24 ilagay miksana maligang may pilagay ka kumakawat ta tayo man na minister taan na ikajok timinig kakoy yung nakpa Mami anak, minister, kako jiwa pila kayo mining. Iksota.
Thank you. Would the minister
Kaya namig tayo minister, pila kayo mining ukaw sa kalawak na kaya namig sota, tan tungilira, Attorney General Brad Pat. Kaya namig tayo iksibaw daw tungiling anot, katimadyakala ko ni, ta ko kayo makula ko pekoyak sanik, pekoyak sak 24, pidyo tigil ko iksibaw tangat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Bill 24, an act to amend the Family Law Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 13, 2025, and it was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On October 20, 2025, the Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Justice and completed its clause-by-clause review of the bill. I thank the committee for their efforts in reviewing this legislation. Individual members may have additional comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the member from Mackenzie Delta. I'm going to go to, is there additional members that want to make opening comments? None? Now I will open the floor to general comments on Bill 24. Is the committee agreed that there are no further general comments? Agreed? Can we proceed to clause by clause review of the bill? Does committee agree?
Katamiyala angit pan, koyanamik, 28 umata, takwa ilangit, kolyo katarlogi, angin katang nerput. Katamiyala pekoyak saktan, taigo singan ikiulak pakak nerput. 1 mid 10 mut, angit pisi. 11 mid. 11 mid 20 mut, angit pisi. 21 mid 28 mut, angit pisi. Pekoyak sak 24 tana maligak ilagi miksano maligak angit pisi. Koyan namik pekoyak sak tamay tigut angit pisi. Koyan namik kaya angit pisi 24 tana akage ako tawayak to ilagi miksano pekayan yung kalimaktagon naksing makoyan namik angit pisi tana pekoyak sak pianing mata ko nga ilagi miksano maligak pichutigal angit pisi. Koyan namik Minister Amaruta katamaya kalalo amalo ate yaksukti ta ko antilang mikit.
Committee.
Tema katamaya tema pekoyak sak 27 tana akage tawge akajang ningi ilagi sa pumijaw ga kang ningi tana maligay ki sakati sila ta ko nga minister. Koy na mix ta ulo mitag banito nga bill 27 akage akajak ningi tamak ko sa pumijaw ga kang ningi no ilagi anak ta katapitya kataw ta katangit ta pedyo ta kakputuwang naktukot sa pumijaw yun nakulugit. Pekoyak sak 27 kagak tawo tema na tilisidyo te kakataka kang ningin wekaktuy kanwili ko kang ningin utako ay pakait pitsa kataw tingil kangata tema na tilisidyo te kakatalotik tamakko soklo malikata katangnek kapya sa kalunita ko ilagi ako tigiyaw lokto tako nga maligang nun amalutaw tamakko sa pumijaw ko mayut soklo akik sigon naklutik tako akik ako ti 2022 mi kamagila ako sa mayak po kay makulugo tamak ko to abang naktuko sa pumijaw kaya kang nangino maliga maliglukit malo asingin ni gaba magijaw yun soklo balik saksi magatigo tamak ko akik tao yun nakulugi maligaw yun amalo Taman na ito tilugi maligayang nita ko akagyak tao ni akto pekoyak sak 27 pedyo takako tamak ko ni ay pakayakat takto ni amarut tao ko yan na miyak mayak katamaya kala keme ko tiyala matatama tamamik sanot talle maniglo ato lako yuyo juda kaksutik tako amako akagyak tao laok suday maligatakat takto kapya sa kakatakto ay pamingnik ilagay yaw le kullugi tagpo ni maligang me tako yung tako pityo tigilugin tako ay pare 2 brackets 1.1 may maligang may ukak simang mata tamag ko ukaw sa tangid nalunayak tao sa malaksote ilagi tako emanek kate makatak ng ilon ni taman na pityo tigilugo no tangok ti tao sa mayok 2 brackets 5 paripokik talit kina pitya katangin mga ating tao ila tagok tagon nakloni tako kausik tangilo to kasi natsiyak ti tao yun nakulugit amarut tao tako tuksakaw ti kahon nakulugit pukik taling no pityak taong ito section 2 maliglugo tagbata ko pianing po kausik ka kiyuga sukatang niyak po nga apikotik sa kakarotsi pikoyak sak 27 me.
Does the minister like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Thank you. And the Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Deputy Minister, Attorney General Brad Patzer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I will now turn to the Deputy Chair of the Standing Committee of Social Development and the committee that reviewed the bill for any opening comments on Bill 27. I'll go to the member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Bill 27, an act to amend the Protection Against Family Violence Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on May 28, 2025, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On October 20th, 2025, the Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Justice and completed its clause-by-clause review of the bill. I thank the committee for their efforts in reviewing this legislation. Individual members may have additional comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll now open the floor to general comments on Bill 27. I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize for getting lost in the proceedings earlier. Just to conclude, I just wanted to highlight recommendation 7 in that committee has asked the government to initiate a comprehensive review of the entire emergency protection order and protection order system using section 16.1 of the Act, because we certainly heard from people that the effectiveness of EPOs really depends on how the system is functioning in practice. And what we heard is that there are many ways that in practice the system is not serving people as well as it could and as well as it needs to. So I'm certainly really hoping that by doing a review of each aspect of the EPO system and looking into beyond just how it's designed, but how it's actually working in practice and how it's working in terms of procedures with the, for example, how soon justices are able to actually review EPOs when they come to them, ways that people can apply for altering the terms of an emergency protection order. Things like that I think could make a big difference in terms of how well these are serving people. So I do urge the government, even though it feels like, okay, this part's concluded and the tendency might be to just put this aside and, you know, forget about it for a while. I think to really gain the momentum of the work that's been done here, I would really urge the government to initiate a review and look at further changes to the Act that might need to be made that could really be even more effective in serving people. I know that the government will have to take that recommendation away and come back to us, but I just wanted to highlight that in my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll continue on to general comments. Is there any further general comments? I'm going to go to the member. Oh, I should know this by now. Train Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I always say, there's lots of lakes in the Yellowknife, so it takes a while to get this all figured out. Mr. Chair, I really just wanted to put my comments on the record and just compliment the committee on an excellent and comprehensive review, and really wanted to highlight again the recommendations that committee made. They're extensive. There's 15 of them in total, and I think it's important to note that if you take the recommendations in their entirety, and I guess I would direct these comments towards Cabinet. I mean, they're going to be directing their staff and the Minister of Justice to provide a response. But if you look through the recommendations in their entirety, there's a lot in there. There's quite a bit of action that go well beyond simply the amendment of this act. And so I encourage the Minister in responding to take some time to really think through what a fulsome response to these recommendations would look like. And I think I'm not going to repeat it because it's already in the report and it's on the Hansard in the record, but committee made a point of emphasizing the words of the YWC and WT and quoted them at length in their report, and I encourage people to look at that. I encourage the Minister to have a look at it as well. And just to summarize what was said there, effectively the YWCA was saying updating this act is not going to end family violence on its own. And I think that's what committee was really looking to get at with their recommendations. And so I want committee to know that I made a point of reading through this. I really appreciate the hard work of committee and the excellent recommendations that they made. Yeah, definitely encourage the Minister to provide a fulsome response to this report, noting that really the amendment of this act is a step, but it certainly isn't a comprehensive response. So I wanted to get my comments on the record about that. Again, thank the committee for their excellent work and highlight it and ensure that the Minister's aware that those of us even who aren't on the committee are watching the government's response to this and want to ensure that it's comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further general comments on Bill 27? Is the committee agreed that there are no further general comments? Can we proceed to clause by clause review the bill? Agreed.
Taima pekoyak sakta koas wachako kalitay ko sigaw kausa kanayak pabot manmit angyak pisi ilangan ito angyak pisi 3 mit angyak pisi 4 angyak pisi ilang 5 angyak pisi 6 angyak pisi pekoyak saktuang 7 tan sa pumiyawi akang nangita kwa ilagi pizza kataw tekinto maligangat tamay tigut katem ilam pekoyak sak angyak pisi tan pekoyak saktuang 7 maliga akaya akang nangano ilagi pizza kataw ilagi pizza kat nulere pizza kataw ngitengito maliga maliglugo time pilagaka pabot pilagak pabot ako angyak pisi kaya namik minister kaya namik pagalo tako tagwanito aksukti tako antilang mikit.
Committee, we
Kita may time angyak kata sakit ito siya may taka 385 brackets 20 brackets 1 2026 2027 lo tako perder jo ala kasi ko tako pigalang initin ni uka kumayo nga kaya maniak po si tako akiyute pilaga katilage ultimi yakaitit siya kumayo nga malit siya katang niyak po si tako ninga ukaw siya kay walya ikatin Teman na pilagat siya ako nang nakata teman na siya kang ngoyak maliglugo. Katimayit makong matatak ko minister mako pilagat kang nakatutak ko nga teman na adyong item atong nakata angirot si teman siya sa pamitan na minister pekotas wala ka na mo pekar niyak pabut amalakaw makutila ka ng mot minister yok amalo Minister pekotila ka ng mot Tana Minister pekotila ko
Okay, does the minister responsible for
Minister tan pangnaw ti kijawat lere pa kodak zone o makutin na pechu tegit lekota kayo na siba explota. Kaya na may katamayang pan. Kaya na may atita ko tabong alam mikit at lakaw yamot. Apersona at tiko.
Okay, would the minister please introduce the witnesses?
Oh, my witnesses. Oh, dear. Just, Mr. Chair, let me just get my notes out because I have a problem with names when I sit in this chair. Galen McPherson, Associate Deputy Minister, Strategic Infrastructure, Energy and Supply Chains, and on my right, Kim Wickens, Assistant Deputy Minister, Energy and Strategic Infrastructure.
Thank you. The committee has
26-27, which is the money that's being advanced or proposed for advancement at this point, would be to get us to the beginning of an environmental assessment process. And to get there, we are partners on both sides of the lake are responsible for doing some of the environmental preparatory work in terms of determining exactly where the landing points would be on both sides. I understand that work is at least underway. Does need to be completed before we can go to an EA, obviously, so for the coming fiscal year. And along with that would be finalizing associated permits and some design packages all towards that work. We are still targeting a potential construction decision for 2028, which would come about once we know what the EA results are and what a final design would look like. As I think there was something else, Mr. Chair, in the question that I've forgotten, but maybe the member will remind me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there was, I didn't catch it, so. Moving forward to another item under this minister's page is the Fort Simpson power plant replacement, relocation, I suppose. And that is, I believe, it says here through ISIP, which is another federal piece. If I recall correctly, it is 75% federal, 25% NTPC. Can the minister confirm whether, and maybe this is the wrong time to ask, but I hope it isn't, can the minister confirm whether NTPC will construct the capital project, or will its role be limited to ownership and O&M? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do believe that we are expecting to flow the money here to NTPC via the GNWT so that they would overtake or be responsible primarily for the construction of the plant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further comments? I'm going to go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question is about the Tulston pre-construction planning. So the minister said that they're hoping that they would be at the beginning of an environmental assessment stage by the end of 26-27. So that would imply that, you would have sort of terms of reference or be moving towards a report that you can make public. So keeping in mind that this is for the next 3 years, but at what point in the next 3 years, or at what point in the process will the public be able to see, well, first the estimated cost of this project and the business case being put forward? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, there already is a fair bit of public engagement that is happening, particularly in communities, more organized with the communities around the watershed. So, let me certainly say I think there's a commitment here that maybe we need to be doing some of that here in Yellowknife and doing a better job of bringing the story of this project to Yellowknife. So, certainly happy to commit that we should be doing that. I know that when I'd appeared at the city to talk about the project and to share some of the steps and stages, people did seem surprised, although, and I think some of us on the team were perhaps forgetting that it doesn't get out as often as we think it does. So happy to do that. With respect to business case, I think that would have to, at this point, I'll have to confirm if it's fully up to date and when it can go out, but I know it's been shared with all of our partners, and I expect that they probably are sharing it with their communities. So again, let me take that back and make sure that I'm correct in my understanding of what the community members and of what the partners are expecting of us, and whether we can get that out, and or how we can get some of that information out. And it may well be, Mr. Chair, that we share at least some more formal summary of it than what has come out. So again, I do want to. This is a difficult one in that everything I'm saying I'm wanting to make sure I put through our steering committee. But anyways, as I say, I think it's important that we do get a lot more information out to the public, particularly in Yellowknife, because as I say, I know there's been community engagement sessions held with leadership and the communities and other partner groups. So there may be a gap here, and I'll take responsibility and make sure we fix it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I know that many members of the public are eager to see the cost and the business case, and the sooner we can do that, then the sooner we can have an informed public discussion about a cost-benefit analysis, which I'm certainly eager to engage in. Second, regarding the Slave Geological Province all-weather highway, can the minister tell us, so keeping in mind that this project is slated for the next 2 years, the planning process, can the minister tell us whether a route has been set or decided yet for this project? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, not yet, Mr. Chair. And there have been studies done really over the last few years of quite a large number of routes. There have been, with varying degrees of technical research on each. For instance, some have had geological analysis to understand what potential geology is in the regions, and some have had further than that, also more environmental analysis and more design analysis. But Mr. Chair, the stage that we're at right now, we have, there's the YKDFN and Clecho, who I understand are looking to find a path to work together in order to, given that the route almost certainly would cross either or both of their lands, traditional lands and Clecho lands, and so they are looking to take a bit of a leadership role at this point and confirm what a final route would look like. But that, so again, subject to some work that they want to do, there is not a final decision. It is, I think, understood that that work does need to get done, with some urgency, so that we are lining ourselves up with maybe the interest that's happening on the federal level. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the minister explain then what the government hopes will be accomplished by the end of 27-28, or any milestones that are being targeted up to then, especially in terms of where it would be at the environmental assessment process, and at what point the government would have a developer's assessment report prepared. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, Mr. Chair, I do want to be quite frank about this, that this was always expected that what was originally known as the Lockhart All-Season Road would be moving to an environmental assessment in the coming fiscal year. I think there has been a bit of a dialing back of that language, and really a shift in a positive way to take advantage of the attention that we are seeing on a national scale to see an all-season road through this region. And so that shift in name has also come with a shift in approach, which is to say that this would not be a singularly GNWT led in advance, but we are looking to partner more meaningfully and to engage more meaningfully at this stage with, as I say, Clecho and YKDFN, but also noting that there certainly are other Indigenous nations and, for example, the North Slave Métis, who also have an interest in the area. So a bit of a change in that approach, which may mean that it is not as far advanced as what it might have been. But it is still the hope that we can, by the end of this fiscal, be at the point of having an EA ready, which would, of course, require having the DAR in advance of that. So it's a fair bit to happen in the course of the next year and a half. But certainly haven't, I certainly haven't resolved from that as a goal. There's a lot that would go into it, Indigenous knowledge studies and other information. So a lot of that can happen, whether it 100% gets to where I want it to be at before the end of the next fiscal. Again, remains a bit to be seen, but I do believe that there's a sense of urgency on this, again, particularly given the national attention that it's getting. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate that the minister noted that to be ready for an EA, there would need to be a lot of studies and Indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge studies, also a lot of baseline data collection, which can't be done sort of in the snap of a fingers and often can't be sort of fast-tracked in the sense of there are certain times a year where you need to collect environmental baseline data, and if you need to collect it in the summer, you need to collect it then. You can't just sort of do it in February instead just because you want to. So just flagging that this is an extremely ambitious timeline, and I would want to make sure that the proper baseline data and Indigenous knowledge studies are being collected carefully considered, as opposed to just sort of skimmed past. I'll just move quickly then to the Mackenzie Valley Highway planning. I know that this EA has been underway for quite a long time, but just sort of more active in the last few years. Looking on the Environmental Impact Review Board website and their timeline, it states that they're expecting the government to submit an addendum to the developer's assessment report by July of next year. It's unclear how long the next steps in the process would take, but what is the government hoping to achieve over the next fiscal year? Like, what is the milestone or achievement where you hope to be by the end of 26, 27? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on this project, there would be the draft addendum for July. Then after that, our public hearings would be held. And again, our hope certainly being that if we are, in advance of that, spending time with the communities who are affected and impacted, that these public hearings would go fairly smoothly, that there would be no, again, that people are hopefully well versed in the project by this point. One of the things we are hoping to see happen in the immediate future is that a working group readiness or a project readiness working group can be set up for those communities. Typically that would, or historically, that would often not happen until later in the process, till you're sort of a year out from construction. But it is our view that getting that done now will actually empower communities to be ready when this moves forward, and to also then therefore be better placed to participate in those hearings. So the hearings would be, again, really in about a year from now, but a lot of work in advance of that. Another, getting out of the environmental assessment process really at this point does also ensure that we want to make sure that when we get to that point that everyone is ready. And one of the big parts there is ensuring that Pedzakay First Nation are involved. They've, for a very long time, not been very involved. And we now have with them a fairly detailed and very specific work plan to make sure that we are moving in tandem with them, and so that we have, so that everyone's ready to roll. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
Taima asingittau apakkutikiyaugajartut katamayinit aka pitaqangimmat atiaquyannamik pequterjualerigit parnautausimaningit $70,847,801 angipisi katamayi taima Tana Minister Tauruni, Pakoterzualakanamot, Pagna Tawalianing in Obakotit, Asingin Lu at the Exuctita, Ko Anitila Magit, Winami.
Okay, thank you.
Winami, time a pig and Yalapota. Minister Pakoterzualakanamot, Tana Pakoyerja, Tana Ekanayaktaminisak, Kakoyinerpa, Exvata. Time I pisi, Tamayi, Exoctita, Kakolomikit, Ekanayatingit.
Thank you. Then.
Kanamik, Minister, time I kick on Mangata Okosakit. Kanamik Sabota, Tana Talakpenny, Salas Make, ilaging itakaloka ate ko siya na atakakadawmat amarutaw tong ilaka kaya maneko kanamik time siya ate magpigak 55 ta kuha pekotik out of town ningit apekotik site kata mayoyo Inuktitut bootleg mit kaya make sure ta ako tigo ta pijutigilu ta ko nguba nudango te taon pa akisok taon pa lo ako taman sanayaw ni aktok Inuktitut mo ngawyok kaya make minister kaya make sure ta itan pinakakayaw ni aktok 26, 27 may kamagayaw ni aktok 225 may 230 mo minister Inuktitut bootleg mo 225, 230 mo tema minister o kakong nakpak tagban ni pekat pisimangin naman aliyang mga taman na Dempster Highway may ito kaya na make sure ta ati minister Ringling River may ito kaya na make katamayuyok Inuktitut bootleg mo ngayon kaya na may pa kaya ko ako katak to tak kuning kawes tang na mata taman akay so taon na maamar to ka kanakon nakpata na highway tan akay so taon na tak mo tuktuyak ta mo ngawyo Inuktitut me kaya make aper na pa tungil ka kiyo na ni kan make sure tan ikajok tinga tong ileta tan tamak ko solo ako tiya kisok tao kaya kalaking mata tamak ko solo makataklan luping mat akisok tao na ako tagbabok tayo man na akisok tao na ako make katamayuyok Inuktitut bootleg mo kaya na may ekswata ko akang ngalaw tigilawat tigo ako ti soklo pukto sigak tawi akalaw man makatang man ako apo ti kakatalakangan tayo makay kamagiyakang na ako ko ni nga ko contract tagayaw daw to suyik sa ni ako nun iman tema dan nakay pilakayaw ni alak pa makatang ni nga kaya na may ekswatak itana ako si tuwin na kung mapila yung makayaw ni akmata ako may kati mayuyok Inuktitut bootleg tema kalaw ekswatak kaya na may kati mayuyok range like mint kaya na may ekswatak tan highway 4 sanayaw kanak na nga ta ko isa malugot akang mata nako akte ulo ka nakatang nga awyakut piluak to may tuyok to ko kalaw mat taba ni ako ti ko tami kanok akas ila po ko yakatang ningit ako ti meglo salamak sa katang ningit amalo tamak ko takok sa siya katangin mata uluga so ko uluga naktabin niya po sila to niti takakatakalawang man takok sa siya katangin mata tako at itakaktaw si mayo kaya na make minister mot kaya na make sotak pilira kang niya po tako highway for me so lo silik tiyak tao ni aktok tagban ni ila nga tan okaw sa kanya nga katamayuyok range like me Kaya na may sotak ta na tagva kano takin niya kakpa taman na kano ako niyo tigil ta na pilika jaw niya pa ta na akaw ko sang no pilika jaw niya pa akaw bitag man atok to me. Kaya na may minister kaya na may sotak ta na sana yaw kayang niya to akaw no makaw no tagva ni akaw may atok to me ungatani lo. Kaya na may katamayuyok range like po kaya na may sotak time ulo kaya na katak mataman na kau je mayuk saw tak ko pilari yun minista pilari pinga kano akaksuin ang mga ta ulo kaya naktonik ako timi minister kaya may suwatak tak ko sibulak pami tak ko akisok tao niya to ulo kaya nak to ulo kaya nak nga highway po ang nakataw yung dips mga yok taman ko aksuingin na yang niyak to galo taman taminga uluran ng narayangan ng ako teo range like malagalokte kaya na make sure ta tayo makalaw ayun na make apakotik sa kanit kati may yellow na iwan ng ano kaya na make sure ta tayo ko nalnayak tao ko ta na highway 4 sana yaw niyak na nga income trail mo ngawyok ta na akot akaksuin niyang mata nadliyangin nakikilamin na mo kilaman mo tikilugong niyak pata ko akisok tao niyak ta minister iksawata ilang kisok tao na ito taman na kilometro 5961 mo. Kaya na make swata katamayuyo wang ng ano yellow knife. Iya kaya na make swata tayo tama ni Red Lake Red Lake may niyak to tema no taming solo kwak titaw yung kang niyak pa tava ni kay kok tao si mayok iman iliw ka vero ni city na sanin. Kaya na may minister, iksibawta, tayo man na pang nagsamayo ko 26-27 may kamakiyaw na akto. Iliw ka na tamak ko nga city na sanin. Ako mo iliw ka na akto. Kaya na may katamayuyok. Kaya na may iksibawta, asyano na kama. Salayaw na akto mo. Agatuyotin atok tuksay. Kisong niya lugo tamak ko minister o kakong nakpa kinaw yan na kanutiga atong niya pisi 26-27 niya kami tama ito mo nga kaya na may $2,600,000 eksboda kaya na may katamayuyok yan na iwan ng ano kaya na may eksboda minister kaya ba katsitong niya mga at katsining atong inasaw na pisitag ba ni kaya na make minister kaya magoya mo kinaktabot Mami anak, tana tong ilakan tuniniakat ko. Kaya na may eksotak, tana tong ilakan may kayukta nga. Kaya na may eksotak, tamak ko 60,500 na atong inaksaw na aktagot. $4 million na atong inaksaw na aktagot. Kaya, mami anak, kaya na may katamayuyok yung na ipawan ng ano. Kaya na may eksotak, tayo may tutidlo ko, taman na sanayaw na akto kinaw na atong inaksaw jutigin na akatigo taman na kaya ko si mawadi pa magkutak ko kaum makutin miksano sana gunang nakpita tak ko kailangan na sa pilagay tigo kinaw na atong inaksaw yun ng nakata kaya na make minister Apiqaniarpaqa Deputy Minister. Qanmik tungilingan taikayuqtinganut qanmik suataaq taiman kinauyani atunginnersaagutik sattinni qiniqattartugut tamakkunang nani atunginnersaaniarmayuguttau pilareeralugu tamanna qanmik suataaq qanmik katamayuuyuq Yellowknife qanmik suataaq unikkaaruyutsiarama amaruttaa peqataataan apeqqutigiumayaqa tamakkua aqissortaa kannerniarmi yuttau taima aqissortauniarumata tamakkua ulurianartumiinnersait pequtillu qat sini kiinaui atorniarpisi aqissortauningil tamannaqqun. Minister? Qanmik suataaq 3,400,000 atorniartuq qanmik Yellowknife uannanganut qanmik suataaq taima nalliangit aaqissortauniarmangaata aqquti ismaksarsiorniarluta qauyisaqqaaga aqaqattarniaqattigu qatsiertarsutik taimanna qauyisaqattarpisi qatsiertarlusi nalli sunai aaqissortaugiaqarninginnu ilinniarviit aanniarviit gavamakkut pequtigin iglorluaqutangillu atuagaqqarpita qatsiertarluta tamakkua qauyissertauqattaraaqarniarmangaata ilangertauniarluta aaqissortauniarlutillu qanmik suataaq taanna Assistant Deputy Minister kiuniarpoq Minister utungilingat ikayoqtinga qanmik suataaq ukiutallima anigutuaqaangata qauyisaqattartavut qanmik katamayuuyuq Yellowknife uannanganut qanmik suataaq taima taakkuaruktaa qauyissartauqattarniarpa tallima ukiut aniguqaangata uvaluunni tamaaqmi peqat qauyissaluktaartauqattangilaan Minister tungilingata ikayoqtinga qanmik suataaq taima pianiqattartugu tamaangujumi kisiani kinguvaqattaqaluarluta ilaannikkut immaqa ukiunnumaquunnut nunallimaani tamakkua qauyissarumayattinni qanmik suataaq qanmik Yellowknife uannanganut qanmik suataaq taima qoyannamiaqajarpunga taakkua departmentkut soorlu sivummugiarumarpata kiinauyartaakanneriaqarniarpata taimanna ukiut tallima aniguruangata qauyisaqattarunnaqullugit taimanna angiqatigijakka taima qauyissarieraangatta sivullerpauniarmangaat soorlu ulurianartumiinningit sivunik sauniartami soorlu taimannailiuqattaqquummata taana minister uqarunnarpa tamarmiluktaaq tamakkua ulurianarneriangin aqqutiit kamagiyauqattaqullugit soorlu aaqissortaugutik sauniartuni kiinauyartaartitaugunnarpa nalliailu sivullerpautitaugiaqarmangaata qauyissaqattartuksaugatsi ajigiingittuuva naamaqattarpallu tamakkua aaqissorutauniartut soorlu ulurianartalimayunnaqullugi inungnun Ministermut apiqiniartaqa taanna Minister tungilingata ikayoqtinga qanmik suataaq naamaqattartu taakkua kiinauya ulurianartuni aaqissuigutigiaqattartavut tamakkua soorlu inang tau kataktugola kisani angomat unika maliksugit taiman na lingang mata katamayuyok yalunay wanang ano kaya na may soda taima tusakattakat soulu uktutikiligo yalunay ilinniya winginin ilinniya kang mata soulu inga kattang makutukattang mata ilangit ilinniya wait ulugana tuin nakayakang man soulu kutuktukakpan kulanit namutuin titagon nakman imaklo sukuktit sakattak suni iglosya kulanganing kanga tuwagang lisongo ba kanit tulikangan uy mayakat na matasong matek ko sumulak po titaw kattaka kakalawa patatak ko kutuktuil niya wait Minister, nagkakon pa ukawtigon nakpatigudlo kanok tusaktit sa katang mga tamak ko nga kutuktunik kutulikat tunik tuwabang naktitaw katak pa tamak ko kangalo utakigon na kayang mga kanuti kutuk ni kalarangan kaya na mix po tamak ko kamagot siya tigo nalyang isibulak pa titaw na mga kutuktut so ulugan naktamilrangat at tamak ko iglugjo mo akit siya sa magun nirangat tamak ko tungili nga tungili may ikayok tinga kayo ukakan na kunakto ukakan na kumakpan ati pigalaw kat Sibauta ko yan namig ilag YK1 ngunakaktaw yu ilin niya wait nunit siya gamang kong inipigyan niya yung mata manasang ulaw kami ilaliw ti simayakpot kisok kataka kaningin no takon nga ilin niya rin kaya namig sibauta kaya namig apek ko dik sa hakpa katibayit Katamayu orange segment. Kaya na makes about that.
Details on the questions I had about Highway 4. So the sections in question where accidents over the summer occurred are the corner of Prosperous Lake and kilometer 21. So can I get some reassurances from the minister that those two sections are going to be addressed by the rehabilitation? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. That just would fall under our general annual maintenance in that area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Okay, I don't think I had properly understood, but I think it would reassure folks who are concerned about this if we knew that they were going to take a look at that section. So if you're telling me the general maintenance is going to address these concerns, then I guess we'll go from there. But just to confirm that they will be addressed through general maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the current schedule for this year, like I said, is from kilometer 59 to 61 for the projects, for the improvements. That section that the member is speaking of would be addressed through our annual maintenance and probably this coming summer. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Okay, that is helpful. There's also concern about a lack of guardrails at these sections and other sections as well, where if there is a slip on the road that you can fly right off of it. So is their plan to improve, do those safety improvements to the highway and install guardrails? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So guardrail and replacement projects are for Yeah, in the North Slave region, there is some work being done. I don't know if it's that particular area, but I can find out and let the member know.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Rouge Lake.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that this is relatively detailed, but it's also relatively important because, like as I said, there were some high-profile accidents and loss of life this summer. So I will await that additional information from the minister and the department, and make that information available to my constituents when it is made available. So I'll hold the minister to that, but nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there, go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the item, the project Various Highway Chip Seal Overlay Program, the chip seal overlay for 100 to 150 kilometers each year, territory-wide. Can the minister please say how much is allocated for that item for 26-27? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Annually, throughout all our road system that where we do repair or anything like that, we've got 175 kilometers that is scheduled for replacement repair of chip seal and on our road system there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I think the minister might have misheard me. My question is, how much are we spending on this particular program for the 26-27 year? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This year's program is $10 million.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that an ongoing $10 million, or does that increase with inflation annually? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So far, it's been $10 million annually.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so that's for 175 kilometers. Is that what the minister said previously? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Does the minister have the amount of detail around which highways are planned or projected to be resealed in 26-27? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yeah, thank you. So this year we have scheduled Highway 1, kilometer 25, Highway 3, kilometer 74, Highway 4, kilometer 60.7, Fort Providence Access Road, 5.3 kilometer, and Deta Access Road, 11.3 kilometer.
Koinamik, Grace mo malakerte, koinamik swata, koinamik pakatan na minister. Katse ta ko ako ti kaul saktaw laukpat elio kaivyo kanang nekta ton so lo ulagana taili kutik saw nekta mo tunun manaw ya pilaka yaw nekta koinamik katame minister. Koinamik swata tamakko pilaka yaw naktugaluan akisoktaw naktugaluan ilanga piutuin nakakakto ilanga piung ituluni tema tamakko sana yaw nakayangit iman na tako soko kaudi katak mata ilio kaktaw yu tema na kaudi sa kuluya nakatak takalwak po tamakko asa dituin nakakakalwak sa tiglaw ilang kaya nami katamayo yung Great Slave Mot. Kaya namig so tatagwata ko minister o katya makoyan na may pangak pilaka kayawangin ng mat kaya namig so ta kaya namig apakotik sa kanit pitakang imat tayo ma pakotik zuwala kayikot pakotik out of town ningit 129,683,000 ang akpisi kaya nami katamayit magpera lang mayo 61 mut Pilaraja yuta ko to kisiga ko teksa 62, 63 milo apa ko teksay. Minister Great Slamit. Kaya may eksotak. Time taman na nung natsarok dami kamagayaw niya pa ta napakotigiya ka minister kauti unak pa nga katsito katak mga ta sa mga akisok tao kan nung naktilugo 26, 27 May. Kaya may eksotak minister? Kaya may eksotak? Nakakago taman pila ka katak tabot. Kawin sa kataklotigo, tamak ko soglo, kanaktugo katsit, $200,000 ni ato katakto, atong naktugo tagwa ni akagumi. Kaya namig, kaya sila mo malagalokte, kaya namig sa bautak, ukpagusok po nga taman na, pedyo takakto sa umat, nunaliw yunik, NTS ko, kamagayaw katakto tako, ako sa kabitigo, minister, nanilukta tamak ko kamagakatak tabut 13 nunaliw tamak mi kaya namig kuwait sila mo malagalokte kaya namig suwatak tayo ba kaya namig pakatak ko katamay ila ministaw yu ukat siyamat taman na pigala akong maagani ula ako tumi tagwa ni akago may atok tatin ni man uktuti jaw to nak sa manya ko nakai. Minister. Kaya may sotak taman na akisok tao katak to ta kwaruk tatset. Sokro uso ko te kawi. Kaya may kaya sila malagalokte kaya namig nadliang watak ko 26, 27 on yakta na lengin nun nali tema ito akisok tao piyo na minister. Kaya kasok ito nga. Tamang miluktak. Nali. Kaya sila mo malagalokte. Kaya namig, tema 200,000, 26, 27, tamay no 13, nunalig no atok tao ni akto. Atok tao ni akto, minister. Tagwa ni akago, may atok tumitwin na ugalok. Kaya namig, kaya sila mo malagalokte. Kaya namig makik. Eksibota, kao di ko magmayingat tao saks habo, mitakot, tukok tao vig, 26, 27 mitakko katsani atong neakpat kinaw yanik. Saksaba mitakko oksoro kaw takakvit. Oksoro takvilo. Minister? Tagbani akaga may atok tumi saksaba mo 2,200,000. Kaya namig, kaya sila malagaliokte, kaya namig suwata, amarut tao. Minister ukaw sa kakawat to saksaba mo yung tao yung solo uksalo kaw takakpengat malo uksalo takpengat akaw ngila ako nakadyang ito garuan kaya namig sotak ang igligyak tao ni aktok naman na uksalo kaw takakpengat ako na yung nasa uksalo kakti tao katak na yung mata nunalik kaya namig sotak kaya namig kaya sila malagalokte kaya namig sotak tako ato sang nakpot to saklugit kaw di mabunga tamak ko inawid butlay may ukaw sa kakon ng naktok sayok inawid sana video takaktonik tagpato ang komat apag ko ka kaya namig katamayuyok Katemayuyok Inuktitut bootleg me. Kana make sibota. Eksibota tana sibulak pa pijutakang mata. Tay kanil mamena. Inuktitut mirana mibvig soglog kanataw ka makungano ka magkakatang mago. Tamakwa kayo si tao niyang mata. Ta apek ko tigin niyak pangnaw takang mata. Kinaw ya akituyotin atok site. Tana minister kwakti tao niyang nangano taman na mibvig o kausa kakon nakpa tana mibvig 2026 kuniyak tami. Kwakti tao niyak pa kaya namik minister. Kaya namik isbauta 2026, 2027 milu. Make sigiyak tao si maniyak to 26, 27 niyak tabilu. Taman na soglo kwak kagayak mataman na sitiglik kagayak mabiyak tao kanila ang inyani. Katamayuyok Inuktitut bootleg mut. Kaya namik isbauta. Kaya namik makiktunga. Nalab sa ito naktunga iman na isbauta.
Or in 2030, there's still going to be a requirement on that runway, given it's been a reality for the past few years, and certainly will be even more of a reality as we move forward, that there will be O&M money required going forward. So I guess my question would be, has that been set in stone that we won't be paving this year? Has the department considered getting another opinion on that, and given that, again, I appreciate that it has to settle, but again, I think regardless of what year we do this, there will be a requirement going forward, hopefully, again, committed by the federal government to have O&M funding to continue to keep that runway maintained. So I guess my question is this in stone, or are they considering looking at other options and possibly another opinion on that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So that's what's scheduled for this year, and that was the plan. Also, an airport garage will be constructed as part of the 26-27 budget. So this is all part of the work, and then to get the paving in there afterwards. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Inuvik Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and again, and I appreciate that, and the work that's being done up there. My only other concern around that is, as you know, it's being done by a local contractor in partnership with the Indigenous government up there, and to do projects of this nature, obviously, it requires staffing up, it requires training, and given that it is I understand the project has been reduced this year to allow that runway to settle. There's always a fear that you lose some of that expertise and lose some of that workforce, given that the project is on that bit of a delay. But I'll leave that issue at that, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make that point. The other comment I have is around, I see there's runway, taxiway, apron overlay in Inuktitut. I think that's great. But given conversations I've had, certainly with the manager of the regional airline there, I know every spring and fall, definitely fall time, the runway in Sachs Harbor does get soft. There's been several times when the aircraft going in there simply can't land. And as you know, Sachs Harbor relies solely on the local regional airline to provide goods and services and to get people out, in and out to medical appointments. And I'm wondering if the department has considered or had any look at also doing some work to that runway in Sachs Harbor as well, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do understand that there is some concerns there, and I know it's been worked on with annual maintenance, and I think that's the plan currently right now is to continue with the annual maintenance for that area or for that runway in Sachs Harbor. And we don't have anything scheduled as of yet, but yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Inuvik Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I encourage, it would be nice if we could actually get some data back from the department on how many times that runway has actually been shut down versus the one in Inuktitut, who I know likely have the same issues. However, the runway in Sachs Harbor, Sachs Harbor is a smaller community. It doesn't have jet service like the community of Inuktitut does. So if the minister can commit to coming back with some detail on the number of times that runway in Sachs Harbor has been I guess, in such condition that smaller aircraft or the aircraft that go in there, which is a 1900, a Twin Otter, and a King Air, were not able to land on that runway. And then, if so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, apologies, consider putting some resources towards ensuring that that community has a runway that's safe to land on all year round. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, notes taken. We'll try to get you information that you're wanting, but just from my memory and recollection of that. So depending on the time of year, the spring thaw and stuff, that the type of aircraft that can get in there. So if the 1900 can't get in, it sounds like a Twin Otter can. So it depends on the time of year, but we'll find out as much information for the members so that we can get them that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Inuktitut.
And I appreciate that, and since the minister brought it up, I will point out that the 1900 obviously has a larger capacity than the Twin Otter. As well, the Twin Otters don't run as much in the fall and winter times. They're typically used more for charter work than they are for passenger and cargo work. So that Twin Otter is not always available to get in there, and the 1900 is the preferred route to go in there, or the King Air. And the King Air, as well as the medevac aircraft, which is required to land in there. So it's another factor to consider on that runway. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Kanamik, tama, surik ka ng apakuri side. Apakuri sa kanit. Pitakangin Tana. Pakotak zuara ka dikko pilagak sa pijit sa kautik sa ilo. $28,510,000. Ang ikpisi, kaya na may katamayi, tayo magpilakluta, pakotak zuara ka dikko ta, ko magpikang may 54 mitut, apekutit. Katamayuyok.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from
Katamayuyok inuwit po, langmut. Kaya na may suwatak, tayo takwa, kingawarakta ko yung wayakatakwa, pakotak zuara ka na pilagak sa'yo. Tana namang mat, pakoy bungamot, kayo namig, nakuha ko ng mata, angingitut, kayo sibok. Takwa pakotak zuala ka dikko 2026, 2027, kingawarakta hullogo, kaya namig, katamayuyok, kaya namig, takwa esukti, anikilaw mikin.
committee, we have agreed to consider table documents 385-20 brackets 1, 2025-2026, capital estimates, Department of Environment and Climate Change. Does the Minister of Environment and Climate Change wish to bring witnesses into the chambers?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant Irons, please escort the witnesses into the chambers. Would the Minister introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to my left, I have Deputy Minister Robert Jenkins, and to my right, I have Jessica St. Arnaud, Director of Finance.
Thank you. The committee has agreed to forego general comments. Is the committee agreed to proceed to detail contained in the tabled documents? Does the committee agree? Thank you, committee. The Department of Environment, Climate Change, pages on 25. We'll defer the department totals, review the estimates by activity summary, beginning on page 26 with environmental management monitoring and climate change with information items on page 27. Are there any questions? Department of Environment and Climate Change, Environmental Management Monitoring and Climate Change, Infrastructure Investments, $602,000. Does the committee agree? Next, we have on the Wildlife Forest Management on page 29 with information items on page 30 and 31. Are there any questions? We'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the minister please speak to substantiation of the weather network upgrades, please? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Forest Management Division has a territorial weather network that comprises of stations that are located in locations all across the Northwest Territories. Used to be primarily focused on fire. A number of years ago, there was a decision to expand the network to have a more climate-focused, and these are additional investments to expand the network toward a bigger plan to meet overall to have around 100 stations totally to expand the synoptic coverage across the NWT. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is it my understanding then that it's more for the forest management wildfire folks to understand and predict like something like lightning strikes, or is it used for more widely within the department? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the network originally was designed primarily around forest fire detection and formulated around that. Over the last number of years, it has expanded to include other departments. There's some detection units with infrastructure that monitors highway conditions. There's some with ITI. And as I said, it's more of a overall climate focus, so we've actually developed a algorithm that is used to pick the best location for the next site to enhance the coverage across the whole Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That sounds really cool. I will be sure to ask the minister more questions about that at a later date. Mr. Chair, can the minister please provide a substantiation and a reasoning as to why we are constructing a new Gordon Lake Patrol facility? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Gordon Lake facility that currently exists is in a very, very poor state of repair and not inhabitable at this point. This has been on the project capital plan for quite a number of years, and it is a key location for caribou monitoring and patrols up the Winter Road. So this is to replace that existing facility. In the meantime, we're looking to either use one of our other existing facilities from the fire program or to rent something for this upcoming season of the Winter Road. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I assume that the current solution, while you are working on the construction of this new one, it will be modular and brought up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. The interim facility will be modular, as well as the future facility will also be a modular unit that's able to be moved in on skids and won't require an actual built foundation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Greensleaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the Minister for taking me along the Winter Road back in 2024. It was a really eye-opening experience. It showed how we work really carefully with with Indigenous governments and other partners to monitor that road. So I'm happy to see this here. Could the Minister please just tell me how much the new construction is slated to cost? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is a project that's going to be tendered in the not too distant future, and it would provide information that we wouldn't necessarily release to the public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Greensleaf.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first question I have is, note that the 2023 Wildfire Action Review noted that more effective fire behavior modeling software is needed. Is the department planning for wildfire modeling software upgrades to support the new fire centers, new coordination center? Will that form part of the capital plan in future years, or is it part of the plan right now? Or can the Minister give us some updates on that?
And thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the software development and upgrades are an ongoing process. That type of software and how it interacts across the country is an ongoing evolution, if you will. And there is work already underway towards updating that software, and will be incorporated into the new fire center once it's built as part of our standard procedures. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you. And I wanted to similarly ask some questions about the Gordon Lake Patrol Station. So I'm just looking at the most recent mobile core Bathurst caribou management zone, and the patrol station is on there. It looks from the map that the patrol station is not on the main Winter Road route. I could be wrong about that, but is there talk of relocating the station to the Winter Road, or am I just simply mistaken?
And thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ECC has been operating the Gordon Lake facility for over a decade, and this location is ideal as it is in the lower end of the caribou mobile zone and south of most of the wildlife harvesting activity, and is a pinch point for the traffic moving through south and north. So it's strategically located. We have other locations along the Winter Road where our officers camp and work from, but that's our primary location that everyone has to pass through in order to get up to the Winter Road and to return. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you. I'll go back to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that that further clarification and substantiation. And just want to say, yeah, it's definitely important to me that the department is putting resources into enforcement on the Winter Road. I think I don't need to emphasize the importance of caribou in the territory, and so this one is important to me, and I'm happy to see them making this investment. Thank you. That's it for me on this page. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any further questions for the members? Oh, sorry, I'm going to go to the member from the Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the first capital budget after the experiences of the evacuation of Fort Good Hope. And there's some situations that was experienced, particularly with fuel supply. So having learned from the shortage of fuel storage and capacity and having the airplanes that go all the way back to Fort Simpson to refuel burns up mob fuel and demob fuel. So given those types of experiences there, is there anything in this capital budget to reflect what we experienced during that wildfire season? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the issue that the member is referring to was related to our fixed wing scooping aircraft and retardant dropping aircraft, and those are fueled typically through a contractor at one of our airports that are able to accommodate that size of aircraft. Our primary focus when it comes to fuel from the department perspective is helicopter fuel. We have a number of dispensing units in different communities across the territory, and in other locations we have drum fuel operations that are contained in storage buildings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from South 2.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Minister for that reply. My other question is the Delaney fuel tank farm at the airport sufficient for unexpected fires that we experienced with the consumption of aircraft fuel during that season? I just want to know if that tank farm's adequate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, our attack aircraft, or in other words, our water bombing or retardant bombing aircraft would not be able to land at the Delaney facility. The runway doesn't have sufficient capacity to support those aircraft. So primarily they're landing at the bigger centers, the Inuvik, Norman Wells, Fort Simpson, Hay River, Yellowknife, and Fort Smith. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from South 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Skimmer aircrafts. Is there sufficient fuel in Good Hope, Colville, and Delaney to support skimmer aircrafts, not the red retardant aircrafts? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, once again, those aircraft would not be able to land on those small runways. There's a certain requirement, and typically they do not land on gravel strips due to the potential damage to their amphibian gear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to
Kaya na may eksodak sa atong maligalayok kaya makalaw ko mga kaya na may eksodak to kasi titab siya kama kaya na may apakotik sa kanit pinakang imat awat mo talaga ko sila asidya palyan ng loo mayon lang ng mapigit akto tamakkwak 20,946,000 ang yakpisi kaya nami katamay ati tayo mautin lang meta abat mo ta sila asidya palyan ng loo 25 mo abat mo talaga ko asidya palyan ng loo na 2026 2027 May 21,548,000 ang yakpisi ate tama pianik po ta kwa abat mo talaga ko sila asidya palyan ng loo ko yan na make minister amaruta katamay ta kwa ani lang makit
member from Inuvik Boot Lake.
Board like may malaki Exporta tema nakakulak po nga. Kaya na may peko yung nga takama nakakumalutik. Ay bautaw ko nang isunilo ang itulimat, ang ingitut, kayo siwok, tayo kayo namik, katamayit.
Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Katamayit tunide walitemit. Ex about that, okakte, okasa kakaungan, tatong, pero 23, 24. Amarutaw sa katitaw sa mayak 265 brackets 1. Amarutaw ng kaumakaw na katataw sa pekoyak ang kaulo ni pekoyak sa 23, 24. Pekoyak sa ngayon yung kanamataw na sila okakte, tako, katamay ang takulog. Kaya mix po tak. Tunide wala din malagalak tituglak tawli. Katamay sa tumit. Ang tultat. Ang itut. Takulog. Nakuang itut kayo siwak. Unikangit katamayingit. Pengayon ako na makatayon pakayaksay, katamayutiksay, titarte.
Orders of the day for Tuesday, October 28th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer or reflection, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, returns to oral questions, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, written question 21-20 bracket 1, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration and committee of the whole of bills and other matters, table document 385, 386, 387, and 388. Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, Bill 23, Bill 24, and Bill 27. Orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clerk, this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, October 28th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m.